2.
The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Palafin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, to the windy but beautiful city of Toronto, Canada. And we're here this weekend for the Pokemon Regional Championships. We had a lot of action yesterday, but expect a lot more impactful and action-packed games today. My name is Wancho Saldana, and I'm joined here in the lounge with the one and only Shelby Boo and Kyle Sablehouse. How are we feeling today, guys?
Feeling good, feeling ready to cast some Pokemon, Wancho, gotta say.
I'm excited to watch some Pokemon for sure. I was at the edge of my seat the entire time yesterday. Any matches you enjoyed from yesterday, by any chance, Kyle?
I mean, there was a lot going on there, but I think we closed out yesterday with one of the most iconic Kyogre flips of the century.
Don't spoil it. I have that for my highlight.
Nothing happens yet. We'll see.
Just kidding, what?
Before we talk about more about this tournament, of course, let's go ahead and check out multiple tournaments we've had and have yet to come. Again, right now we're here at Toronto, Canada, but a big one coming up, LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. That's pretty exciting as well. Any tournaments you're excited for? Boo?
I mean, all the internationals are always incredible. I mean, the production level of those events are so much higher, but just a couple of regionals, I actually am going to be playing a lot this season, hopefully in the latter half of the season. So I'm pretty excited to attend some of these events and get to play some regionals for myself because I haven't done that in a long time. So.
Well, fingers crossed the caster curse doesn't get you stuck
no.
here.
It's not real. The caster curse isn't a thing if you're just good.
Don't put me on stream, please.
That is fair, Kyle. And if you're good, you know what you earn? You earn some CP. And of course, we have the breakdown here for the World Championships. It seems like a lot. 600, 500, 350, 300, and 250 for US and Canada, Europe, Latin America, Oceania, and Middle East, respectively. But a lot of players actually are very, very close to their invite, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of players just get their invite after this tournament.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that threshold right now where we've already seen 4 regionals commence. LAIC is going to be a big one where we see a lot of players start to lock in those points. When you're talking about earning upwards of 100 points for 64, 128, whatever those finishes are, even though it's a big field, you're playing in fields that are just as large at the regional stage and not earning that many championship points. So you're really going to see it all start to commence right there when we get to the 2024 calendar season now.
That is true. I love how competitive the regionals have become, right? If you think about it, I feel like Toronto has just been the most international regional. I've been saying it all regional long. We have players from all over the world, and we can expect this, again, of course, from all the ICs for sure. But yeah, speaking of Toronto, let's go ahead and check out some amazing games we've seen yesterday. But yeah, like, what do you think of the Charizards in the field?
I mean, we can talk all day about Charizard. It's one of those decks that we didn't know how it was going to fare as far as its gameplay against other decks, just because you know what to do against your opponent so often. Try to avoid those knockouts and manipulate how much damage they can do. Chip runs into the mirror match, but the technology on the other side from Felipe, unreal. The penny to pick up cards, and we saw Collapse Stadium start to be featured in some matchups as well. Just disrupting the knockouts was so crucial.
For sure. Even if, again, Charizard is an established deck in the meta, there's still so many ways to play it. Like we saw earlier with the chip mirror. Double Charizard, Arvins are pretty normal. And then we have a more defensive build of a Charizard. But of course, there's still the tried and true Lost Box. And this is one of my favorite moments from yesterday, our last game of the night, where if Logan McKay can Aqua Storm 4 energy here potentially,
there's 20 cards in deck!
Well, there's still possible. There's 2 and a third. I remember the roller coaster of emotions, the cheers in the crowds, the and it was fantastic. It was absolutely magical. I love the regional championships, guys.
Yep, we definitely get a lot of special moments just like that, and I think the intensity and the hype just continues to build throughout day 1, and now we're into day 2, and it's just gonna get stronger. I'm excited to see what incredible matchups we have lined up for today as well.
For sure. I mean, now we're in day 2 where all the players out there are that much closer to their invite to the Pokemon World Championships. And also, you know what? $10,000. That also seems pretty nice. But let's go ahead and check out the day 2 Swiss players. Let's see who actually made it here into day 2. I mean, I've seen a couple of people out there, people like Azul GG, of course, sitting nicely on table 1. We've seen Felipe Luna on stream, and he's there in day 2. Someone I've been mentioning over and over again, JW Krewall, just because I haven't seen Miraidon just yet on stream, and I've been missing it. I've been missing the excitement of Electric Generator.
Yeah, I know. I kind of wish we did see a little more Miraidon. Maybe we'll get the chance today, but yeah, even a couple more names. I mean, Ian Robb and Caleb Gedimer, 2 players that we saw succeed so much in our previous season, and I'm excited to see where they're going this season. I don't think we've seen them a ton on stream just yet, but those are 2 players to definitely watch out for the rest of the season as well.
That is true, and then of course Brent Tonneson. I remember your favorite player's favorite player. Am I right? And I'm glad we finally have his picture. And of course, traveling all the way from Australia just to make it here. Day 2. Looks like the trip was worth it.
Yeah.
Anyone notable for you, Kyle?
I mean, there's a lot of Charizards that are still having a lot of success. Felipe and Azul up at the top. Demetrius is doing well with the Gardevoir, so excited to see how that works. But there's a couple Chin Pals that were sneaking up to the top too. So don't be surprised if you see that in top 8.
Oh, I just want to mention there's 7 Gudras into day 2.
I knew you were going to mention that one.
I just wanted to mention it. They're doing
just
pretty well.
Just throwing it out there.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think Gudra has a pretty good matchup into Charizard, which the field is full of.
Oh, the slimy trail to victory. No thanks.
No, but yeah, speaking of, our conversion rate into day 2, let's go ahead and check out what decks actually made it into day 2 our day 1 first, of course. Day 1 analysis where, majority Lost Box into Charizard. Did any of you expect this?
I think the variety of decks and the consistency and the numbers that we see here is pretty outstanding. This is really unfamiliar territory for us, where usually we see one deck start to take over as the majority leader, and then from there it's either finding a deck that counters that or finding that rock, paper, scissors meta. There's so many different things you could throw in rock, paper, scissors here. There's 8 viable decks that we see, and they continue to have success. It really just depends on who's going to find the right matchups and continue to play a really nice, consistent list.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from decks 3 to 6, it's a difference of almost just 4 or 5 players. And what does this say about the meta game? We're so late into the current meta, and yet it's still so diverse. I was expecting maybe one deck to really shine. Maybe I'm used to honestly seeing at this point of the meta where we have something at 20%. you know?
Right, we're so used to players, you show up, this is one of your first events, we say, just play Lugia, just play whatever it is, because that's going to give you the best chance at winning. Honestly, you can just pick whatever deck is your favorite at the time, whatever your favorite Pokemon is. It's probably viable at this point, and you're going to find success, as we saw just a week ago in Sacramento.
That is true. I'm glad you brought that up. I have a feeling this is the direct result of the Sacramento meta, right? The Lugia V-Star and the Arceus Gyarados having a showing, in the finals. And I think a lot more people actually brought Arceus into this metagame as well. There are some decks I haven't seen in a minute that are right outside in day 2, from Arceus Duraludon. We didn't even seen some full picks outside. Well, that was day 1 though. I'm not sure if there's any full picks out there. Would love to know. Let me know. But yeah, a lot of interesting decks. Anything you're particularly excited for, Boo?
I am just a little surprised that Mew is kind of nowhere to be seen here. I guess it just completely fell off. I think people were kind of excited because it did take a win in Lille. And yeah, we don't even see it on here. So I don't even think it's in the other 3 that fell off the list either. So
that's a good point. I was looking for the Mew VMAX as well, but maybe the 13% Charizard there is just the direct result of the Lille.
Someone needs to call Jeremy, because Path Judge is not having a good day with these analytics. It's only the last deck, and even then, some Miraidons don't even bother with that.
That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. I was looking, where's the Judge Path? No, of course they don't put Judge Path. No, but for sure. But hey, you never know. Anything can still happen. We're still early into day 2. Let's check out the day 2 conversion rate now. And this is the graph we're looking at. This we're excited for. 19% lock spots. You're expected, but I'm surprised by the 14% Lugia here. Big Lugia conversion rate. What are your thoughts on that?
It's interesting because Lugia isn't known for a great matchup against Charizard, and you would have expected the numbers to be a little skewed in that direction. But if Lugia's continue to face off against the Lost Zones and potentially some more favorable matchups across the board, it's just one of those consistent decks. And I think using the single strike package is correct right now, because there's some numbers that you need to hit that the colorless version just was not finding in previous weeks.
I love that point, Kyle. I was just about to ask that. Technically, this 14% Lugia, I'm still curious, what is the percentage rate of the colorless versus single strike Lugia? And I think, more people are leaning towards the single strike version of the deck, maybe just to really hit those big numbers again. With the Urshifu VMAX, we've seen it out there in the field. You're able to hit into Charizards. You can hit into Duraludon, which again showed up for a little bit. But even then, just the Tyranitar is really big. Somehow now we're in big numbers territory.
Right, Lugia, Gardevoir, and Charizard all feature the same strategy, which is big guy finds boss's orders, knocks out thing. And if you have that set up, you're going to win. Lugia didn't have that option other than Weird Ear when it's playing the colorless strategy. Instead now, we've seen single strike Urshifu VMAX out there. We've seen Tyranitars loaded up with the single strike energies, finding those big knockouts. And if you're not missing knockouts and you're continuing to find boss's orders, either with Lumineon, Quick Search, or just drawing 18,000 cards with Gardevoir, you're going to find ways to win games.
For sure. Kyle, would you believe I've even seen Lugia V-Star with a Duraludon VMAX in it? That's a single strike card.
That's a thing. It was one of the first iterations we saw of Lugia because it wanted to beat other Lugias, and it fell off, but sometimes that's just a good strategy.
What about you, Boo? Anything that surprises you here at the Day 2 deck analysis?
Not really. I'm not surprised to see Gardevoir kind of move up. I think it was like second to last in our Day 1, and now it's the 3rd slot here today into Day 2. And I'm not surprised by that, because I feel like most of the time, some of our most skilled players in this game are sitting behind the Gardevoir deck in front of them, pretty much. You have to be fantastic at playing Pokemon TCG to succeed with this deck, but when you get into those situations where it's an intricate matchup, you really have to be the type of player that is going to make all of the correct decisions, know all of your outs in all of these matchups. And I think that's why we always see it kind of boost up in Day 2, because it's taking those wins, those skilled players doing what they know they have to do in those matchups to get up there in the rankings. So that's definitely not surprising to me. Charizard falling is also not surprising. We had so much of it into Day 1. And I'm not surprised to see that it's kind of fallen off a little bit going into day 2. But still, with the popularity of the deck in day 1, it's cool to see that there's still a lot out there succeeding.
For sure, I'm sure just some Charizard players out there just missed out on their Rare Candy Pidgeot or the Rare Candy Charizard. Again, stage 2 decks tends to happen. Something I did forget to mention though, this graphics a little bit incomplete. Fun fact, Chien-Pao there at 6%. There's actually a 3-way tie for that spot. There's 3 other decks that have 10 players representing them here into day 2. I believe it is Urshifu VMAX or the Rapid Strike box and other Arceus V-Star. What that other is, you'll have to tune in to find out, because I'm sure there's quite a bit. Does that surprise any of you?
I mean, the Christian Labellas of the world, the Braden Elferts, the Alex Szymanskis, they trust in Arceus, and they've always thought that there was a way to predict the meta and have an opportunity to beat a multitude of decks just by having the right Pokemon in play. So, of course, they're going to try to find success there. Some of them have some very interesting brews, and they're starting to work out. I would say it's very difficult when you have a meta like this to try to counter the meta, because you have to counter 8 things.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Kyle. I was like, other Arceus. In my mind, Arceus does not do well in this current meta, especially when almost everything here has the capability to do big numbers. One-shot Arceus. So that other has to carry so much weight.
The magic number is 310, because you have V-guarded Arceuses across the board. If you can deal that much damage, you're going to be able to work through, avoid the Sharon's Cares, because ultimately the deck just tries to prevent knockouts or find ways to disrupt an opponent, judge path, whatever it may be, stick a belly bolt up there, and watch Miraidon cry. There's a bunch of ways you can find easy victories.
All right, and I'm very, very excited again to see those techs into day 2. But right now, I'm curious. Let's check on our predictions. The caster predictions we've casted before the tournament. How are we doing, guys?
We were supposed to just pick the spookiest Pokemon we know, right, for Halloween weekend?
You can't say that, Kyle. You already admitted that's not what you were thinking.
Hey, I mean, this deck is doing well. It's the number 1 conversion rate. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Wow,
I'm a little
Sableye doing well, Kyle. Good job.
Yeah, hey, I mean, they did spell my last name that way on the graphic, so let's be fair.
That is true. That is true. You're not doing too bad yourself, Boo, with the Weird Deer. I
mean, is it that style of Lugia though?
Okay, listen.
We don't know. The graphic didn't tell us.
That's fair.
Weird Deer was the most Canadian thing I could think of. I am so sad that my other pick was not Chien-Pao, because they're doing so well out in the field, and it's an ice type, lots of snow. We're in Toronto.
Is there a maple syrup card?
But of course, Kyogre, I mean, that's the deck that is piloted a lot of the times by Canadians. Like we saw Raymond Long yesterday representing that as well. 2 of our regionals have been taken down by Canadians playing that deck. So I went with the Canadian picks, see how it turns out in the end.
Honestly, it's probably going to work out just fine.
That is true. I don't want to talk about mine. Cool, we're good.
Hey, you've got 7 of them, but I'm not sure if they're near the top just yet. Mew, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to double down from my prediction from Sacramento.
Oh, I thought we just didn't update it.
Oh, sheesh.
And this just happened to be the perfect one for Lil. That's all I'm saying. And I just wanted to bring that up. Hey, but I still believe in the Gudra. There's 7 of them out there. That's pretty good to me, right? But
I think Pablo deserves the golf clap right here.
Yeah, definitely.
That is on the money. Gardevoir showing up in the hands of some of the best players in the field right now, and Lugia's just very consistently moving its way up to the top. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially 2 of both of those decks in the top 8 if things continue to progress the way they are.
I mean, are we surprised Pablo's on the money, though? I am definitely not.
I mean, he chose Chien-Pao with me 2 weeks ago. We should have chosen it this week.
Yeah, seriously.
Almost 1 is guaranteed at 33 points already.
Wow, yeah, that is true. I'm genuinely surprised as well with the amount of Gardevoirs right now sitting in the top table. I mean, I feel like it's the type of deck that hasn't really been performing the past couple of regionals. But yeah, I'm glad to see it. Love seeing the refinements. Love getting those long games. And I feel like those are the games that really show the skill of some of the players out there. But also judge path.
That's a skill in itself, I'm sure. Not one that I practice.
I mean, if your opponent can't play the game, you're probably winning the game. That's a pretty good strategy to me, but right now, no decks really make use of it. I'm sure Lugia would be afraid of the judge path, but there's nothing out there.
Yeah, we're a one Arceus away from a potential run into the top 8. There's a few on the outside looking in that would need to win a few back-to-back-to-back to get in there, but it might not be a path tournament, which is fun for us because when we get into the top 8, everyone's going to draw a lot of cards and do a lot of cool things.
Yep.
That is true. Well, but at the end of the day, one of these decks, well, maybe not even one of these decks, is going to become a regional champion. Let's go ahead and check out all the champions we've had so far. Of course, at Pittsburgh, we've had Andrew Estrada, Peoria, Raymond Long, and in Sacramento, Alexander Flatos. Our current champions. We're only 3 tournaments into the North American season. Still a lot to be had. And of course, we're going to crown the Toronto Regional Championship a champion today. And hey, do you think it's going to be another Canadian? There's 2 out of 3. So you know this country is competitive.
Yeah, Lucas was looking really strong. Just recently took a loss with the Chien-Pao against the Gardevoir, so needs to find a way back into the top. But I think there are a couple Canadians still with an opportunity here, so maybe the prophecy's fulfilled.
I'm pretty sure I saw Raymond Long down there in the top tables as well. How cool would it be to see yourself twice
going
in this
back
draft?
to back?
That would be wild. I think I would like to see the opposite happen. You know, our Canadians are winning our U.S. events. I'd like to see someone from the United States win a Canadian event. Maybe spice it up a bit. We just swap places, right?
Would not mind. All I know is I want to see a champion. I want to see some amazing Pokemon. I want to see some fun games for sure. And with that, you know, something I do want to mention real quick. We'll step away real quick from the competitive side and remind everyone at home we're going to have that pumpkin carving contest.
Oh, that's the competitive side, Wancho. What do you mean?
I've given up already. I already know who's winning this one. No, but yeah,
Who?
It's gonna be Kyle Sablehouse, and I'm gonna riot. No, but yeah, we have a pumpkin carving contest. We've worked so hard. We've worked so hard on our pumpkins, and I'm so excited to show everyone what we've got. And you have the chance, again, the opportunity to vote the winner. Not sure what we win, but let me know, Kyle.
Probably a pumpkin.
That's for sure. That's for sure. And of course, you know, you can vote for these for the pumpkins over at Twitch. But don't forget to follow all our socials, our Twitter, our YouTube, Instagram, and all that jazz. But again, you're probably watching this on Twitch. So that's some of my favorite things right now. The integration, being able to vote into the first game of the day. It's been a lot of fun. It was really cool to see Chip win the vote yesterday.
I really like Chip then finding us later and saying he voted for Azul's game.
Yeah, Chip did not want to go on stream.
He did not want to play on stream.
Well, real quick, speaking of voting, technically, the voting is live right now. So make sure you make your vote count. If you're over at YouTube, maybe stumble over to Twitch real quick, cast your vote, let us know what you want to see. I want to pull out my phone. I want to vote right now.
I want to know what the games are.
I was about to say that
I've been busy over here.
What are the matchups?
It doesn't matter. The pumpkin contest is what's most important. No, but I'm sure whatever the games are, it's going to be an amazing day of Pokemon. We're in day 2. The players have already played 9 rounds of big competitive Pokemon. These are the best of the best right now. And but yeah, I'm very, very curious to what we have here. And if you had your pick, what do you want to see for the first game of the day?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, seeing the top tables, I think me and Chip have a disagreement right now about Chien-Pao versus Gardevoir.
It was
I'd
very
really
heated.
like to see that matchup and prove him wrong.
It was very heated, yes. The judges had to ask if they wanted to take it outside, yeah.
He pulled out the spreadsheet on me. I'm like, oh, come on, dude.
I like how he pulled out the spreadsheet, and you were just like, but I beat Gardevoir. I beat one of the best Gardevoir players, and
yeah, Chip is arguing that it's a 50-50 matchup, and Kyle is arguing that Chien-Pao is guaranteed to win in that.
I think 65-35 feels nice in my mind.
65-35. Chat, let me know. Do you agree with Kyle Sablehouse? If not, roast him in the chat. Please roast him in the chat.
Whoa!
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. But hey, I'm excited for. I want to see. There's a block Snorlax out there. That's personally what I would pick.
It can have as much fun as it wants off stream.
No, I believe in you. I believe in you too. I'm sure you can make the block Snorlax the most exciting game in the world. Snorlax into active. Can he retreat?
We will be counting sheep alongside you.
What about you, Booth? What match would you have voted for?
I would love to see something that we haven't seen. So I guess a Miraidon. I would love to see some Miraidon match, maybe. Just because I like there being some variety in our stream. I like seeing different decks being played because, you know, when people are watching at home, then they get to get inspired by that deck and pick it up maybe and see different play styles. So I think it'd be cool to see another Miraidon, see if their electricity generating pays off for them.
That is true. And again, there's a couple of Miraidons out there. If JW Kriwall is one of the choices, hey, that's, you know, that's probably one of them. But yeah, I personally, again, I like seeing the spicy decks. I'm not gonna lie. I like the Gudras, the block Snorlaxes.
The Venomoths?
No, never mind. I take that back. I take everything back.
Exactly.
You think you want it until you see it, and then you're like, oh,
Never mind.
Or you know what? An Aqua Storm. Why not? I'll give that to you guys.
There we go. Never can go wrong with that.
It's always so exciting to see them flip over the energy, even though it's guaranteed. But I guess it's more exciting when it isn't.
Well, it's super exciting now because we have the zoom in on the deck, so we actually get to like build that anticipation too. It's nice.
Oh, all the new graphics on the stream are perfect. When,
Top deck!
Top deck! Winning in! Let's go!
Amazing job from the crew. Again, with the entire production of the stream, even just the stage right now, where we're at, I'm starting to think maybe I should introduce myself as the crypt taker of the night or something.
Our crew is a bunch of bananas.
I wish we could get that on stream.
I'm seeing some players back here. I'm getting really excited.
Oh, yay!
I'm getting really excited. This is going to be a great game.
Well, if you want to see some players, I think we're pretty much ready for the first streamed round of the day. So we're going to throw it to you, casters.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza. And it is day 2. Are you excited, Pablo?
I am very, very excited. I know for sure we have some great matches for everyone watching at home. And I can't wait to see what happens in this last regional before Paradox Rift.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at how these players have been playing this regional so far.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thanks to Ross Gilbert for that video, as always. Amazing to see Connors pop off in that video. One of the greatest moments I think we've had in regionals in a while. We had our community choice for our first round of today, round 13. Let's go ahead and take a look at the choices that y'all had. Jake Riggs, Demetrius Eaton, Reagan Retzlav, Azul GG, Andrew Hedrick, Christian Marino, and Grant Shen versus Joshua Frank. Out of all these, who do you think?
Who do I think I won? I Reagan, and Azul are probably fan favorites. I was really hoping the top table had was showcased because of Chinpao versus Guardy. That's always an interesting matchup, but who knows? Maybe the community did vote for the top table.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the results. Of course, Reagan Retzlaff, Azul Garcia Griego, two of the best players in this game. A rematch of OCIC, yeah.
OCIC finals.
All right, and it is just, I'm very excited for this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings we have for our updated round 13 here in day 2. As you said, top seed right now, Jake Riggs destroying all those Charizards with Chien-Pao. Demetrius Eaton coming all the way from the UK with Gardevoir. That's going to be a pretty great match. Kyle was alluding to it earlier. Him and Chip were kind of debating about this matchup. I think we're both in agreement. Chien-Pao has a little bit better,
a little bit of an edge.
Very, very close. Very close.
Yeah, I would say it's very close overall. And then we have Gabriel Smart with Lugia, Azul with Charizard. So a lot of variety at the very top. Reagan with Lugia as well. And then Tim Vince. I'm not sure what they're playing, but Grant also featuring that Chien-Pao. He's had this incredible streak with Chien-Pao at this point.
And again, a good mix of international players all throughout this top 16. And one name to kind of point out a little bit is Shinnosuke Komiya. He's playing that block Snorlax control deck. Maybe we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it just hits all the right matchups. Make it in the top 8. We'll have to see how things shape up for that.
Yeah, that block Snorlax can definitely surprise people. I definitely think if you're heading into regionals, it's not a matchup you bother testing too much, because how many players will actually show up with a deck? Well, turns out maybe you'll have to go through one to get to top 8.
And then, of course, JW Krewall off that top 4 in Peoria with Miraidon, looking to repeat or go even a little further. Still on that Miraidon EX. Electric Generator still powering up.
Yeah, Electric Generator, you live by it or you die by it, right? It's
I wouldn't know anything about that. I just hit 2 every time.
Oh, really? Well, I wish you shared how, because I definitely feel like on average I'm hitting less than 1 energy with every time I feel like playing Miraidon. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give this deck a shot once again. It surely has to be good. It's putting up good results. Every single time I'm disappointed.
Listen, you just need to sequence better. But anyways, our match is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. We're gonna have a great one for you. This start of day 2, round 13 for us here on stream. Reagan Retzlaff playing Lugia V-Star up against Azul Garcia Griego playing Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. Fun fact for Reagan, only plays Lugia. Has been playing Lugia ever since it came out. It's been doing pretty good for him.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, OCIC Finals rematch, Reagan was indeed playing Lugia, the previous version, which I think was definitely a much more powerful version of the deck before rotation. But Lugia still doing really, really well, and now up against the new behemoth that is Charizard EX, that is finally looking to get a good placement in North America.
Listen, it's weird seeing Azul and the whole crew not playing Lost Zone, but able to have a pretty good conversion rate with everyone making day 2, except for our own Chip Richie, with this Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. Azul's been competing since 2010, and his favorite Pokemon, Shuppet.
Shuppet, why would he? I mean, I feel like he barely knows any Pokemon.
That is true, yeah.
The fact that he remembers that one is major props to him. So, sure, I am also a very big fan of the Shuppet and Banette line, probably for different reasons, but yeah, I mean, I'll give it to him. The other day, he couldn't remember Caxton, so
all right, yeah.
Pokemon knowledge, questionable.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these prize cards. A ton of Pokemon for both players, 2 single strike energies in the prize cards for Reagan up towards the top as well. So that might prove a little bit detrimental as the game goes on. That Radiant Charizard and the 1 copy of Luminion V in the prize cards for Azul there.
Now, the 2 single strike energies and the Tyranitar would be pretty significant if Reagan was playing the Cobalion. However, he is playing the tech single strike Urshifu VMAX to deal with Charizard. So those single strike energies could prove to be very detrimental. I think the early game is where this game is going to be decided, especially because the energies are like at the top half of the prize cards, right? So useful for late game. Reagan can definitely play around, get some early-ish KOs, just have barely enough energies to use Tyranitar to knock out a Pidgey DX perhaps, but we'll have to see on that. I think that Luminion V also for Azul could prove to be a detriment for the early game, especially with the start he has.
Round 13 starting off, Reagan going first, has that Tyranitar V in the active spot. Double turbo energy past the turn. The shades of the game with Sam Chen. They're playing the same list as well, so maybe it's just Lugia.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen Tyranitar attach paths in the past. Azul reading Tyranitar for some reason. But yeah, starting off with the Arven, pretty solid start. Reagan not able to bench a Lugia V, and you can see like his composure is showing a little bit of his disappointment at not having any playable cards, basically.
Both these players are at 30 match points, 10 and 2. Usually in the past, it has been around 35 is the cutoff for top 8. We've seen some maybe 34s make it in, depending on if the tournament's a little bit slower or a little bit smaller. But Azul starting off with an Arven. One of the benefits of going second in a match like this with the deck like Azul is playing, searches out that Battle VIP Pass and Forest Seal Stone.
Notice that Forest Seal Stone is from the Serious Packs rewards. Has a Play Pokemon logo, so if you want to get some of these cards, definitely go to League.
Those packs are amazing.
Yeah, the packs are amazing, and then we've seen a fully blinged out Charizard, and now we're seeing the minimum rarity Charizard, like playing the least amount of holofoils possible.
That's usually how I like to go.
Yeah?
Battle VIP Pass finds Entei V and Pidgey for Azul. He also has a couple Ultra Ball in hand, but that Entei V is going to allow him to use Star Alchemy, possibly find another Battle VIP Pass here.
Yep, another Battle VIP Pass, grab double Charmander, which is pretty solid. And full setup for Azul. Useless Manaphy in the active. Will be able to tank the hit from Reagan's Tyranitar. And unfortunately, Reagan will end up committing single strike energy here. Will also need to bench the Luminion unless he top decks something really good to actually pull something off this turn. And if he manages to bench a Lugia, it will not be threatened. That's one of the issues with Charizard, that their damage output is not as great. In the early game, it gets progressively better, but in the early game, your Pokemon, your high HP V Pokemon, unless they're weak to fire, are quite safe. But as the game progresses, that Charizard just gets more menacing as turns go by.
Yeah, with Reagan's start, it is going to be a little awkward. Luminion can go search for supporter, but also has access to single strike energy bosses orders in hand.
Yeah.
Could be an option to bring up that Pidgey, maybe stymie Azul's setup a little bit. But as of right now, it's looking pretty good. Even has a fire energy to attach if he wants.
Yeah, pretty solid start. No need to do anything else. That fire energy could be used to retreat. Nice top deck there.
Very good. Ultra Ball off the top will allow Reagan to discard an Archeops, as well as grab a Lugia V for hopefully next turn.
I kind of like, so I feel like you're already behind, right? In the grand scheme of things, you didn't get a Lugia benched. Therefore, I actually really like just grabbing the second Archeops, right? Fulfilling one of those requirements and just taking the risk that you're going to Luminion, research into one of your Lugia outs. I personally would play it risky at this point. I guess Reagan's going to be a little less so, but I think in order to get back into this game, you need the perfect setup on turn 2, on turn 3 rather, now that you're a turn behind. I would personally try to risk it. Being conservative, also worth it. There is a lot on the line, right? Getting to 35 match points is important. A win here would be huge for both of these players in their top 8 battle.
For me, I don't know. I like a little bit of aggressiveness. We see Reagan attach that single strike energy. We'll be able to take a knockout this turn, but if you're going to take a knockout, I like taking a knockout on that Pidgey. You already have Lugia V on the bench.
Yeah.
For Azul to cobble together a Choice Belt, Rare Candy, Charizard, and a Boss's Orders is a lot to deal with that Lugia V on the bench. I think Reagan could potentially play that Boss's Orders, save the Luminion V for next turn, and then just hope a big research can pull everything together.
Yeah, okay. Fair, completely fair. I missed that boss in Reagan's hand. So yeah, pretty solid knockout. Deny the Pidgeot, as you mentioned, and discard a couple cards. That Arven is a big hit there.
Very big there. Reagan going down to 5 prize cards now.
So making the best of what he can, right? With the cards you're dealt is always important. That 1 prize card right now doesn't seem super meaningful, but it is denying the Pidgeot, as you mentioned. And also in the prize race, right? This could mean you can knock out another small thing and then deal with the Charizards.
Azul does have the 3rd Arven of the game. We'll be able to search for that rare candy. All of them are at the bottom there. And that choice belt. So rare candy choice belt will allow Azul to take the knockout on this Tyranitar V. So already firing back.
Yeah, the dream card for Azul would have been that one of Escape Rope. I'm not sure he's running it. No, he is running the one of Escape Rope. So imagine if he had that, then you knock out the Lugia, right? And this is one of the unfortunate scenarios of choosing to take this KO. Yes, you deny the Pidgeot, but as we've seen before, these Charizard decks can set up those stage 2s quite quickly. And now, thanks to a choice build, that Tyranitar is going to be long gone as the turn starts. And then Reagan will have to bench that Luminion to get going. Only has 1 Arceus in the discard pile, so establishing anything really will be a little difficult. And then he will also have that liability on the bench that will be the Luminion.
Having the Charmeleon and the replacement Pidgey, pretty good end of the turn for Azul. After taking that knockout, going to 4 prize cards, Reagan draws Professor Burnett. Not what you're going to want to see, but Professor's Research in the hand off the prize cards.
Yeah, that Professor's Research definitely useful. Debating on whether to play the urn in order to put back the energy. I feel like hasn't been able to search his deck, so if he knew that 2 of those energies were prized, he definitely would.
Archeops, Ultra Ball, Lugia V-Star drawn off the 7 cards for Reagan. Will be able to cobble together a Summoning Star this turn.
Yep, Summoning Star, pretty good. One of the best abilities in the game, I would reckon, combined with the best energy acceleration that we've had maybe ever. Yeah. And then we also have the Nest Ball to potentially establish the Urshifu, which is what you need to deal with potentially a second Charizard EX. So that draw from the Professor's Research was incredibly, incredibly good.
Does have to discard a second Urn of Vitality here, though, with the Ultra Ball. Had the last one in hand, and along with V-Guard Energy and a Nest Ball, 2 cards that you kind of want to set up more Pokemon. Reagan is eyeing down that Single Strike Urshifu V, also Luminion V for supporter for next turn.
Yeah.
Has a Nest Ball in hand, so can go ahead and grab that Single Strike Urshifu V with the Nest Ball, grab the Luminion with this Ultra Ball to keep it.
Yeah, for the next turn, right? Make sure you have access to another draw supporter, your hand's not dead. You also have the Arceus in the discard pile, fulfilling, checking every box, right? It's just, it might be 1 turn too late for Reagan, unfortunately, because of that very underwhelming turn 1. But at this point, Charizard's damage is menacing. The threat of a boss KO on the Urshifu could be there, though you could wait, right? You could attack the Charizard this turn and then wait to bench the Urshifu the next turn. That way, it cannot be targeted by the boss's orders.
Well, there we see the V-Guard Energy from the hand. Primal Turbo will grab Double Turbo Energy and Gift Energy for Lugia V-Star. And like you were saying, do we even Primal Turbo the second time, maybe set up an energy for the Archeops to retreat for the future?
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think, once again, Reagan in a little bit of trouble. Okay, deciding to bench the Urshifu, risking the possibility of boss's orders on it. I think now he's going to more thoroughly check his deck, and he's going to realize that all those single strike energies are actually not available. And he is down now 2 urns, I believe. Might be 3.
It's all 3 now.
Yeah, that's all 3 urns. So definitely in a little bit of trouble. Reagan will need to draw 1 of those energies if he wants to have a chance at one-shotting the Charizard EX. And after knocking out these Charizards, those energies will not be accessible yet, at least.
Azul given a slight smile after looking through the discard of Reagan. Has a quite a few ball search in hand. Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, a 4 Seal Stone you can't really use. Energies. I don't think there's access to a rare candy in the hand. So that means no Pidgeot EX for this turn at least.
Yeah, so reading Reagan's cards, just making sure, I mean, never hurts, right? Never hurts to be extra safe. We have seen Azul go through 2 Arvins and another got discarded by the Tyranitar, so being able to search for rare candy is going to be a little difficult for him at this point in time. Might establish the Mew that he's eyeing up in order to have that as part of a promotion, be able to fetch that Pidgeot, but right now, Azul has the Ultra Ball for a secondary Charizard EX, so Pidgeot is not as big of a priority. You would have loved to go after that Urshifu, I think, and this is where the Luminion being prized is also a pretty big deal. I do believe there's an Ultra Ball in Azul's hand, so not being able to go boss KO that Urshifu, which is realistically the biggest threat that Reagan has against Azul at this point in time. So, yeah, prizes might end up affecting this game a little too much, more than we would like it to.
Well, honestly, both players, too. The 2 single strike energies in Reagan's prizes, the Luminion V in Azul's. Here we do see the Ultra Ball getting rid of 4 Seal Stone and Lost Vacuum. Going to find that Pidgeot EX, hopefully can find a rare candy on the following turn. But for right now, it seems like just an attack into that Lugia V-Star.
Now, as long as Azul has another Ultra Ball in hand, definitely don't mind this. You give yourself a chance to top deck a rare candy, and you're in a pretty good position anyways to set up another Charizard EX. We did see the Charmeleon come down last turn, so I would have loved to see the Charizard be established already. There is another Ultra Ball. There are a couple energies.
Oh, we're going to see the retreat to the Mew right now.
Oh, that is... Okay, so this is where the information of the decks is... Ooh, there we see the rare candy. Wow. Very nice card right there.
And this has been perfect sequencing from Azul so far this turn. Now has that rare candy Pidgeot EX. Will quick search for any card in the deck. Eyeing down maybe Escape Rope. Still has not attached for the turn.
Yeah, I mean, knocking out any of the Pokemon on the bench would actually be pretty good. But Azul's holding 2 Fire Energies and an Ultra Ball, so can set up the Charizard. But then, what's the plan? Maybe attack with Entei. Entei also cannot be KO'd by Lugia and then can be pennied back into hand, which is pretty strong. I couldn't tell if Azul had enough Fire Energies left to, because he is going to discard 2 with his Ultra Ball, if that's what he's planning on doing.
Only plays 8 copies of Fire Energy in the deck. Did find the Escape Rope with Quick Search, so looking down to attack. It'll be interesting to see which Pokemon he brings up. With the Archeops up to the active spot, I think Entei might see some play here.
Yeah. I guess Azul has not attached for a turn. That's the part I was missing. I could have sworn it was on the Entei, but no. That is correct. He has not attached yet. So he will be able to take this knockout and protect the Charizard at the same time. Yeah, Arvin. What a good card. The last Arvin.
Still has not played a supporter for the turn either, I believe.
No, he is not.
Energy on the Entei V on the active. Now you can Burning Rondo for the KO. And I think, Azul is eyeing down that Arvin for a Super Rod here. Shuffle back a couple energies and that Charmander.
Yeah. And also, there's no more tool cards left. There's only 2 Force Seal Stone and a choice built in the deck list, all of which have been played or gotten out of the deck already. But yeah, we do see that Super Rod being grabbed. Putting those energies back to make sure you have access to the Charizard ability is pretty important. Now, this does leave Azul a little bit exposed, I want to say. Just based on if Reagan is able to find a boss's orders and goes after the Charmeleon, the Entei is an underwhelming attacker against Lugia, right? Even though it doesn't get KO'd, it also doesn't do much in return. And then all of a sudden, there's an on-powered Charizard EX, there's a not high damage Entei, and Pidgeot and Mew and Manaphy. A lot of great supporting Pokemon, but not very threatening themselves.
Well, one thing about that, we do know the one card in Reagan's hand is that Luminion V.
Yep.
So does have access to boss's orders if he chooses, but you're going to be giving up a lot of cards to sequence that play.
Azul knew that as well. So I don't know. I feel like KOing this Charmander also puts you back at even price cards, and then you'll probably have to deal with the Entei. You'll free up another price card, and Reagan is a little desperate to unlock those energies. So there could be merit to going after the Charizard EX as well. But I really, really like going after this Charmeleon, because then Azul doesn't really have a great response to that. Entei doesn't threaten the Lugia and doesn't threaten this. Could maybe go boss KO the Arceus yet again, but the energies are already under Urshifu, right? So I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of the play that Azul did, but I'm sure he has something up his sleeve.
Well, you got to do what you got to do when the setup is a little bit awkward. Did get the Radiant Charizard from the prize cards, I believe, so that is another attacker that can be easily powered up later on in the game. Reagan really thinking about this Lumineon. You need to get as much information as possible, because this boss's orders could make or break the game, or just being able to Professor's Research and draw a ton of cards, maybe even Iono.
Yeah, I mean, Iono could be useful, but with a Pidgeot EX already down. Now, Reagan just chooses to go after the end.
Wow.
So, like I mentioned, I don't know exactly what's running through his mind. I think we're definitely going to see just an evolution of Charmeleon into Charizard EX, power itself up, and maybe go boss's orders, KO the Urshifu this turn with the Charizard. Once again, it would be very costly having to pay that retreat cost on the Entei. We would also just see a boss KO of the Arceus, and then Reagan would essentially be in the exact same position except down on Arceus. Not sure what's going to happen here.
So Azul with the quick search here has the option to grab Penny, but you see that towards the bottom of the deck, so that's not the card chosen. Boss's orders here. So we're going to have Ultra Ball for Charizard EX and a boss's orders to be able to take out most likely that single strike Urshifu V.
There's the Charizard. So yeah, I think either Urshifu V is a little out of range. Yeah, because there's no more ways to retreat into a Charizard. I think it's going to be boss Arceus and call it a day, which is fine, right? Azul also did see that the Urshifu did not get that third energy powered up onto it, and this will also put Azul back into even prices. So a knockout on the Lugia or a knockout on the Urshifu, and that'll be game. I wish Reagan had been a little bit more aggressive at this point in time.
There is the Burning Rondo on the Arceus. Reagan not having much anything, but top decks the Professor's Research.
There's a lot of useful cards there, but nothing super impactful. I guess evolving into the Urshifu VMAX to protect that benched, but we'll need to flip a heads off of either this or the next Capturing Aroma. No guarantees yet.
Tails off the first one will grab Reagan. A Radiant Serena most likely won't play that down. Capturing Aroma again. Tails, no.
No Urshifu protection. So all Azul needs now is boss's orders, KO the Urshifu V with the bench Charizard that has a choice belt. So yeah, I think this game, and there's nothing stopping Azul from doing that. So I'm wondering why Reagan. Yep. I was wondering exactly why Reagan had not picked up his cards yet. I feel like if you evolve and then you knock out the Entei, you go down to 3 prizes, right? And then you maybe free up this energy, your Lugia tanks a hit, and then you go KO the clean Charizard EX, but then the end result is the same. Azul goes boss, KO the bench Lugia that's already damaged, and the game's over. So I really, really would have liked to see Reagan be more aggressive against that Charmeleon. Maybe putting the Lumineon was what he weighed as a risk not worth taking. However, this choice belt was huge.
Yeah, the choice belt being able to grab the knockout after that turn 2 KO from Reagan, cleaning up that single strike energy and that Tyranitar V. And then, of course, just the story of Lugia, where you're not able to get it down on turn 1. You kind of were just behind a single turn the entire game. Reagan hoping to do the opposite of that this game too here.
Yep. I feel like Reagan was definitely heavily punished by going for that aggressive boss KO on the Pidgey. If he had seen a more chill attack the Manaphy, sure, you're not achieving anything in terms of prize cards, but then your Charizard is guaranteed to survive, and then if Azul attacks you, then you can return some of that damage, maybe set yourself up. It's easier to replenish a Charizard and tank with Lugias than for Azul to get back-to-back Charizards.
I think it would have been worse because you still get KO'd. You take the Manaphy, and now Azul just has a Pidgeot EX to search for the Choice Belt.
No, because the Manaphy would not have been KO'd. It's 60 damage, and Manaphy has 70 HP.
Well, you have the single strike energy.
But the double turbo reduces that.
That's right. Okay. Math. Reagan starting off with 2 Lugia V. Must be nice. Double turbo energy on the active. Azul having Charmander. Discards that Charmeleon, and Lost City with an Ultra Ball will be able to find a Pidgey here. But having to Ultra Ball for your basics, not what you want to be when you're playing something like Battle VIP Pass in the deck.
Indeed. That's usually a good indication of how good or bad the hand tends to be. We might just see the retreat into that Mew to figure out if the Battle VIP passes are available or not. If Azul does bother to check, though, there are 2 Battle VIP passes priced, and that severely reduces the odds of you being able to pull one off. Of course, reaching the Charmander protects it, and we'll have to see what Reagan can produce next turn, but things not looking too hot for this Charizard deck in this second game. Oh, but there's a research.
Yeah, it does have the one of Professor's Research in the starting hand. Azul now has a full hand of 7 cards. I think I saw a Battle VIP pass here.
If he did, no. But got a Pidgey, right? So in the end, you want Battle VIP pass to do what? Get benched Pokemon on the field. And Azul drew more than enough on his first turn, and now even has the spare Forest Seal Stone available to him to be able to set himself up the next turn. The active Charmander will definitely be retreating into the Mew. Losing that is much better than a Charmander, or not. Interesting. Okay, so valuing keeping the dig for the Mew with the Mew to dig for an extra Nest Ball, an extra Rare Candy at any given moment. I actually kind of like this.
Yeah, opting for the Blazing Destruction, discarding no Stadium in play. Reagan now has a really awkward discard of Ultra Ball, Professor's Research, Iono to find that Archeops, but that's signaling there's probably another Professor's Research in the hand.
I would imagine, right? I didn't notice what his top deck was. Must have been another Research. But yeah, he surely has another one. There it is. Also has a Stonejourner and will be losing an Urn. See the clean Professor's Research right here for a brand new 7 cards. Looking for that Lugia V-Star, but also an Archeops and a way to discard it as well. And with only 3 Ultra Balls left in the deck, I'm not sure how likely that is.
Yeah, we are looking for Ultra Ball Archeops is the combination here that would help Reagan get this turn 2 Summoning Star the way you want to see it. Otherwise, we might just be seeing 1 Chops in play.
Yep. We do see a Lugia V-Star, we do see a Mesagoza, but no way. Even if we search for the Archeops, there's no guaranteed way to discard it. So yes, we might just see a single Archeops play in this game.
Is there a route to just attach Double Turbo to the active and take a knockout without Summoning Star?
Honestly, yes. I would have really liked to see that from Reagan. You don't need that extra damage. Hitting for 220 or 200 or 180 with the 2 Double Turbos doesn't really make any sort of difference. And you give yourself that extra turn, right? Maybe you go Lumineon for Burnett, maybe you flip heads on Mesagoza and combine that with a Research. So yeah, Jeremy, I really would have liked that. Because you're not losing out on the aggression, right? You're not losing out on that prize card. So yeah, I think I would have really liked to see that path.
Mesagoza is the Stadium for the turn heads, so Reagan will be able to search his deck for any card. Does find that second Lugia V-Star. And this is where it gets a little scary. One Archeops in play, you don't have as much energy acceleration. Your single strike card is going to be a little bit worse here, especially if Azul has a Boss's Orders combination next turn.
Yeah, and Azul is holding double Rare Candy already in his hand and has the Force Seal Stone, so I would not be surprised to see that return KO on the Archeops, and then sure, you have Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and Single Strike Urshifu VMAX, but how on earth do you power it up? It's going to take you 4 total turns to get it ready to take down a Charizard. That's, by the time you're ready to do that, the game's going to be over, basically.
Ultra Ball found off the Mysterious Tail, but opts for that Battle VIP pass, probably already has one in hand, so you can discard it.
Yep. It's incredible how there were so many good cards off that Mysterious Tail, and the least useful is grabbed precisely because it's a resource you can get rid of. Not bad at all. Azul shuffling his deck, though, when you would imagine he's going to do a lot more actions before that.
I think that's just because Azul wants to make sure he doesn't misstep any of these sequences on stream. You want to play as tight as possible.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we'll roll for Pidgeot, already have the Rare Candy, and then Pidgeot will search for the Charizard, and then I would definitely predict that we're going to see a Force Seal Stone for a Boss's Orders onto that Archeops, which doesn't mean the game is over, but Reagan's going to have a huge mountain to climb to deal with anything, because he doesn't threaten the Pidgeot, doesn't threaten the Charizard. His damage output is now limited essentially to 200 damage for the rest of the game with 2 Lugia V-Stars. Even a third threat is not in the cards for Reagan at this point in time.
When this tech goes off, it is beautiful to see. Being able to get 2 Stage 2s in play with just nothing. There's that Force Seal Stone, like you were saying, searching for that Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders brings up Archeops, and this play wouldn't have happened if Reagan just did not Summoning Star this last turn.
Yeah, I mean, Reagan obviously valued getting energies into play. Reagan is our resident Lugia expert, if you will, but I definitely think holding off, right? Nothing would change for Reagan. He still would be 1 prize up, and then Azul's response would have been, his only opportunity to take a prize card would have been Boss KO the Stonejourner, right? And then sure, maybe this is the turn. You can't get Archeops into play again. All right, no worries, yeah. You'll get the 1 Archeops this turn, right? And then you'll get the same energies into play. Like, your field would look exactly the same, except either damage on a Lugia or the Stonejourner went down, and you don't mind that at all.
Single strike energy off the top for Reagan here. He's forced to attach that to the Stonejourner. You'd love to see some of the other colorless energies to start attaching to that Lugia V-Star on the bench.
Yep.
But here is Luminion V. The Luminous sign allows you to search your deck for a supporter card. Reagan eyeing down another Professor's Research, it seems like.
Professor's Research, which could have gotten the second Archeops in the discard ball, right? If we had grabbed that off Mesagoza. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think Reagan was a little precipitated on that choice. But hey, this is the game we have, and Reagan trying to make the best out of it. Does choose to penny back the Luminion to not give that liability to Azul, and he just does the damage. Pretty deflated, it seems, with his demeanor.
I guess the one benefit you have right now is Azul did use the 1 Professor's Research in the deck, so we'll only be able to quick search for something like Iono to grab more than a couple cards to try to get another Charizard set up. I guess you can always just quick search for a Charmander, and then the next turn just try to do it again.
Yeah, and then with the help of Mew, right, that Azul very carefully conserved, if he can only establish a Charmander this turn, right, then Azul promotes a Mew, and then if he finds an Ultra Ball, he can quick search for a Rare Candy. If he finds a Rare Candy, he can quick search for Ultra Ball. Or we can just see this 5-card Iono. Now, as you mentioned, though, if there's no Charmander established, Azul's field is not going to look super threatening at this point.
Ultra Ball was found. Thankfully for Azul, discards Iono and Manaphy. Will be able to grab a Charmander for the following turn. So, turn's going exactly how Azul would like to see it here. Boss's Orders and Iono are the last 2 cards in hand. Can't play any of those, so we'll be forced just to attack the active Lugia V-Star. It's going to be doing a good chunk of damage, 240.
Yeah, Not bad at all. And then even if you miss the Charizard next turn, as long as you have one energy, Entei can finish off this Lugia. Reagan certainly cannot afford to pay a retreat gust at this point with no Archaeops. He doesn't even have a guaranteed KO on the active Charizard with anything other than the Lugia, so should be fairly safe for Azul as long as he's able to find an energy and then also get closer to Charizard. But there's a universe where Azul might not be able to have like a great follow-up to what he currently has.
Reagan does have another double turbo energy though, so that will allow this Lugia V-Star on the bench to attack the following turn. So you at least get that stream of attackers going here. Another Mesagoza.
Mesagoza, though, is not a stadium I would have liked to see Reagan play. I believe he has the... Oh, no, he lost the collapse stadium. Yeah, I guess you can discard. Yeah, it's just in order for Stonejourner to be any sort of threat, with 2 energies, you do need that stadium down. And now that Mesagoza could actually help Azul establish another Charizard next turn with the heads flip.
Azul asking if Reagan wants to discard that Mesagoza.
Yeah.
Chooses to. And like you're right, yeah, if a heads flip for Azul would just be amazing. So
yeah, exactly.
You have to discard it. And Charizard off the top of the deck. Azul already has a couple supporters, but now you can go ahead and grab an Arven. And that Arven will allow you to grab Rare Candy. I guess you can just grab the Rare Candy and still play an Iono.
Yeah, both of those options definitely work. Without the Charizard, top deck, and Iono, 2-5 certainly would have given Azul some options, and then you figure out what else you want to grab. But maybe just eyeing the Super Odd here instead.
Yeah, there's 5 fire energy in the discard, 1 on the Entei V, 2 in the prize cards. That's no energy left for Azul right now. He is going to need to grab a Super Rod here. Super Rod back those energies and hope off this Iono to try to find something. But you're putting the Charizard on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, the Charizard going to the bottom, not even putting 3 energies back, only 2. So then of this Iono to 5, you need to either draw one of those or exactly Rare Candy Charizard if you want to do any sort of damage here. So yeah, as we mentioned before, Azul's board looking great, knocked out that Archaeops, but the follow-up is looking a little lackluster at this point in time.
Azul off this Iono needs an energy to be able to attack with Entei V. That's step 1. Step 2 is just trying to get that Charizard set up. I guess with just an energy, you can wait until the following turn.
Indeed, but with only 2 energy in the deck, drawing 1 is definitely not super likely. You can see Azul even looking card at a time.
He did get it.
Yes, 1 energy available. So we'll have the Entei follow-up. Also, we'll be able to establish a second Charmander in case Reagan does decide to go boss KO a Charmander. So things working out almost perfectly for Azul, drawing the exact cards he needs off that Iono.
With the knockout here from Azul, Reagan will be able to draw up to 7 cards with that gift energy on that Lugia V-Star. So Iono not really going to be doing as much disruption as Azul would like to hope, but 1 card off fleet-footed here. Rare Candy.
What are these cards off the top? All right, so we see the KO. Reagan will draw a bunch of cards. What he's hoping now for are those very nice single strike energies. Now, fortunately for Reagan, though, no threat to the Entei at this point in time. And with 3 prize cards left, it seems really difficult to close out your prizes at this point in time.
Lugia V off the top. Has a V-Star in hand, a bunch of colorless energies, Nest Ball, and Capturing Aroma. But it's going to be hard. There's not really a good attacker you can really power up. I'm going to be forced to do the Stonejourner here, but that is very easily knocked out by pretty much anything Azul can bring up.
Entei, yeah, with a full bench and the 1 bench Pokemon, does barely get the knockout on that Stonejourner if he wanted to, which is not bad. I actually kind of like that line of play because then Reagan very likely forced to take down the Entei, and then that means the Charizard will be powered up to 330 damage and will be able to take a KO. Now, if Luminion does get played, back-to-back Boss's Orders play is also in the cards thanks to that Pidgeot. And as long as Azul sets up one more Charizard, I think the game is going to go in his favor.
And did grab a Fire Energy off the prize cards. So with one in the deck, one in hand, that is enough to attack with your last Charizard EX. That is what Azul's trying to line up here. Already played the one Super Rod, so those are the last 2 energy in the deck. Is there a way where you can kind of force Azul to maybe retreat? Just leave the Mew in the active, maybe?
I mean, perhaps, but even the residual damage from Entei on the Lugia could be worth it as well, because that Stonejourner is really not a threatening Pokemon against the humongous HP that Charizard EX has. So I think as long as Azul plays it super safe, yeah, and just make sure that he has Rare Candy Charizard this turn, and even has the boss's orders, which I think he just top decked. So
wow.
Incredible, incredible draws for Azul Garcia Griego here.
I hate that he used 4 dice to do 180 damage.
Yep. Agreed. Agreed.
Fleet-footed finds an Arven here for Azul, and an Embarrassment of Riches in the hand. Quick search to go along with it. Gonna find that Escape Rope. Who needs a boss when you can just Escape Rope here?
True. And then you just knock out with Charizard. This does mean that Azul will take 2 further turns to knock out the Lugia, unless Reagan plays a boss's orders down, but that's okay. Yeah. I think if you're Azul, you'd rather just the Entei get knocked out, but I also understand trying to play it super, super, super safe.
Eyeing down Escape Rope or Charizard, decides to go with the Escape Rope here. Yes. All right.
Actually, maybe Azul just doesn't have a basic Pokemon to bench.
There's a Lumineon and a Charmander.
Okay, then I really like just taking a knockout with Entei, and then if Reagan attacks, the game's over. If Reagan doesn't attack, well, I guess if Reagan went... No, even if Reagan goes boss onto a Charmander or the Mew, now you're doing 300 damage. So just knocking out the Stonejourner with Entei, I think, well, it's just the fastest way to win, right?
Yeah, and I think grabbing the Escape Rope here, it and Penny are your outs to just having to pick up the Mew or something like that. So Escape Rope will bring up that Stonejourner, having the KO with this Charizard EX.
Yeah, just going for the KO here. Reagan, that does mean he will have to attack into the Charizard. If he takes any other KO, he will lose the match. And then as long as that Lugia is in range of the Entei, there's no room for Reagan to win this game. That second Arceus, I wish Reagan had held off just that one turn, right? I think it would have paid off majorly for him.
Burning Darkness, taking the KO. Nest Ball found off the prize cards here.
Stonejourner does have to go to a Lost Zone because of the Lost City. We do see the Lugia promotion. Can attach an energy to protect from the Entei, but Charizard at this point is doing 270 damage. Even a Charmander could finish off the Lugia after it takes a hit from the Charizard EX.
I don't know. I think you have to go Lumineon, Luminous Sign for boss, but no, Reagan is just conceding the game.
Yeah, if you go for the boss KO, Charizard now does 330 damage.
No, not even KO. Just bring up the Charmander.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Pass.
Hope, and then hope. Well, yeah, I mean, you've seen Penny. There's energies left, I guess.
Well, so there's one energy left, but it was in the prize card still. You force the Penny, there's no boss's orders coming down, and then next turn hope to draw another boss the Mew, and just sit there.
All right. I like that. I like that.
But with that, Azul Garcia Griego moving on to 11-2, 33 match points, setting himself up in a wonderful position to try to make top 8. 2 more rounds to go. And that is something as simple as just 2 IDs, maybe 1 win. And
I feel like 2 IDs based on how strong his start was today. Well, he did lose round 1, so maybe a little cautious he'd like to be, but overall, I'd be feeling pretty good with a double ID.
Yeah,
like about my chances. I think a double ID is safe, and that could mean back-to-back top 8 for Azul, which is honestly really impressive with the size of these tournaments and the variance that happens in the game of Pokemon. double back-to-back to Pates is fantastic.
And this was that game 1 here. After Reagan took the KO on a Pidgey, Azul able to couple together a Charizard EX with a Choice Belt and take that knockout on that Tyranitar V. Reagan did not really have much anything else. The 2 single strike energies in the prize cards, and then that double tails on Captain Aroma. Not able to get that single strike Urshifu VMAX out of the deck to save that V. And it was all over from there for that game 1.
Now, our main takeaway from the series is that it's easier to establish 2 stage 2s than it is to get 1 stage 2 in the discard pile, it seems.
And this was that game 2 where Reagan decided 1 Archeops is worth it, Summoning Star, get it out, and hope that these 2 Lugia V-Stars are going the distance, taking the KO off that Charmander. But Azul's hand was insane. Double rare candy, Pidgeot EX, Charizard EX, and able to get the boss's orders with that Star Alchemy, taking the KO on the lone Archeops. And from there, it was pretty much laid out. There was some chances that Reagan could have, but with Azul having everything available to him, thanks to that quick search, the only thing stopping him was those prized energies.
Indeed, those energies could have been a little problematic, and then Azul's response to that was very strong, but then his field was looking very bare bones until that Iono actually ended up helping him quite a bit. If the Iono doesn't give him exactly a fire and another way to get another Charmander in play, Boss's orders from Reagan could have caused havoc and actually really slowed down Azul in the grand scheme of things. Maybe just enough for Reagan to get back into it, but unfortunately that's not what we saw, and Azul was able to run away with this game. Those Ionos really pulling through for Azul. GG here.
Yeah, that one Iono where you just get everything needed, get that Super Rod and that Charizard up and running, really sealed the victory for Azul. Reagan's still not out of it. 2 more rounds to go.
Yep.
Does need to win both of them.
Does need to win both of them, yes. Winning 1 and tying 1 could lead to being on the bubble, could also lead to just not being enough, right? The size of these tournaments, day 2s are getting so big that I think we saw maybe in Pittsburgh, 35 being the bubble, which is like, I don't know, like last time I made the bait, 35 was like super safe. So.
35 was first seed.
Yeah, pretty much. So these tournaments are getting bigger and bigger, and it's becoming harder and harder to get those top spots. So having back-to-backs like Azul might have almost sealed here is, like I mentioned, very, very impressive.
Yeah, there is a lot of awkward matchups left out in the field, though. A couple, Chen Pao, Azul lost to 1 the previous round before this round 13. That's a very hard matchup for Charizard to deal with.
Yeah, indeed. There's the early game pressure of the Radiant Greninja, which Manaphy can't even protect you sometimes, and then you are able to withstand that. You set up your Charizard, and then can immediately go down to Chen Pao's attack. So definitely not a matchup you want to see as Charizard, and you're hoping some of those lost boxes can take care of the Chen Paos for you at this point in time.
All right, we are going to be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with our winners interview, so stay tuned.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We just had the 2024 Sacramento Regional Championships in sunny California, and the future was definitely bright for all our players. In a sea of Lost Box players with 22% of the meta share in Day 2, it looked to win a 3rd Regional Championships. But it took 2 newcomers to the game, going against the grain to break this meta. In the finals, we had Alexander Flatos playing Lugia V-Star against Nicolo Abate with Arceus V-Star Gyarados, both players playing in their very first regional championships. In Game 1, Alexander, with their trusty Luminion-Burnett combo, was able to get the ideal setup with both Archeops in play, and with Nicolo failing to evolve their Arceus V, led to a quick victory for Alexander. It was Alexander in Game 2 who missed their main Pokemon, unable to get Lugia V set up, leading Nicolo to take the game and take it to a Game 3. For Game 3, Alexander went first and was able to set up their Archeops, taking the early lead and finishing off the game with the powerful Weirdeer V to close things out, making Alexander Fleitos on his very first tournament the Sacramento Regional Champion.
Getting through the massive 280 hit points of Arceus V-Star, Alexander Fleitos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
It just goes to show, dreams do come true in the Pokemon trading card game, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here in the booth with the one, the only, Azul GG, the round 13 winner. How are we feeling, Azul?
I'm feeling pretty good. Still got a little ways to go to get that top 8, but we're getting close.
By a little ways, you mean 1 win or 2 ties?
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah,
it's so close.
2 points away, theoretically.
For sure. I want to talk about, real quick, your deck choice. The Charizard EX. I feel like a lot of good players are on it. I mean, you and Chip, and I've seen a lot. Tell me about that choice.
So yeah, me and my team, I talk about it all the time. We have our process that we go through. Grant was really hype on Charizard, so he was pulling specifically to, you know, like we weight our matchups and figure out what deck we think is probably the best for the tournament, as long as there isn't like some outlier caveats. Like we probably wouldn't show up with Guardia again, even if it won our spreadsheet, stuff like that. And yeah, so Grant was pushing for some of the matchups. We tested a couple of them where he thought they were a little bit more favored than we did, and he was right by a little bit. So it was just enough to get it to like the winning our spreadsheet.
There we go, and there it is again, the mythical spreadsheet. I feel like you have access to that. It's access to greatness. No, I kid, of course. It's everyone testing in that play group, and it really does show. I mean, Grant Manley's outside Chip almost made it to day 2, and again, a bunch of amazing players. I'm curious, though, what made second place in this spreadsheet?
I think it was Fusion Mew. I think it was Fusion Mew, which actually would have been a pretty good play. Like the main chargers that are up at the top is me and then Luna. So if I was playing Fusion Mew, there wouldn't be that much Charizard up at the top. I did face, I faced one, I guess, in day 1. But yeah, I think Fusion Mew would have been a pretty good play for this tournament. I think Vance brought it again. You know, won Worlds with it, took a break off in Sacramento, and then is running it back. So I think Fusion Mew would have been a pretty good play.
That is true. We did see Vance Kelly on stream as well yesterday, and it was amazing to watch for sure. And you know, tell me about your process though. You came from top 8 back in Sacramento.
Yep.
And tell me about what your mindset was and how you prepared for this tournament. And you're gearing up into another top 8.
I mean, not too much. I didn't get to do too much testing. The meta's already figured out a little bit, so it's just kind of like, what are these more fringe matchups, or what are like the few matchups we still want a little bit of information on, and then, you know, we apply that to our spreadsheet and then just kind of see what it spits out. So that's what we did a little bit more with Zard going into this weekend specifically. Nothing like crazy. I'm trying to think of anything crazy happened in Lil because Lil was last weekend.
There was a Goodra in top 8. Was that
there was a
spreadsheet? No?
We did put on the spreadsheet. It did okay, but none of us really tested the deck too much. As a deck, I wish I had tested a little bit more before going to this tournament, just to see if it's better than I thought it was. And I mean, Hermani's here. I don't know how they're doing, but they were up at the top at the end of day 1.
Hey, I'm just saying, I have all the data for Goodra if you want to put that into the spreadsheet. No, but yeah. And then yesterday, we have to talk about it. You went absolutely fire. 9-0 into day 1. And again, in this absolutely huge field, a really competitive tournament as well. This is the most international regional to date, probably. How does that feel? Going 9-0, and what was your mindset going to day 2 then?
I mean, yeah, it was kind of cool. I also don't think I dropped a game. I think I was 18-0 in games as well. I'm pretty sure. Like, I thought back on it at the end of the night. I'm pretty sure I went 18-0 in games.
So a true undefeated.
Yeah. That's right. And then I lost round 1 to the opponent I played in round 9. I played against them round 1. They 2-0'd me. Yeah, I mean, it felt good. But like, the only thing that matters at the end of the day is like the top 8 or the dub at the end. So like, that's what I'm mostly focused on.
All right, and tell me how are you feeling now then, going into potentially a top 8? Your mindset there.
Depends how many more Canadians I hit playing Chien Pao.
That's true. Chien Pao is a very, very scary deck. A couple of fun questions before I let you go. I'm sure we know so much about Azul, but tell me a fun fact.
Fun fact? This is where I like draw a blank, because my whole life is like Pokemon. So I guess fun fact would be my second favorite Pokemon is Shroodle.
I wasn't expecting that one. I don't have a rebuttal for that. Azul and Strudel just don't mix with me.
I'm a big Strudel fan, little derpy dude.
I'm not even sure what that is.
You don't know what the Strudel is?
Is that the thing that turns into the painting guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're on.
Wow, I saw the disappointment in your eyes there for a second. But all right, last before I let you go, because it's spooky season, what deck are you afraid of facing the most?
Yeah, it's got to be the Chien-Pao for sure. That's it. Yeah, it's got to be the Chien-Pao Excalibur. It's a really tough matchup. Lost to one today. I was even in a situation where they had like a slow opening and I still lost. So it's just, yeah.
And they just hit those big numbers, and 220 sometimes a little bit tough for Charizard, especially if they have to take
you don't have like any aggressive early options. Like you can't Charizard with Choice Belt. Still only does 180. So like the Choice Belt doesn't do anything. You're only hitting 80 on a Chien-Pao if it's in the active. You can try and scrap together like a one prize knockout, but even if you get that one prize knockout, you're still behind on the prize trade. So it's like not quite an impossible matchup, but it's pretty tough.
Well, they can fill up their bench. You fill up your bench, and they can hit. No,
they haven't made that mistake yet.
Probably won't hit here into day 2.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to be feeling it. But if they do, hey, I'm down for it.
All right, yeah, I'm sure you can see that play for sure. All right, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my team, TGC, and shout out, Caleb and Grant as always.
All right, amazing interview, Azul. I'm sure we're going to see more of you either now or in future seasons. But yeah, thank you so much for the interview. But don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of Pokemon action here today. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 US National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board. utilizing several Shamini X's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's Bee Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flair's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn and had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my goodness.
that's the whole game!
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I had a lot of damn Lost Box.
Oh. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge, to the Toronto Regional Championship. I have a very, very interesting guest for everyone here today. A regional champion, a Toronto Regional Champion, Lucas Oldale the Senior, Toronto Regional Champion. Give it up. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. It's kind of amazing to win because I haven't made top 8 since Milwaukee Regionals.
Okay.
So I kind of needed like something, and it came. So I'm happy.
It's big. It's big. This is an absolutely huge tournament. It sounds like you're a very accomplished player. Top 8 since Milwaukee. Have you won any other regional or top 8 any other you want to bring up?
Yeah, I won San Diego last year. I played Kyogre. I won OCIC in 2020 as a junior. I won Portland in like 2019, in DC Open in 2019.
Wow, okay. So very, very colored pass, and I cannot wait to see the future for Lucas here. Let's talk about your tournament. What did you bring to the Toronto Regional Championships?
So I brought Arctura, like Mawile. My thought process was just like, if I'm attacking with Arceus on the first turn, disrupting them and using Sharon, I'm probably in a good spot to not lose. So
that's for sure. Arctura Mawile.
Yeah.
Okay. Has the Mawile did the Mawile pay off?
I did not announce Tempting Trap a single time this weekend.
Well,
so.
in that case, it's just Arc Duraludon. The
Yeah.
Duraludon helped out a ton, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You face a lot of Lugia?
One. I only hit one in top 4.
Only one in top 4. Tell me
Yeah.
about your matches then.
So I hit like 3 Lost Box. That matchup's like fine because you just put like 700 HP on the board with like 2 Arceus, 3 Arceus. I hit like a Miraidon. That was kind of weird because they got the turn 1 KO on an Arceus game 1, but game 2 I just kind of like did my stuff. She was kind of nervous, and so she made like a few mistakes. That's fine. So I kind of carried that match. I had a Fusion Mew, but that matchup's pretty good because you just like Tomb, Judge Path, and then they just kind of fumble because there's so much that they need to handle with that amount of
disruption.
Yeah, with that amount of ability lock. Yeah.
Tomb, Judge, and Path. I'm
Yeah.
actually scratching my head right now how I get out of that. I'd
Yeah.
have to have a couple of Fusion Strike energies and the Stadium Bump.
Yeah.
That does seem tough. That's a little extra. And then you talked about you facing Miraidon. Is that a tough matchup in your opinion for the deck?
It's like 50-50 for sure. If they get lucky on the first turn, you can definitely lose. But in general, you just like attach 3 V-Guards to your Arceus. Raichu then needs to discard 6 energy. And if they don't, you just like dig for Sharon. And then you Sharon, and they have to do it all over again. You end up just like out-tempoing.
Yeah, that is big. That is big for sure. In my mind, I'm thinking Miraidon is such a fast and powerful deck. It just hits 220 sometimes even on the first turn.
Yeah.
And your Arceus, it takes more time for you to set up. But hey, you set 50-50. I believe that. It made it happen, right? Tell me about how you prepared for this tournament.
So I just tried to run as many games as I possibly could. 2 days before the event, I started just absolutely grinding. I ran like, I want to say 40 games within 2 days.
40 games, okay.
But then the past couple weeks I had been playing and I had like 40 games there. So I just tried to get as many games in. I put all my games on a spreadsheet, used like some data trackers for like what percentage of the decks I've played against and what percentage of the time I win. And then I kind of just saw what my worst matchups were, what I hadn't prepared against, and I tried to prep into that.
It's funny you bring up spreadsheets because before you, I did just interview Azul GG, and he was talking about the exact same thing, making sure you test, you put in your data, you review what you've been playing, right? And I think that's exactly what you did, and it brought you great success. Again, huge congratulations. This is big. You're regional champion now. You get the instant Worlds invite. Must be nice. Are you excited for that?
Yeah. I'm especially happy because I get to go to San Antonio now with the money, and I was definitely in jeopardy of not going to San Antonio if I didn't win.
Oh, wow.
So, or like if I didn't get money. So it's nice.
I'm glad you can make it out to San Antonio because I would love to see more of Lucas. Again, very, very talented player here. A couple more questions, though, before I do let you go. A couple of fun ones. Tell me a fun fact about Lucas.
My favorite Pokemon's Sotodle. Started playing in 2015 when I was 5 or 6.
5 or 6?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. So
top 8'd my first regional when I was 6.
I'm just over the moon right now. I'm so impressed. Again, I'm a Pokedad. I'm training my son right now, and you know what? Maybe someday he could be as good as Lucas O'Dale. Because right now he's like, he's trying. He's trying. 5 or 6. Maybe you can coach him.
No. Get like Tord or something.
No, for sure. But yeah, last question before I do let you go. You know, just because it is spooky season, I know the tournament's done for you, but what deck are you scared of the most?
I dislike when Chen Pao hits double switcher Cologne. That is not very fun.
Yeah, that is pretty scary.
Yeah.
I guess it'd be Greninja would be the scariest Pokemon there.
Yeah.
Greninja's just too powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I made like a list. My mom, my dad, Landon, Will, Ken, Shin, Tabletop, Ferb, who else? There was one more. Barrazas, Wiser's League, Treasure Chest League, Zephyr League, Canada. I don't know.
Shout out to Canada.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I love it. I love your you got it. You memorized it. If you ever miss any, just let me know. I'll shout them out after.
One more.
Okay.
Toronto group. Camille, them, Bidzinski's, all of them. Toronto group.
Amazing, amazing. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Lucas. Best of luck for the future tournaments. Congratulations again to becoming a regional champion.
Thank you.
Very, very big. I'm so glad we got this interview.
Yeah.
But with that, I think we do have the next round for the Masters here at the regional, the Toronto Regional Championships. We'll throw it to the casters.
Oh, Canada indeed. Great to see Lucas take down the win in his home country. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined by Pablo Meza, back in the booth here. We have round 14 coming up pretty soon.
Indeed, and a very exciting match. I think the viewers are definitely going to enjoy the choice we have here for them, but we're not going to reveal it just yet. We need the players to be able to set up and everything, but really looking forward to this upcoming match right here.
Well, speaking of the viewers, let's go ahead and take a look at some of y'all's social media posts out there and see how you're enjoying this weekend so far. Overload events, we made day 2, 161 TCG, 50 VGC players are here bright and early on your path to victory. They came a couple hours before we did and have been playing all day, hoping to crown those champions. And that's what we're here to do, Championship Sunday. That's what we do.
Indeed, and these tournaments are getting so big, like 161 TCG players for day 2, 50 for VGC. Both games growing and growing, and these tournaments are a big grind. Yeah, so we'll have to see who makes it all the way and attains that victory.
Then, of course, going on, Sheldon, I made my first day 2 at Regional since I got back into the game this year. 2 brutal losses to Chiampao and ID to get into the next stage. Let's see how today goes on our community choice there. Fortunately, it was up against Felipe Luna and Sawyer Melvin. So fans didn't choose that match against Grant Shen, but able to take down there.
Yeah, and Sheldon very happy to make it to day 2 and being featured in our notable matches when he went up against Grant Shen. Pretty cool to see. It's always exciting, right, to make your first day 2. I definitely remember that feeling, especially after a series of like regionals where you're almost there, and then finally breaking through. I'm sure Sheldon was ecstatic to make it.
It's all about setting those goals for yourself. So your first goal, make day 2. Next goal, do well in day 2, maybe top 32. Then your next goal, top 8. Then the next goal, take down that tournament.
Yep.
Sometimes it happens all at once.
Indeed, or one step at a time as well, right? I think the most important thing is trying to focus on one game at a time, right? Regardless of it's round 15 or round 1, the next most important thing is the first game.
The simple little Pikachu mage showing off the pumpkin carving skills. Hopefully we are going to be doing their pumpkin justice later on with you see all of our pumpkins that we've been carving throughout the weekend. Always great to see that, though. You love the Halloween spirit, especially with Pokemon.
Indeed, I'm getting into it. Yeah, I hope my pumpkin is up to the standards that we're seeing. Look at that. Yeah, look at that Charizard pumpkin.
Yeah, the big fire in the belly of that Charizard. Hoping to take down this tournament, but has a lot of tough matchups going down.
Yeah. That Charizard looking fierce, though. Very, very fierce. Like, looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that's very intricate. You were already having trouble with just the Mimikyu outline. Imagine doing that one.
I am definitely a pumpkin noob. That's why I play the TCG, because pumpkins are just a little too hard for me.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings for the latest Swiss round here. Round 14, Demetrius Eaton, 35 match points, almost a guarantee into top 8. Gabriel Smart, 34. Sitting pretty good there to try to make that top 8 with just an ID, maybe a win to get some more championship points or get some more match points into top 8. Jake Riggs, Azul Garcia Grego, our lone 33 match point players. And then going down the list, Christian Marino, Grant Shen, 32. JW Krewall with that Miraidon, rounding off the top of the 31 match points.
Now on the other side, we have Ian Robb, Hermani, Alex, all at 31 points. Shin and Grant and Christian as well, all very close. Probably need a win and maybe an ID to be in the bubble. Very likely still need 2 wins. And then Felipe and Miloslav, both players at 30 points. They definitely need to win the next 2 to be able to have a top 8 contention. Probably guarantees, definitely guarantees with 36. Ritzy Felipe at the very top yesterday, and we see today has not been going as smoothly as yesterday, but that's to be expected, right? The field is really, really difficult.
Well, speaking of really difficult things in the field, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage for our match. It's going to be a doozy for all y'all. JW Kriwall, the Miraidon master himself, up against Shin Komiya, playing block Snorlax control, Pablo. Now, Kyle did not want to cast this one, but I'm excited for it. I love a little control.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. Block Snorlax came out in the Pokemon Go set, had a little bit of hype there. It's been a card that has been consistently in many people's minds. It actually had a little bit of success over in Japan, being played in the colorless Lugia list, which have been doing pretty well. We haven't seen that quite yet over here, but we're gonna see Snorlax, and this Snorlax has a very solid chance at making it to top 8 if he goes through this incredible Miraidon player that is JW.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about. Competed for 13 years, favorite Pokemon Dragonite. Meanwhile, Shin has competed in Japan as well as over 5 years, and his favorite Pokemon, Espeon.
Espeon, very, very cool Pokemon for sure. And these prizes, 3 energies being prized, can be problematic against a deck that focuses on denying resources. And over on Shin's side, that Pidgeot B could actually be problematic. It helps you in preventing deck out scenarios if you manage a perfect lock. It helps you also to force heal stone for any given card that you need at any point. Shin is also playing the Rotom V, but of course you'd rather not have any multiple prize liabilities if you can on the field. So we'll have to see what tools Shin has against Miraidon. I would have loved to see the Belly Bolt. One line of Belly Bolt, you set that up, it's over for Miraidon, but that's not in this deck list. But there is Belly Bolt in day 2, I believe.
All right, here we go, round of 14. Looks like Shin is going to start things off here for us today. Block Snorlax in the active spot. No, it's going to be JW starting things off here.
Yep, JW with the tandem unit cannot retreat. Yeah, cannot manually retreat the Miraidon, but there are 2 escape ropes and 2 switch cards as switching options. None of them were prized as far as I could tell, so should be JW should not have any trouble attacking with the right Pokemon. Now, if you see a block Snorlax, you have to imagine there's other sort of disruption or damage prevention, such as Mimikyu, right? So you do need to have a balanced field of not too many Pokemon, not too many liabilities, but also single prize attackers or non-rule box attackers. And you need to make sure that everything can be powered up. So it's going to be very important to manage your resources and your bench very correctly here.
I think the one benefit for JW in this matchup is that everything in the deck can technically attack. Yep. Even the Mew EX can copy Collapse from the Snorlax and be able to take a knockout there. You are going to have to be very careful on conserving those 2 switch card, 2 escape rope, like you were saying. And here, 2 Raikou V are the cards of choice for JW off that tandem unit.
Yeah, 2 Raikou V, decent choices. I feel like 2 is unnecessary when they're not going to be threatened in terms of getting KO'd. You'd only need 1. However, JW probably doesn't know exactly what Shin is playing. He doesn't know whether he can be aggressive or not, whether his Pokemon can get knocked out. So having powered up back-to-back attackers, definitely going to be important. And we do see the path to the peak getting played down. So I think a way to win for Shin here could be to trap something in the active, such as a Flaffy if that ever hits the field, because then you can potentially penny loop out of the very low damage output that they have. Mimikyu immediately gets played, and then an Iono, so JW does have ways to find other basic Pokemon, but he might be regretting a little bit playing that path to the peak down.
Not having access to Fleet-Footed for basically the entire game. There is 3 Temple of Sinnoh in Shin's list, but that's not a card you're going to play in this matchup. There's only basic energies in JW's deck. And speaking of basic energies, did not have one to attach turn 1.
Indeed, no energy attachment, which is exactly what you need to start pressuring Shin's deck. Shin, on the other side, might want to counter a path to the peak so that he has access to Rotom V. So we will likely see a Temple of Sinnoh. There's actually a Nest Ball. And the way to really try and have like penny loops, the way to be able to deny resources, you need a bunch of cards in your hand, right? So accumulating those with Rotom V is pretty important. However, you do establish that liability. So we'll have to see. Yeah, both players, I think JW playing very careful, not knowing exactly what he's up against, and then Shin appreciating the fact that There's no single prize Pokemon set up just yet. We'll have to see what tricks he's up to and how he manages to create an ideal lock against JW, where his only win condition is decking him out.
It is all about trapping something in the active or preventing damage with that Mimikyu and its safeguard ability. JW does have some plays against Mimikyu as well, because it only prevents damage, so Mew EX can actually copy Ghost Eye.
Yeah.
Take the knockout if there's not a Bravery Charm on that Mimikyu, and then there's also Flaffy and Zapdos to be able to attack.
I think Zapdos is definitely the Pokemon that JW would love to establish. It actually does a significant amount of damage. It 2-hit KOs Snorlax, whereas Flaffy only does 50 damage, right? So that's if the Snorlax has a Bravery Charm, which JW, I believe, do not have any way to remove from what I can tell. And that means it takes 4 hits to get the Snorlax. That's plenty to be able to recycle resources with Silene, Palpat, and they just have an impossible penny loop.
Rotom V was found off the Nest Ball Bravery Charm on that Rotom, but here is Escape Rope. Gonna force that Mimikyu into the active spot most likely.
Yep, Mimikyu, relatively safe, right? As you mentioned, Mew can target it down. Mew might be JW's attacker of choice, utilizing Snorlax's own attack against it. And as you mentioned, can bypass Mimikyu's protection because Ghost Eye places damage counters and doesn't do actual damage.
JW now, after that Escape Rope, has Ultra Ball, discards Iono and Miraidon EX. We'll find what looks like a Mareep here. And then the last card in hand, pretty good. It's a Professor's Research.
Yep, never hurts to have last card Professor's Research. Does, like I said, has to be careful with the digging. I'm not a big fan of this Mareep. That's definitely a target that Shin will be eyeing up. However, JW did have to play an Escape Rope right now. Will have 2 switch cards available, which cannot switch out Flaffy, though. Maybe 1 Escape Rope will be enough, but if Shin is able to continually bring that Flaffy up, if it does get evolved, that could be problematic. I really would have preferred to see the Zapdos and just not risk the Flaffy at all, because even with 4 Crushing Hammers, even if all 4 are heads, you still have plenty of energy to have enough to power up your attackers and go through Shin's Pokemon, I feel.
Crushing Hammer. I don't even see Crushing Hammer in this list.
There you go. Yep. No Crushing Hammer. But JW doesn't know that, right? We have the privilege to be looking at the deck list. If you see stall, if you see an annoying deck such as this one, you always assume there's at least some form of energy denial, right?
And there is a pass to the turn. Shin drawing a Peonia here. Has an Arven to go along with it, and I think that might be the card of choice here. Now, having attached the Bravery Charm to the Rotom V, that turns off your Forest Seal Stone from being able to be attached there and use Star Alchemy. So this Arven, not as good.
Not as good indeed. I definitely would appreciate the Peonia a little more. Try to unlock that Pidgeot from the prize cards. However, it will be that Arven. I mean, an extra Bravery Charm for the Snorlax is pretty good. A Bravery Charm for the Mimikyu could also be pretty good. Thinning in general going to be important. And we'll have to see what Shin's plan is. I think he's the one that needs to react to what JW does. JW needs to slowly but surely apply pressure without using up too many of his resources. But I still think that Mareep, if that ever gets evolved, could be a mistake.
I spoke too soon. What a combo. Hisuian Heavy Ball able to search out that Pidgeot V from the prize cards to go along with that Forest Seal Stone. So pretty good route here. Maybe the Forest Seal Stone gets the Stadium bump, so you can end the turn by drawing a couple cards with Rotom V.
Yeah, I mean, you're committed to the Rotom V being in play. It is pretty nice that Rotom V with the Bravery Charm is sitting at 240 HP, so it's out of range of Miraidon's attack. It's out of range of Raiku's attack as well. Could then be picked up. So yeah, we could see the Path to Peak get countered through a Temple of Sinnoh and just start getting more resources, right? Right now, you're pretty safe. No way to accelerate energy onto the Mew unless Flaffy hits the field, and I generally don't think Shin would mind encouraging that at this point in time.
Well, there is that Star Alchemy from that Forest Seal Stone. Did not see the card that Shin eyed down, but it was very fast. So you would have to expect it's that Temple of Sinnoh here. And there it is, that play, Temple of Sinnoh from those packs again. You love to see it.
And immediately shuffles back that Pidgeot V with Vanishing Wings, making sure that's not a liability, trying to get the most out of JW's resources, make sure he exhausts them all so that he can eventually have the perfect trap. And we do see the switch card onto the Snorlax and finishing the turn with a +3 draw from Rotom V. Now, as I mentioned though, the collapse attack will be used against Snorlax itself. However, the Pokemon does fall asleep, so that's another annoying thing that JW has to go through in order to continually attack. And some unlucky flips could buy Shin enough turns to make sure he has what he needs.
And like you were saying earlier, one escape rope down, that means just one left to be able to get something like a Flaffy out of the active spot. And Shin is really going to rely on these Misfortune Sisters to be able to look at the top 5 cards of JW's deck and discard any item cards found. And if you're able to hit switch cards and escape rope, it's very good. And JW needs to learn from me. Those electric generators not getting any energy.
With the electric generator, pretty big here. Now, JW does need one more basic Pokemon for Raikou to threaten the Snorlax. Also needs to invest a switch card if he wants to get that KO. Could also play it slow and just attach to the active and power up to be able to genome hacking that attack for the next turn. Yeah, so playing it slow and steady wins the race so far. And yeah, Bravery Charm useful in terms of making Mew more durable, but realistically, at this point, with what you've seen, I think you can get an idea that there's very few, if any, threats happening to your Mew.
Yeah, honestly, I just like keep it in hand. Maybe it's just an extra card for a judge later on to make the deck bigger.
Yeah, to replenish.
Shin draws for turn. Boss's orders. There's that Misfortune Sisters in hand as well, but you have to start thinking this Mew EX is going to start attacking next turn, so you have to prevent either the knockout on the Snorlax or get a new one. Here is the Boss's orders on the Miraidon EX.
Just to draw +3, so slow turn for Shin. No Bravery Charm to protect that Snorlax from getting KO'd by the Mew. Will force a switch card out of JW if he wants to get a KO. And no backup Snorlax. Yeah, so both things could be a little problematic depending on what Shin drew. He also has a Snorlax prized as well, so forcing JW to go through like 6 Snorlaxes to get the most out of his resources could be problematic. So we'll have to see what Shin is planning for next turn. But JW finally going to be the aggressor here and take this first KO.
Using the switch cards, so now only 2 more outs to retreat Pokemon here. Does have the Ultra Ball, can go ahead and grab that Flaffy if he chooses. Dynamotor, get an energy on something like a Raikou V. Or eyeing down that Zapdos.
Zapdos does feel a little bit of a waste if you can just tandem unit for it. We'll have to see what the choice is. You have control of when the Path to Peak gets into play, so I really wouldn't like to see a basic Pokemon get chosen, but I mean, of course, there's the freedom to do so. I also don't like the Flaffy hitting play ever, so I'm okay with this. I also don't like, though, the discarding of resources, as you mentioned. Like, the game might come down to buying yourself enough time to judge or something. I mean, you've seen the Pidgeot, but if you manage to stick a path, right, maybe the Pidgeot will, like, if you win the Stadium War, then the Pidgeot cannot save Shin from decking himself out at that point.
And there is that restart from the Mew EX. Genome hacking, copying Snorlax for the KO.
And waking up immediately. That's a pretty big flip. We're going to see the Rotom, which does have free retreat. So that's always... Oh, no, it does not have free retreat. Pardon me. It can tank a hit. Scrap Short, of course, cannot. Or Mew is good, but it definitely won't have enough tools to copy to KO. And with a slower start, there's no other threat, so a chill turn here could actually be okay as well.
And for those of y'all new to the control matchup on stream, Shin's basically going to want to play just one game. There is no real route to victory if Shin loses game 1. already 14 minutes down in the match. Really hoping to just play one long game, force JW to go through a bunch of single prize Pokemon, and hope it's enough. Bravery Charm, very good here on that Mimikyu. It's going to help protect it against the genome hacking on Ghost Eye.
Now that JW has locked himself on the bench, no Zapdos hitting play, the only way to deal with that Mimikyu is either Fluffy or Mew itself. But if you manage to trap literally anything else, then that Mimikyu could be impossible to take down. So that Flying Pikachu, it's good, but I really would have liked to see a Zapdos right there and just patiently power it up. So the fact that there's so many Pokemon into play means that with the energies that JW prized, if he doesn't have 15 energy total to power up everything to be a threat, right? So if Shin is able to capture something in the active, once all the energies are gone, that could also be another win condition.
Genome hacking, copying the scrap short, gonna be able to do 80 damage here, 40 plus 40 for every tool you put in the Lost Zone from your discard. Well, that Bravery Charm's not going to do anything to this card. Might as well get that extra damage out. It will allow Shin to use Penny to bring this Rotom V back up if he chooses.
I think if you're JW, you're really hoping to get a turn where you can KO Snorlax and play a Judge. And that makes Shin's response a little bit too difficult, right? Shin has not been able to establish a bunch of Snorlaxes in play. The active doesn't have a Bravery Charm, so it is in range of the Mew EX genome hacking once again. We do see the Penny, and that Bravery Charm could go onto the active Snorlax. But I think also having the Rotom V out of range of Raikou and out of range of possible Miraidon hit is also important. So lots of choices to be made, and as you mentioned, neither player will be able to likely finish 3 games, right? So we're likely going to only see this one, so you need to be extra careful with every action that you take.
Well, I think with the way the bench is now, Rotom V still could tank a hit against a Raikou V, so having that Bravery Charm on the Snorlax a lot better. JW's hand is not doing him any favors, though. Just a lot of energy, a Collapse Stadium as well, so attached to the Miraidon EX and a pass of the turn. In a couple turns, this Miraidon will be able to attack, take a knockout on the Snorlax, but Shin's going to hopefully have something to say about it.
Another Snorlax hitting the board. Shin further stabilizing and trapping JW. JW, like I mentioned, being extra careful, gathering more information and formulating a game-winning plan, I hope. But his bench looking a little underwhelming in terms of dealing with Mimikyu.
The third Bravery Charm on Snorlax on the bench that was just found with the Nest Ball. Shin still has an option for support of this turn and is going to look at the entire deck here. Pokegear 3.0 grabs boss's orders. Or I guess it wasn't the entire deck.
Yeah.
I was very
I was a little shocked by that. Like, already?
Surprised. Yeah.
No. There's still plenty of deck. And with Pidgeot, there's no threat of ever decking out as long as you have a stadium, right? If you're ever caught where JW plays the last stadium, which could be Path to a Peak, and then you can't shuffle back with Pidgeot, that could be problematic. But now we see the Misfortune Sisters. Can we hit
Escape Rope?
Escape Rope or Switch card?
Oh, that's 3 cards.
Switch card hitting the discard pile. That means JW is now down to 1 Escape Rope total.
All right, this is what Shin is wanting. You want to get rid of the resources that are actually going to help JW take these knockouts. Ending the turn with Rotom V yet again. Electric Generator off the top for JW. Has an energy to attach for the turn. But honestly, I think I like saving the energy in the deck just as more hits for Misfortune Sisters.
Yeah, honestly, thinning the deck of any resources here doesn't seem too great. Does hit 1 energy, will be able to place it down maybe on the Raikou, on the bench, but as mentioned, there's only, like, if you're Shin, you don't know exactly how many energies JW plays, but if it's the usual standard, which is 14, right, or less, then there's not enough energies to power up everything. So eventually you should be able to trap something that will not be able to attack. every turn that goes by, I am fancying Shin's chances more and more. And even though now there's no more space on the bench because of that collapsed stadium, Shin definitely has a way to get rid of that. And JW very smartly protecting from an Echoing Horn play with that Super Rod.
Yeah, definitely a little bit hard because it's the one Super Rod.
Yep.
You're not able to get back more energies. Just has to put back a Raikou V and a Miraidon EX. And has that collapsed stadium in play, but you are right, trying to protect against Echoing Horn. Going to restart here for 2 cards. Finds Professor's Research. I don't believe he has played a supporter for the turn, but having to discard an energy and draw 7 cards from your deck is just helping Shin out more and more.
Now, we could have a huge turn upcoming here. Shin does have a counter stadium, and JW did draw this Squawk ability, so if he counters the stadium, takes a look at JW's hand, and is able to bench the Squawk. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Well, we could see Stadium plus Echoing Horn. There's the Squawk. That could be a target, and that could be the Pokemon that Shin traps in the active that is 100% not a threat at all. I don't think with only one escape rope left, JW could do anything to bypass double ghosting effects onto that Squawk ability, which only does 20 damage.
And speaking of escape rope, JW just played it here to try and attack this turn. That means there's no more rope or switch cart left for JW, I believe.
I think Shin is very close to creating this not perfect lock, right? Because the Squawk can attack, but 20 damage is nothing. We're about to see Genome Hacking copy Mimikyu. Mimikyu isn't even going down thanks to this Bravery Charm right here, making it have 120 HP. And we also see the Flaffy hit the field as a potential follow-up to attack Mimikyus, but I'm not liking how this is playing out for JW.
I guess there is a route. Oh, wow. Temple of Sinnoh off the top as well. Not sure if he even had one in hand, but Echoing Horn brings out the Miraidon EX.
What?
Pokemon catcher here. Tails. I guess Miraidon's the same thing. It's 3 energy to attack.
But that can eventually KO, though. Why?
Pokemon catcher yet again. Heads.
What?
Brings up the Miraidon EX. Can eventually KO, but it is 3 energy, right? So there is 8 in play.
Right, but then why not choose something that can never KO? Like Squawk 10-hit KOs the Snorlax. That gives you all the time in the world to flip as many tails as you want with Silene and eventually recover. I do not understand why we did not see the Squawk hit the field of that Echoing Horn. It did get discarded, right, off of the research.
Pokegear does find Penny for Shin, though. Will be able to pick up this Mimikyu if he chooses.
Yep, so Mimikyu will be able to be healed here with Mew not able to KO it. Now we get the Miraidon being trapped, and JW is completely out of ways to switch. There's no Penny in JW's deck, so that Miraidon is now completely trapped as we see Shin start the cycle of putting back resources with Palpad and Silene to make sure you have the right resources to lock this game down.
The good old Silene Palpad lock that we used to see in Mew so long ago. Now, JW does have a ton of Pokemon in hand, and one way to get out of the active spot is to boss's orders, something like that Rotom V, and be able to retreat the active Miraidon, but that is just a 1-turn solution. Shin has at least 5 turns if it's just a single prize knockout after single prize knockout.
I will say, I think a path opened up for JW once that second stadium hit the board. Now JW has 2 paths to the peaks left. That means as long as the path to the peak remains as the stadium, Pidgeot V cannot use Vanishing Wings to continually replenish the deck, and Shin is continually playing more and more resources, assuming he can utilize Pidgeot in order to prevent his own deck out.
Misfortune Sisters discards Electric Generator from the top of the deck for JW.
Gonna be an interesting turn of events here, as it seems like both players are close to decking out. JW's deck looking very, very small as we see it on camera, but does have 2 copies of Judge. I'm not sure if any of them have hit the discard ball yet. See the 4th Bravery Charm hit the field for Rotom, and now Shin's board is looking fantastic. JW just draws and passes.
Yeah, all the energy is basically in play. Only, what, 5 left in the deck? And 2 of them are in the prize cards. Actually, 3 of them, depending on what prize card JW actually took, and 1 of the judge in the prize cards as well.
Yeah. So Super Rod also gone, so none of ways to replenish the deck. No ways to recover energies either off that Super Rod in case there were any were hit the discard pile. One was taken, but those other 2 feel like they're going to be there forever.
Big head split for the Silene here. At least 1.
1 heads. Probably going to put back Palpad, I would imagine. I'm surprised we don't see double Silene in Shin's deck. I feel like that would be that would definitely compensate for a Path to Peak sticking on the board and not having the resource on the Pidgeot. So it might come down to that 25% chance of flipping double tails before JW ends up being the one who decks himself out. So gonna be an interesting close to this game 1.
Electric Generator does find 2 energies here, but you only need to attach 1 because you still need an energy to retreat.
And we see Judge, but you can't retreat though because of Snorlax's block. So,
well, in combination with the boss's orders in the same turn, but
all right. So 9 energy in play, and if there's 13 total, that means with 2 of them being prized, there's only 2 energies left. That means Miraidon cannot attack.
Wow. Okay, Path to the Peak for JW, but Shin right away top decks that Temple of Sinnoh, and JW scoops up the game. Shin taking game 1 over Miraidon, which seems like kind of an interesting matchup, really back and forth.
It does seem like an interesting matchup. However, I generally think there's a much better way to play it. Just get that Zapdos out. You get Zapdos that can attack every single turn. You apply so much pressure that Shin needs to penny over and over and over. You know there's no way for your Zapdos to be damaged, right? You saw basically the whole of Shin's deck. There's no attacking threat. There's no way to take prizes. Just get that Zapdos powered up in the active. Cannot be stopped by Mimikyu. Cannot be stopped by Snorlax. It's not threatened at all. And then just overwhelm with pressure. I think that's the way to go. And that's what I'm hoping to see of JW in this game 2. I feel like that game 1 was definitely a big missed opportunity. Why go for that Flying Pikachu? And then this Pokemon Catcher head flip ended up trapping that last Miraidon, which I also would have loved to have that be a Squawk. I feel like the 20 damage would not have been enough pressure, especially if there's a Mimikyu to protect eventually as well. We'll have to see what happens here.
And this is where the matchup knowledge really comes in handy. Shin has been hopefully playing this matchup a lot. Miraidon has been creeping up in the standings throughout this entire month of regionals, and JW probably hasn't faced this deck very often.
Definitely not a deck that you would play against often, that you face against often, whether it's on the TCG Live, whether it's at your locals. However, there's definitely been, I mean, I'm pretty sure JW has played these sort of decks in the past as well, with Rowlet, Executor, and Vileplume and sort of decks. So managing your resources, applying pressure. One way you can beat the stall decks is through not taking yourself out, but you definitely need to apply pressure. And wow!
Oh no, just a pass of the turn. Pidgeot V in the active spot. That's weak to lightning, Pablo.
That is weak to lightning. I feel like regardless of which attacker Shin had, as long as JW has any form of offensiveness here, we'll be able to win this game here when Shin just goes draw pass. So that is one way JW can take this series, if he's able to win 2 very quick games that do not go on for much longer. If the more time you give to Shin's deck, the more it disrupts you, and the more time it has to establish the lock that we saw last turn.
Even if it was just a Snorlax in the active spot, this Mew EX would be trapped for a few turns. But JW has Ultra Ball here. He's eyeing down that Miraidon EX. You can tandem unit for a couple more Pokemon. Eyeing down that Forest Seal Stone to go along with it, so maybe an Arven coming along.
Yes, Shin, like after winning that game 1 very decidedly, this must feel very, very underwhelming.
Only hopes and prayers here. prayers up in the chat.
JW eyeing up the Force Seal Stone, probably might choose to play the Arven instead in order to grab that and electric generator, but there's no other energy in the hand, which is unfortunate. We see, wow, just bench locking himself 100%. No single prize Pokemon. Did have the switch card in case he needed that. Choosing to play the Arven instead in order to grab the electric generator. We need 2 cards. No, we need 1 energy because, yeah, we just need 1 energy, right? One energy off the electric generator is enough for Raikou to take down that Pidgeot on turn 1.
Is there 1 in hand already?
There is no energy on turn 1.
Okay, so you need 2 energy.
No, because you can just grab the other one with Force Seal Stone.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah, all right. 1, 2, there's the energy.
There we go. All right.
We're going to see a dunk to finish this game.
1 energy for Seal Stone. Star Alchemy grab another energy. And with that Lightning Rondo, takes the knockout. That is 120 damage times 2. And we're going to a game 3 here.
This is definitely an unexpected turn of events. You can see JW smile. Went for it. Odds were in his favor, I would say. Not 100%. You definitely had a good chance of hitting any energy. I even think that you're grateful that there's no energy in your hand, because then you have maximum chances to hit an energy off of that electric generator. Just 1 is what he needed. Being able to directly search for the other one with a Force Seal Stone. Shin, if he had started the Snorlax, that would have been fine, because then JW would have needed 2 energies and an attack with Miraidon and a switch card, or the Mimikyu would have been pretty great. Still in range of Zapdos, but we're going into a game 3.
Going into game 3, 20 minutes left in our round 14. Both of these players are sitting at 31 match points, so a tie could potentially lead to a double win and in for them next round. But both these players are hungry for a win here. It's going to be more skewed in JW's favor. He is the one that is able to win in 20 minutes. Shin, maybe not so much.
Now, I'm wondering if Shin chooses to go second just to prevent this dunk.
Oh, yeah.
Have a chance at playing a supporter, right? An Arven for an S-Ball. Does play 7 basic Pokemon only, so that's a very low amount. But with for an S-Ball, for Arven, I think if you're going second, you should definitely be able to stabilize. I think we see a tie out of this round. And then that means, as you mentioned, both players in win and in scenarios. But of course, both players would have loved to just have the win and be able to ID the next one to make it to top 8 possibly.
And that is the reasoning why JW chose to go second in that second game of our match here, for that exact reason. Here we're going to see the prizes, Mimikyu and Pidgeot V in the prize cards, along with the Bravery Charm. Meanwhile, JW has Pats of the Peak and that Mew EX, along with that Electric Generator and 1 Lightning Energy.
Yeah, stadiums in the prizes, a big deal for sure. Couple Pokemon in the prizes for Shin as well, very impactful. The Mew, we saw JW really focus on that to attack with, can KO Snorlax and can deal with Mimikyu, so a very versatile attacker. But it's trapped in the prizes, it's at the very top, so we're probably not gonna see that as we see the Electric Generator hits right here.
Really interesting to not see the tandem unit before the Electric Generator, maybe thin out a couple of Pokemon beforehand, but JW could just be playing this game very conservatively.
Yep, more conservatively than before. Loves that flying Pikachu V. We've seen it hit the board twice already. We do see the Force Seal Stone get attached, and JW might be trying to rush this win as he did the game before. However, Shin now choosing to go second will be able to Nestball for a Snorlax, and might be able to even Arven for the Hisuian Heavy Ball to get the Mimikyu out of the prize cards, which then forces JW to get other Pokemon. However, we did see JW completely disregard the Zapdos in that first game. So I think if you're Shin, you might want to discourage the Zapdos from coming into play. Maybe you don't even know if he runs it or not. We'll have to see what he decides to go for.
S-Ball eyeing down that Snorlax here. Again, not very many choices in Shin's deck. Has the Rotom V in the active spot and Mimikyu and Pidgeot V in the prize cards. I'm pretty sure Snorlax is the only other choice.
Yep, Snorlax the only other choice. The deck only plays 4 Snorlax, a Pidgeot, a Rotom, and a Mimikyu, 2 of which are prize. So looking good here for Shin. Will go for that Battle VIP patch, just trying to have a full board of Snorlaxes to be as disruptive as possible. Can find the Mimikyu, later down the line. Might even be worth it to encourage JW to not see the Mimikyu, just never bench a single prize Pokemon or the Mew, right, which is actually prized, and then all of a sudden you can heavy ball later and then create a perfect unwinnable scenario for your opponent.
If there is a later. Arvin here searching for that Bravery Charm, a Battle VIP Pass. Battle VIP Pass is finding a couple more friends for Snorlax there. Be interesting to see if there's a way to get the Rodent V out of the active spot. But I believe outside of an Electric Generator should be able to stay on the field until next turn, especially with that Bravery Charm. There we go.
Yeah, Bravery Charm means Rotom will definitely survive this upcoming hit from Reagan. Then it can be pennied back up, or there's a Cross Switcher and an Arvin in the hand, which can be used to trap something in the active and make sure that Rotom V goes to the bench in case it cannot get healed just yet.
Arvin for JW is going to find that Bravery Charm and Electric Generator. Going to do a quick count of all the lightning in the deck. See if this Electric Generator has a good chance of hitting or not. 2 energies would be wonderful because there's no energy in hand. And you don't want to force Seal Stone for an energy.
Yeah, you don't want to. If you need to, then you go for it, but it's definitely one of the most underwhelming cards you can grab off of it for a Seal Stone, just because you play so many already, right? Now, we are going to see the Fleet-Footed first before, and we see the attachment immediately, almost, changing its mind, doing the Uncertain card first. Now, there was a recent discussion on whether to Fleet-Footed first or Electric Generator first, and we did see JW do the Fleet-Footed first, and I believe his teammate, Jesse Parker, mentioned he always goes for the Generator first, so interesting to see the divergence right there. I'm team Fleet-Footed first.
For me, it really depends on what you're going for, right? If you're needing an energy to attach for the turn, I like Fleet-Footed first, and then you can Generator. But if you're not really looking for anything, you're just trying to hit maximum generators, I like Generator first.
Now, JW eyeing this escape rope in order to try and take a KO this turn, apply some sort of pressure. Both players must be very aware that with Game 3, with how long Game 1 was, even though Game 2 was super short, there isn't a lot of time left. So if JW wants any chance at winning this game, he needs to start being aggressive very fast right here.
And with this route, you're aggressive every other turn. Benches the Flying Pikachu V, which is interesting because that's just another Pokemon that gets stranded in the active spot for a little. 20 damage Paralyze isn't really going to do much for you.
Yeah, or the 120 damage Fly, it's also dependent on a coin flip, and it's not even enough to kill the Snorlax. So, big Pokemon catcher flip. However, we can... Oh, another one. All right. There it is. Average brings up the Raikou instead of the Flying Pikachu. I am not understanding a lot of these decisions.
I guess that is a concession to the 3 bosses orders that JW plays in the deck, being able to boss up that Rotom V, get out of that block, and just use that for your treat on that Flying Pikachu.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. That is a way to get out of it. I guess if you only have a field of Snorlaxes, then trapping a Flying Pikachu makes sense, because the Rotom is a liability. But I mean, if they go boss Rotom, then you just penny it back up, right? So
yeah,
not necessarily, like Raikou is definitely not that big of a threat, and Reagan cannot take down the Rotom V right now with that Force Seal Stone. And we are finally going to see that Mimikyu out of the prize cards, making sure that JW needs to establish a different threat other than what he has in play in order to finish this game and draw all 6 prize cards.
That does leave that Pidgeot V in the prize cards, only to be fetched with something like a Peonia. Second Bravery Charm on that Mimikyu.
And draw 3 with Rotom, very nice. So JW will probably have to tandem unit. I really, really wonder if he's gonna tandem unit for a Zapdos or a Mareep. Doesn't have to do it now, right? Mimikyu's not in the active yet, but there is that threat now, so it has to be something in the back of your mind. Has disregarded the Zapdos so far. I would love to see it hit the field here as the only extra Pokemon that JW establishes.
Arvin for JW will allow him to find Switch Cart to get that Raikou V out of the active spot. Bring up Miraidon to take yet another prize on Snorlax. At this point, you kind of hope, if you're Shin, that he's going to be attacking into something like that Rotom V.
Yeah, actually, really dislike the fact that Shin went ahead and played the Pokemon Catcher last turn. Miraidon's own effect, Photon Blaster, does not allow it to attack the next turn. So holding off, you were guaranteed for the Miraidon to either not attack, or if you bring up the Raikou, they still need the switching card regardless.
Well, there is that switch cart. Miraidon will Photon Blaster take the knockout. JW down to 4 prize cards now. A good grip of cards in Shin's hand compared to JW. Only has 5, but we do see a Judge hiding out.
Judge could be big to replenish or to take away resources from Shin's hand that keeps on accumulating. With that Rotom's ability, we're going to see the next Snorlax hit the field, and no threat against the Mimikyu just yet. Another big thing is that JW's Mew is prized, which is a great answer to both Snorlax and Mimikyu. So even if JW fetches either the Zapdos or starts powering up a Mareep into an eventual Fluffy, that won't happen immediately. And
Misfortune Sisters. Super Rod. Okay.
Super Rod. A good card to hit. Denies resources. Denies protection from Echoing Horn, which Shin did play in game 1. So whatever Pokemon you end up discarding will be there for the taking with that Echoing Horn. So that could definitely be problematic.
Instant charge to end the turn yet again for Shin. JW now eyeing down an Ultra Ball here. The Ultra Ball doesn't make too much sense here, especially with Tandem Unit available.
Yeah, maybe JW. I mean, thing of deck, still no Zapdos though. I really want to see the Zapdos. Why is Zapdos not hitting the field? Zapdos deals with Mimikyu. 2-hit KOs. Bravery Charmed Snorlax. What is 50 damage gonna do? Fluffy's attack Electro Ball, if I'm not misremembering, it's just not gonna do much, right? It 3-hit KOs the Mimikyu. It's just not enough pressure.
Way to go. Good job on that attack name.
Thank you, thank you. I'm actually pretty proud. Remembering all the attack names of all the cards is not necessarily easy, but we do see the Judge denying resources, yet there's no threat right now. So I feel like Judge is best combined when you're applying pressure and taking a knockout, so your opponent doesn't have an easy response to what you're doing. Playing a Judge and saying pass, yes, you disrupted them. What's Shin gonna do? Redraw cards, and there's no threat to him, you know?
Electric Generator does grab 1 energy, and we see a retreat to use Fleet-Footed.
Yep, Snorlax not preventing that retreat, which is great. It is 1 less energy as well in the field. And Zapdos. Zapdos is just in the hand, waiting to be called upon battle, but I guess it's not time.
Speaking of no time, under 9 minutes left to go in this game 3 of our round 14 here. Shin looking like he's not going to be able to close out this game, especially JW's turn took about a couple minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Now we do see the Erika's Invitation off the Pokegear, which is a way to look at the hand, and you may, or you cannot choose. If you find a basic Pokemon, you have to place it on the bench. So Shin might actually be doing JW a favor by putting that Zapdos into play. Probably should choose
Miraidon.
Definitely not the Zapdos. Zapdos is the key Pokemon, but making sure you put that up in the active spot just makes it extra annoying for JW at this point, and you get extra information on what they have in their hand.
It was important to note, no path to the peak down for JW that last turn after the Judge, so Shin still able to kind of build this hand back up with instant charge.
Yeah, nothing in the hand for JW. Has a boss, cannot attack this turn, no energy, can search for the Fluffy, though, can definitely search for the Fluffy. And this is where you wonder, why are we Ultra Balling away 2 Professor's Research to find a Mareep when you can Tandem Unit for it and keep those research, find energies. You're not applying any pressure. It feels like we're playing for the tie now.
Especially with the way JW has thought over this hand. 7 minutes to go. Sometimes when you're up against a control deck like Shin's, it's all you really can do is play for that tie, especially after sneaking out that Game 2 victory with a turn 1 knockout.
Seems like we are going to see the Fluffy hit the board. There are a few energies in the discard pile that can be replenished, but once again, you're not threatening. Your only answer to Mimikyu is now that Fluffy at least, but 3-hit KOing a Mimikyu, 4-hit KOing a Snorlax. It's just very, very underwhelming at this point in time. I guess we do have the Force Seal Stone to do something of significance this turn. And that Escape Rope, not bad, will maybe get you a KO on a Snorlax or let you attack the Rotom. If Shin is holding a Penny, then probably Rotom will be the Pokemon to be brought up. There's the Escape Rope.
Yeah, 2 Snorlax already knocked out from Miraidon. And there is that Rotom V in the active spot. Fleet-footed is going to draw an extra card for JW here.
Yono off the top, so might be able to draw a few extra cards if he wants to. Energy preemptively attached to Fluffy, recognizing that that's probably one to be attacking. But I feel like a field of 1 Miraidon, 1 Raikou, and 1 Zapdos is what I would love to see you go for in this matchup.
I really love JW motioning the shuffling of the 1 card in his hand before he puts it on the bottom with Iona, but did not offer the cut to Shin, so missed opportunity there. Energy for the turn potentially on Miraidon. Nope, looks like there was already an energy attachment, maybe. No, there was Electric Generator, I believe, was the energy attached.
I don't think we've seen an energy attachment for turn. I don't think it's super relevant.
Well, the relevant thing now is taking time to decide if there was an energy attached or not for this turn, which I don't believe there was. Just the Dynamotor, there was the retreat of the Miraidon to the Raikou. The Raikou attacked last turn.
Yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, unless we see a 10-minute time extension, this game's not finishing.
Yeah.
Unless Shin somehow whiffs the heal here, though. That could be big. No penny in Shin's hand could actually mean JW is now down to 2 prizes, and he might have the resources as long as he establishes the Zapdos, yeah, in order to deal with that Mimikyu decisively, right? But if he's gonna rely on Fluffy to 3-hit KO the Mimikyu, that's definitely not gonna fly.
Yeah, Fluffy doesn't have wings.
Fluffy.
Zapdos does.
Well, it's Halloween, though.
Oh, sure.
It could be a disguised Fluffy.
Lightning Rondo, 160 damage on the Rotom V.
There is a penny.
There is a penny. There wasn't in hand before.
Oh, no, it's a boss's orders, actually. That's my bad.
I'm pretty sure we'll find one here, and there's that penny. There wasn't in the hand before. Iono put all the cards to the bottom, so you have a lot better odds to try to find it off of the 6 and the Pokegear, and it looks like Shin did just that.
Yep. Penny will be the card of choice. But yeah, time is of the essence, and it feels like neither player is in any rush for this game to finish. I feel like we're watching Game 3 of Round 9, as we did yesterday, where time was of the essence. 15 minutes was definitely enough to finish that game, and neither player had any sort of rush. And yeah, now you put up the Mimikyu. Maybe you don't even rebench the Rotom. I guess you do, but there's no threat to your Mimikyu. JW is running out of resources to boss, to attack the bench. You know, can only get 1 prize card. That Rotom is not able to be KO'd anytime soon. So looking a little bit dicey for JW. I think if we had enough time, I really like where Shin is standing at right now.
Yeah. And I feel like Shin has played this matchup a lot to where you kind of feel confident going into it, especially when your opponent isn't prioritizing that Zapdos like you've been saying.
Yeah.
Fleet-footed does find a boss's orders, though, so that will allow JW to bring up that Snorlax without the Bravery Charm. Let's see, there's 7 Pokemon in play, so that is enough to take the knockout with Raikou V.
Yep, and powering up the Fluffy. Just tandem unit for the Zapdos and power that up. Why are you not doing that?
Path to the peak, and there is a knockout. 3 prize cards left for JW, but there's a Temple of Sinnoh right off the top again.
Immediately. Very nice draw right there. I feel like, yeah, Sydney gonna discard that Path to Peak, pretty big hit. And then we're gonna see Echoing Horn, no Zapdos. Yeah, the best Pokemon never hit the field, unless Shin chooses this out. No, what?
Oh, wow, okay.
Why?
Zapdos on the bench now, finally, but not by JW's choice.
Why? Zapdos is the one single prize Pokemon that can be powered up and is an actual threat.
I don't think it matters anyway. Just over 2 minutes left in our game 3 here. Both players pretty far away from doing much anything, but there is another boss's orders from JW. Brings up Rotom V. No Path to the Peak, though, thanks to the Sydney discarding it on Shin's turn. So another penny.
Yep.
Could help out here.
Another Stadium off the top. Does have the switch card, though. So even if he can't penny, he can definitely put that back. But there is a penny as well, so no issue there. Mimikyu up top. And maybe JW will finally decide to power up the Zapdos. But does he even have a way to retreat into it? Are there any? I think one switch card has been utilized already.
One switch card and one rope, I believe.
Yeah.
Pal Pad shuffles back 2 penny back in the deck. Those are going to be needed if this Flaffy decides to get the ball rolling with Electro Ball against this Mimikyu to try to 3-hit it.
Yeah, now Zapdos can't 1-KO the Mimikyu because its own ability does not help itself. Lightning Symbol does increase the damage. I guess with Lightning Symbol, Flaffy actually 2-hit KOs the Bravery Charm. Oh no, it's only the basic Pokemon. Never mind. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, finally we see the Flaffy. Imagine if that was a Zapdos. Yeah, you threaten. Finally, energy goes to Zapdos. Finally.
Just over a minute left. 50 damage on the Mimikyu. I guess there is the threat of retreat to Zapdos after charging it up and taking the knockout on Mimikyu, so maybe Penny should be an option for Shin this turn. 1 minute left to go. There's the Arven.
Arven for Super Rod, get enough resources back. This Mimikyu might go down, but thinning the deck, drawing 3 extra cards with the Rotom. As long as you find a penny, that Mimikyu can be saved. And then how do you get out of the Snorlax lock with your Flaff in the active? It's not looking great for JW. I feel like if we had 3-4 minutes left, we would probably be able to see Shin take this down. This Zapdos, though, this Zapdos is a big, big missed opportunity for JW. His pressure would have been so much higher against Shin. You 2-hit KO everything except the Rotom, I guess, but then you just go draw attack, draw attack, draw attack, draw attack for the rest of the game.
Switch card does heal off 30 damage from that Mimikyu, promotes the Snorlax with the Bravery Charm to the active spot. So JW is going to need something like an Escape Rope or just Electro Ball here, but it seems like with time called, that is a tie. And JW, it feels like he squeaked one out here.
JW definitely, that donk in game 2 allowed him to get this extra point, but I also feel like he goes for Zapdos. We have a completely different game 1. All you need is Raikou, Raiden, Zapdos, call it a day. 9 energy, even if they play energy removal, you have plenty of extra energy. You have Super Rod to put them back. Don't research away anything that can be Echoing Horn back. Did start the Mew, right? All right, power up the Mew. Mew is also a threat to both Snorlax and Mimikyu thanks to its own attack. So that's all you need to do, right? That's generally all you need to do, and then you're good to go. Your opponent puts up Rotom V to protect from Mew KOing it. Now you can retreat, right? And get a big hit in, and then you're threatening to hit KO on everything.
Well, here is our game 1. Boss's orders up from Rhydon EX. Instant charge. That's pretty much every turn from Shin that we've seen throughout this match. Do something to disrupt JW. Draw 3 cards to end the turn. JW does have that genome hacking, though. Takes the knockout on Snorlax. But again, already having that full bench there, just having the Mareep available, not really able to do too much. And then here we see Pokemon Catcher heads after that Echoing Horn on the Miraidon EX, brings it to the active spot, and there is so many energy in play that JW is not really able to deal with much of anything. And it does a very smart quick scoop, but half of the time has gone. And this was the exciting game 2 where just a pass of Pidgeot V JW forcing Shin to go first and hitting that one energy off electric generator, and then for Sealstone grabs that second one, takes the knockout, and we go to a game 3 with under 20 minutes left to go.
Indeed, and 20 minutes against a stall deck is like your worst. It's like a Halloween nightmare, right? Like it's really, really tough. 20 minutes just because of how much you have to go through. I still am a firm believer. You power up Zapdos and you just go draw attack, draw attack, draw attack. Maybe 20 minutes is enough to finish that game. There's no amount of pennies that can save you from the Zapdos just rushing through everything. Zapdos is a key card. If you're playing against Snorlax, get that Zapdos out. I will put my money right there. Zapdos was the game-winning card, and we only saw it hit play because Shin put it into play.
There was that double Pokemon catcher finally hitting the heads on one of them, but it looked like JW was actually getting a good rhythm going this game, taking 3 knockouts pretty consistently thanks to that Miraidon EX and the Raikou here, along with a couple Boss's Orders having the path to the peak after some hand disruption of Iono or Judge, but Shin always having that Temple of Sinnoh to replace it and forcing JW to start attacking with the Flaffy. It seemed like if there was more time, Shin had this game under control, but that is the risk you run when you play a control deck like this Block Snorlax.
Yeah, Block Snorlax, definitely not an easy deck to play. As we saw, with so few basic Pokemon, you also risk the fact that you can't find an Arven, you can't find an S-Ball, and then you get donked or something along those lines. But both players still very much in it. Both players in a win-and-in situation. As long as 35 match points is enough, could be the bubble. We're not sure yet, but I'm sure we'll find out soon.
Yeah, they still have one more round to do it. This was round 14, so we have round 15 and then eventually deciding our top 8. From there, we're gonna go down all the way to our champion. A lot of players are gonna be winning money, winning prize support, those Pokemon packs, and hopefully one of those players is eyeing down that invite to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships in August.
Yeah, a lot of these players are getting closer. I think we're seeing so many familiar names constantly that a lot of these players are accumulating, whether they're winning their regional or not. A lot of those players are getting very, very close to their World Championships invite, but that auto invite for first place is such a nice thing. Such a nice thing.
It's always interesting to see a control deck on stream. Hopefully we were able to make it a little exciting for y'all at home. I know we still had fun talking about it. It is great to see a deck that is very off the normal metagame that we have throughout the entire regional weekend. And I believe it is the one unclassified deck on Arcanine for this weekend. So getting to feature that in a potential win-and-in is always pretty good. And like you said, both these players have the shot next round to try and make it into that top 8 potentially. And we'll have some more math as the tournament progresses to see. Next round, we're gonna really see who's gonna be making that top 8.
Indeed, we're always on the lookout for these interesting matches, having a balance between the well-known players and these players that bring really exciting and new things. And it's really cool to see a Snorlax do well amongst a field of Miraidons and Gardevoirs and Chintaus all over the place. If you hit the right matchups, right, can be a great pick. And then we've talked about how towards the end of a metagame, it's now or never before newer cards comes out and start taking over the field.
And of course, JW has been on a tear with this Miraidon EX deck. It is the first time we actually featured Miraidon on stream this weekend so far.
And Snorlax.
And Snorlax. Well, that's a given. Miraidon is one of those decks, though, that has been very good on the top of the metagame throughout this entire month. Still not able to take down tournament. Jesse Parker, teammate of JW, getting second place in Pittsburgh to Andrew Estrada. Can we see it finally win a tournament?
I mean, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I'm not a Miraidon believer. I'm not a big fan of the deck. I think it's powerful, of course, but games go on for a little too long, and then it just gets really complicated. And especially with so much Charizard. I think if we had something similar akin to Sacramento and JW was swimming in a field of Lugias, maybe, right? But unless we see a heavy Lugia presence in the top 8, I can't see Miraidon going all the way to the top. Maybe JW wins his win-and-in, gets to top 8, but getting past 1 or 2 Charizards is going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, it is definitely a field of Gardevoir, Lost Box, and Charizard, at least towards a lot of the top tables. I know there was a couple Qianpao, but they ended up facing each other this round. Yeah. So knocking one of them out maybe, but you also could just have better matchups for round 15, and I believe the round is coming up soon, so we'll be able to figure out a good feature match, and yeah, I'm excited.
An exciting win and in coming very, very soon for round 15, and then we'll be sure to keep you all updated with the standings, with the rounds, with the top 8, everything that we have coming up for you here in Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, be sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on social media. See what you're hoping to make top 8, what deck you want to eventually win, what player you're following and hoping to win. There's a lot of players here this weekend that we have seen, that we haven't seen, and there's over 160 players in this day 2. Yep. We're trying to whittle it down to 8, and we'll see who it can actually be.
That's only 5% of the field, which is so difficult, right? Being in the top 5% of a 1,500 plus player tournament, that's a combination of skill, combination of a great deck, and also a little bit of luck sprinkled at the very top. I think we've seen players start Tyranitar Pass and be able to win a whole series. We've seen top decks all weekend. We've seen great plays as well. So it's a combination of all those things that makes this game so fantastic.
All right, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but round 15 is getting up and ready, so stay tuned.
Hello Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 Peoria Regional Championship was an important step on the road to Worlds, so listen closely to what went down. The Pokemon 151 set had just become tournament legal, bolstering the strength of Charizard EX and colorless Lugia. But in the finals, Raymond Long on Kyogre Lost Zone matched up against Jack Carter on Turbo Lost Zone, and the winner would get an invite to the World Championships. The pendulum swung both ways to kick things off, with Jack having absolutely nothing to work with in Game 1. And in the next game, it was Raymond with no plays, quickly conceding to Jack's dominating start, and it all came down to the final game. Raymond dug deep to get an early Cramorant attack to seize initiative, but missed, and in doing so, didn't leave any room to bench a Sableye. Jack responded by sprinkling damage with his own Lost Mine, setting up for a massive multi-prize turn while ensuring he would be the only player that could utilize Sableye for the game. But Raymond didn't give up, kept healing with Switch Card, and doggedly took a prize every turn with Cramorant. When time was called, there weren't enough remaining turns for Jack to cash in on his Lost Mine investment, and Raymond Long won by taking the most prize cards overall.
That's going to be it,
yes.
So Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
Think you have what it takes? Then make sure you can visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along or get in on the action. Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 competitive season started off strong in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's look at what happened. Popular decks like Lost Zone, Mew VMAX, and Gardevoir EX were joined by Miraidon EX after its unexpectedly high finish in Yokohama. After battling through nearly 1,800 competitors, Jesse Parker on Miraidon EX and Andrew Estrada on Kyogre Lost Box would battle to decide the winner of the first regional of the season and secure an invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. After starting off the set, Andrew set up some key damage with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken, then cleaned up Jesse's 2 prize Pokemon with Lost Mine to win Game 1. But in the second game, Andrew had only a lone Comfey to fill the Lost Zone. Jesse put together a clutch attack using Electric Generator to seal up a quick win. But after an incredibly close battle in the final game, Andrew Estrada was crowned the Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Make sure to follow along with all of the Pokemon action this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Toronto Regional Championship. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm so excited for the interview I have lined up next. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Junior Regional Champion, Byron Ellison. Byron, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good.
It feels amazing to be to win such a big tournament, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let the folks at home know, what were we playing to the tournament today?
I was playing Lost Zone Tina.
Lost Zone Tina. It was a very, very powerful deck. What did you face in the finals?
Charizard.
Charizard, is that a tough matchup for you?
No, it's pretty good matchup.
Pretty good matchup. It's because Giratina, again, so powerful. You can get that big one-hit knockout, right?
Yeah.
Were you did you want to play any other deck besides Giratina by any chance?
I was thinking about playing Mew, but I decided.
But you decided on the Giratina. Mew is a very powerful deck. I mean, I have a lot of fun drawing, but Giratina is actually a very tough deck to play, in my opinion. Getting those flower selectings, making those choices, that's a really tough deck to play. How did you prepare for the tournament?
I just practiced with my brothers, and
yeah, you practice a lot with your brothers. I want to ask you some fun questions. What deck? Because it's Halloween, it's spooky season. What deck were you afraid of the most?
Lugia, colorless.
Lugia, colorless. You think that's a tougher matchup for Giratina?
Yeah.
That's true. The Snorlaxes can block the Giratina's attack. I do have a question for you. Another question. Do you have a coach that helps you out with your testing?
Yeah, Pablo Meza.
Pablo Meza, you say? Well, guess what? I have a special guest for you here today. Come on down, Pablo Meza, Coach Pablo. Hey, look at that.
Congratulations, Byron.
Thank you.
So glad you won.
You guys must prepare a lot, huh, Pablo?
Yeah, Byron has been sometimes doubling up on the coaching, and he has a great group with his brothers as well that they test a lot. I know he was a little shaky on the Giratina choice, right, earlier in the week, but ended up being a great play.
Tell me about how you guys practice together.
So what we usually do is Byron will connect online, he'll share the screen, and then on TCG Live, we'll discuss the plays. He'll tell me what he's thinking through. I try to guide him. Sometimes he's the one that teaches me as well. He thinks of things that I haven't thought of, so he's pretty good at it.
That's amazing. You can tell me the truth. Has Pablo helped you a lot?
Yes.
A lot? All right, Coach Pablo, any words you want to say to your very fine student here?
I mean, congratulations, Byron. I'm very proud. I'm glad things worked out with Giratina, because I know you were a little shaky on the confidence on the deck, so I'm very proud of you, and I'm really glad you won.
Amazing stuff. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go, Byron?
My family, especially my dad, and my local card shops.
Of course, the family, your dad, and the card shops, the people we see the most, right? For sure. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us, Pablo, for that quick surprise. With that, again, congratulations, regional champion, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very big accomplishment. I cannot wait to see more. What's in store for Byron? With that, we're gonna kick it back to the casters and get back into the Masters action here. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Juancho, for that super cute and wholesome interview there. The junior champion and his coach. We're here back at the caster desk. I'm Boo, here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we are back with you today to take you through our last Swiss round. Kyle, are you ready?
It's
to cap
time.
off the Swiss round?
That's right. Yeah, we've got a lot of players lined up, potentially already at that 36-point mark. Azul GG has done it. He's the first player to make it into the top 8, but plenty of players following behind, trying to get the job done here.
Yep.
Looks like maybe some IDs around those 35-pointers, but everyone else, buckle up. It's time. You got to win a game if you want to make it in.
Yeah, this is your last chance, the last Swiss round before our top cut. So everything is on the line here. There's a lot of big plays that are going to be made, not only on our stream, but in the field for our players still. It's super close out there. I mean, you see all of these players on the list just barely making it here with their match points. So let us know who you're rooting for, who you're cheering on, and you know, what decks do you think are going to make it into our top cut here in Toronto?
Yeah, like a great mix that we've seen all throughout the tournament. Charizard making its way to the top, but we also see some Chien Pao, some Goodra, and some Gardevoirs as well, all sneaking into the mix. JW, maybe the lone Miraidon there, trying to find a win-and-in opportunity. Could find that bubble spot. We'll just have to see.
We will just have to see indeed, but of course we're going to have a match here for you all, a stream match that we're going to feature. Yeah, and all the pressure is going to be on these two players we're going to be casting over today in this match. So these are always the most fun for me, Kyle. I'm really glad we got to do Swiss Round 15, cast it together, because I feel like there's just so much more intensity there. What do you think?
No, absolutely. You think of the culminating point of a tournament. It really is making that top 8. Sure, players want to make it to the finals, but you're remembered for that top 8 performance that you have, making it through a field of 1,500 players and being amongst those top 8 players. The rest of it, you're just playing for prizes, you know, world championships and all of that. But of course, adding these to your repertoire are always great to see. And we've got 2 players with the potential to do just that on some pretty interesting decks.
Well, let's check these players out that you are about to see in our Swiss Round 15. Let's head down to the table and introduce who we're going to see today. On the left here, Herman Hatalati with Goodra V-Star. I know Wancho's back there, very happy.
Yeah, that's right. The Moisture Star ready to roll here on the big stage once more. It's Goodra trying to get the job done with Rolling Iron and some friends. Seeing this list featuring Zamazenta, but it also has a pretty standard Lost Zone package that it incorporates. So expect to see a lot of similarities to the opponent on the other side, which is Daniel Zoe playing the Kyogre version of the Lost Box. This is not going to be featuring the Zamazenta. This is the more standard package with Dragonite and Raikou.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be a super intense game. Everything on the line, all the weight there to potentially make it into our top cut for both of these players. And these are some huge decks. I mean, to make it into a top cut with Goodra V-Star would be huge. I mean, I think that just happened in Lille, and that was kind of shocking there. But yeah, we still have the Lost Box Kyogre here by Daniel as well, to kind of making it through with that Lost Box Kyogre. Of course, one of my picks, so I'm rooting on Daniel.
Hey, there you go. And this looks like a very similar list to the one that we've seen from Sawyer Melvin, who has been on an absolute tear lately. Won like 18 of 19 games or something ridiculous with this list. So just very consistent. Hermione on the other side, consistent in their own right, only does well with Goodra, in his own words.
Yes, absolutely. Only does well with Goodra. Well, I guess that's why they're probably playing it.
That's right.
Makes sense to me.
This can certainly be an interesting matchup when you think about Kyogre escape ropes, trying to work around attacking directly into the Rolling Iron of the Goodra on the other side. There's a lot to consider, and you also can't play too slow because Hermione gets cards into the Lost Zone pretty quickly, and that can lead to Sableye throwing damage around.
Well, it looks like we have a mulligan so far here on the left side. Hermione with that mulligan, so we're going to have to shuffle up until we get a basic Pokemon here. And for every time that we have to shuffle up until we get a basic, Daniel's going to get an additional card to the hand as well for this match. So I think it's only one mulligan so far. Hopefully we can get a basic on this next shuffle.
Yeah, it's very important to avoid those mulligans if you can. Obviously, it's not up to you, but your opponent starting with additional cards, especially in a deck that's as fragile as a Lost Box, finding one Battle VIP Pass, one additional Switch card, finding Radiant Greninja, whatever it may be, could lead to a turn 1 explosion on the other side.
Yeah, and that is definitely never what you want to see in any deck that you're playing against, that's for sure. But hopefully we get one. It looks like we are good to go. So once we get these prize cards out for both of our players, we're going to kick off this match here.
Anything that would be super detrimental for either of these players to see in the prize cards, Kyle? Just no duplicates, right? We can't see too many of one thing.
Right, that's something to watch out for. With Daniel's list being a little more fragile, you're going to see only one energy recycler if Kyogre's going to be the main strategy, so look out for that.
All right.
These are good cards. Uh-oh. Yeah, Cramorant and the Radiant Greninja. Sometimes we see 2 Cramorant in this list, only 1 this time from Hermione.
All right, so that single Cramorant is in the prize cards there, along with that Radiant Greninja. 2 basic Pokemon, so even if there is a Hisuian Heavy Ball, gonna have to make a choice there between those.
There's not.
There isn't?
Nope.
No
Gotta
heavy
make
ball.
cuts somewhere.
Gotta make cuts somewhere. No heavy ball here, so we're not gonna be going into those prize cards to select a Pokemon out. But there we go, we have the fist bump. We're kicking off our last Swiss round of our day 2, Swiss round 15, win and in here. Starting to the right of the field with Daniel So.
Wow, that hand stinks. That's so bad. There's no Comfey, no energy, no nothing.
Did you see Daniel's expression there in the camera? that was awful. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, that was just a couple of Pokemon hitting the field, and then we're on to the left side here to start off Hermione's turn. Colress's Experiment, of course, Hermione going second here, so able to play that supporter. Fantastic supporter to have. Start getting these cards into the lost zone and more cards into your hand as well. So 3 cards are going to go to the hand and 2 to the lost zone. I think those decisions were already made here.
Yeah, that was, I believe it saw both of the Hisuian Gudra to start things off, and throws away 1, understanding that this can be a solid Pokemon to incorporate into a matchup like this, especially if you can work it into the early stages where your opponent can't directly just place damage counters around with a Sableye. Try to work in that Rolling Iron and take some additional knockouts.
Well, we're also going to see a Battle VIP pass from Hermione. So just going through the deck here and taking note of everything we have here. Keeping track of these energy cards. So we haven't seen Gudra in a while here, Kyle. How does this build kind of function or look dependent or compared to the last time we kind of saw Gudra hit the scene?
Yeah, it's a little thinner lines with the Gudra V-Star. You're only going to see a 2-2 potentially, and sometimes we saw thicker lines, 4-3s or 3-3 lines of the Gudra really being the main focus. Instead now, there's other interests. We have the Sableye that's incorporated now. You see the Psychic energies that are going to assist in reaching those additional numbers. You're not just focused on accelerating solely onto a Gudra and hoping that you don't get one hit knocked out.
So really, it's just going to look like a Lost Box mirror, huh?
Basically, yeah. It's very similar to the Kyogre style builds that we'd see from Raymond Long, where it's got the same energy typing basically, but instead of focusing on that late game Kyogre, you have Jet energies and you have this 2-2 Gudra line.
So with the versatility of kind of the different strategies in this deck, the different cards, of course you said things have to get cut here and there. Could that lead to some clunkiness over here on Hermione's side compared to Daniel, who might have just a more streamlined, consistent list?
I wouldn't call it clunkiness, but I'd certainly say that the flower selectings are almost as difficult as playing Kyogre in this point, because you have to know exactly what your strategy is going to be. But this is one of the benefits here. We see a Jet energy that's included into this deck. Think of this as Giratina that doesn't care about big knockouts. It just wants to survive.
True. Jet energy being placed onto that Comfey that was on the bench, and you saw it jet up into that active position there. That's exactly what that special energy provides for you, a pivot option there to bring a Pokemon up into the active. And then you also have that pivot option now that it had the energy attached to get into your other Comfey here. So that's what we're seeing now, to jump into another flower selecting. That's going to be 4 in the Lost Zone for Hermione after this flower selecting decision.
Yeah, this is one of the great benefits of this deck. Playing those Jet energies and 3 copies in this list is going to be so helpful. If you start with a Comfey, 1 Jet energy equals 3 flower selectings if you have all the Comfeys. Unfortunately, this time it was the Manaphy, but still 4 cards in the Lost Zone. You know what'd be good right now?
What?
That prized Cramorant.
Oh, yeah, that's always a bummer when you have 4 cards in the Lost Zone, but no utility. Unlocking that Lost Provisions Cramorant for some damage counters down. That would actually be a knockout there, but unable to do it. And that's it. The Cram that crucial there. Oh no, Hermione's just gonna scoop it up.
No, it was Daniel
Or sorry, Daniel scoop it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
he had what, 3 ropes and a lot of nothing going on in that hand.
What else was in the hands? There was really nothing there for Daniel. I mean, and going first and just having nothing, and then going second having nothing, it's just too much of a lead that you're giving to your opponent, and that is tough to deal with. So, wow, that was quicker than I thought it'd be, Kyle.
This is our first game of the day, and it was 3 minutes.
When you look at this matchup on paper, you don't, you definitely don't expect that to happen or
Right.
to be how that turns out.
I mean, just look at it. There's 12 Pokemon that you could potentially start.
Yeah.
4 Battle VIP Pass, 3 Nest Ball. You should never be missing that many Pokemon. And sure, there were some, but without any Comfeys, they're just not able to chain the right pieces together. Daniel understands perfectly. I'm going to have 45 minutes now to try to win 2 games. It can certainly be enough, though.
Yeah, and you got to think, too, Daniel started with a mulligan as well, so that was even an extra card, just not able to get what was needed. Going to scoop it up real quick here to save as much time for these additional games. So Hermione going to take this first game in our set here between these players, and we'll see how this next game goes. Hopefully a lot better of a hand. What happened?
There was a fly on the table, and Hermione placed his active Pokemon on it.
On top of the fly?
I'm so not ready for this. 2 Comfeys in the prize cards.
What's happening? Hermione cannot avoid these Pokemon being in the prize cards. What in the world? Well, we're getting into our game 2 between these players. We're going to start on the left side of the field this time around. A Goodra V in the active position and a Nest Ball going into the deck here for Hermione to search out another basic Pokemon.
Yeah, Daniel understanding that this is Lost Box. Going second is very good in this matchup, so let's Hermione start things off, and this is not the way you want to do this. With the Hisuian Goodra in the active spot and 2 Comfey in the prizes. It's going to be pivotal seeing those flower selectings early.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to need some flower selectings and have to get into those Pokemon here. Did you get a look at the hands at all, Kyle?
I saw my favorite card, the Jet Energy, and then after that, I don't care. But yeah, there's a Colress experiment in there for next turn, but ultimately, we're going to need to see some help with the flower selecting if it runs into a Battle VIP Pass or any of those ways to search out an additional Pokemon, then Hermione's going to feel a lot more comfortable.
You're such a Giratina player, Kyle.
I really am.
It shows.
I tried to switch over to Chen Pao, and no, it lives rent-free in my mind. I love Jet Energy.
Well, here we go. Hermione going to be able to get that Comfey out with the Nest Ball, the one of those, which is exactly what we need to see to get into those flower selectings. Now we just need to get it into the active.
Yeah, I'm not slipping and tripping anytime soon. It's time to find some cards, throw them into the lost zone, and figure things out from there.
Yeah, don't want to slip, don't want to trip. We're just getting a nice shuffle up here before we get into the rest of this turn. Also taking notes of course, you get to look through the deck. You might as well look and keep track of what you already know is going to be in the prize cards. And yeah, Hermione, I'm sure, keeping track of, there's Pokemon in there.
Yeah, the times 2 Comfey frowny face.
Frowny face. Exactly. But here we go. We have the rest of this turn still. As you said, there is the Jet Energy, but it's going to be the switch cart this time used for that Comfey to get into the active and go into our first flower selecting. Looks like a tough decision.
Yeah, there's always debate there. I didn't see what this was, but it's going to be a cold experiment there. But with the Jet Energy, you don't want to use it on a turn where you're not necessarily going to be using it to max efficiency, where you get to swap around, see multiple Comfeys.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's a possibility for Hermione anyways. He has 2 Comfeys in the Lost Zone, so why not just use that energy here?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Well, we're going to leave off that first turn with 1 card in the Lost Zone, and now we're over onto Daniel's side of the field. Comfey in the active position, great place to be. We have the Radiant Greninja coming out here off this Battle VIP Pass. And you see Daniel here keeping track of all of these energy, as well as the other resources that are so important to this deck, really this build of the deck as well. The Mirage Gates here, now taking a look at the Pokemon, because we get 1 more off this Battle VIP Pass, and it's going to be a Cramorant.
Yeah, this list isn't going to burn like some of the other Turbo Lost box decks that you've seen before, 8 or 9 energies. This is 11 energies, focused on using those resources to continue to burn through the deck, use your retreats optimally, and attack with that Cramorant in the early stages. And eventually you'll work your way towards that Kyogre if you can. And it certainly should be an option. Not a lot of players will play that Manaphy with the Goodra list, but we do see that featured here for Hermione, so look out for that too.
All right, we're going to go with this first flower selecting from Daniel. It's going to be the Forest Seal Stone hitting the Lost Zone here. Looks like it was for a Mirage Gate to be kept to the hand.
There's potential with this hand, certainly. The Nest Ball, the Forest Seal Stone as well, so guaranteed access to Colress Experiment. And from that point, you're talking about Lost Vacuums, potentially a stadium like a Pokestop. There's avenues to knocking out this Comfey very easily.
Well, let's see if we can see that. The Dragonite V is going to be taken out of the deck here for Daniel off of that Nest Ball.
Yeah, Dragonite, a great threat against the early Hisuian Goodra. However, damaging your own board in a matchup like this is not fun.
That's scary,
So if you are going to attack with it, it better be for good reason.
That is spooky. Spooky season indeed. Forest Seal Stone going to go into the deck here. Our single V-Star power used for the game here on Daniel's side to get any card you want from your deck. And that's exactly what Daniel's going to do.
Yeah, easy choice there with the Colress Experiment. See more cards, throw 2 in the Lost Zone. We're really just looking for one more Comfey, and from there, you have the option to use the Cramorant for a knockout on the active Comfey for Hermione, who is clearly struggling to find resources right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can see that pretty clearly here. Not looking super great from this perspective on Hermione's side. Daniel going to get some more cards into the Lost Zone.
This is my favorite flex, the throwing Battle VIP Pass into the Lost Zone on turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
It's only second to throwing away Roxanne, because then you're saying there is not going to be a late game anyways.
That's true.
So I've seen both of my favorites right now.
This is just your game, huh, Kyle? Perfect match for you to cast. Well, we have that Battle VIP Pass and that Psychic Energy hopping into the Lost Zone. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that has happened so far on this turn, in contrast especially to our game 1 here for Daniel, that it's hard to imagine. This is still our turn 1 here. We're going into another flower selecting, and it's going to be a Mirage Gate this time, hitting that Lost Zone for that Psychic Energy to the hands.
Yeah, this is very much one of those Sableye matchups, and when you are using Mirage Gate, it's either for a very aggressive Dragonite or, of course, to close out the game with that Kyogre. It can honestly be for thinning purposes at some points too, so you don't need to use more than 2, maybe 3 Mirage Gate in the game.
Well, here we go. We have this retreat into the Cramorant that's in the active position now here for Daniel. And the Lost Zone is at 4, so there you go. You have the hit and the knockout of that Comfey on Hermione's side. That's going to be one less way for Hermione to be able to get cards into the Lost Zone and to the hand as well. But luckily, we have that Colress's Experiment that we can at least work with for this turn. But what else is there, Kyle?
This is awkward. The final Comfey is there, a Jet Energy as well. So finding more resources to get cards into the Lost Zone will be available. But from this point, you probably also need to hold on to that Colress Experiment, even though you already have one in hand. It's a lot of back and forth, and you can see Hermione really thinking through this this turn here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you said it before, Kyle, like these decisions are not easy, especially when you're in kind of a tough position here. Jet Energy and the Psychic Energy going to go into that Lost Zone. Of course, we have to keep that final last Comfey here, and that Jet Energy is going to bring it into the active spot. So we'll have another flower selecting here for Hermione. Battle VIP Pass, useless to us now, jumping into the Lost Zone.
Yeah, this is so difficult. Obviously, thankfully for Hermione, held onto that Lost Vacuum, because next turn, reaching 7 is going to be difficult. No more Comfey likely will be in play at this point, 2 in the prize cards, and you're stuck at 4 cards in the Lost Zone. So the Colress Experiment reaches 6, Lost Vacuum helps you reach at least 7, and then from there, you're attacking with the Hisuian Goodra.
Yeah, that is one thing. Hisuian Goodra does have more of a costly attack here than we're used to seeing in some Lost Box. I mean, Sableye, 1 energy, Cramorant free, you know. But yeah, that Gudra is going to take some energy here, and Hermione just can't get to that point early on in the game unless there's those cards in the Lost Zone from the Raj Gate. Daniel going into this turn here, stacking some more cards into the Lost Zone off that first flower, selecting just the Battle VIP pass. Easy peasy here.
Yeah,
what else is going on in this hand?
It's not the greatest. Certainly some assistance from more Comfeys would be nice, but at this point, just feels comfortable playing it slow, taking knockouts on the Comfeys and addressing the situations that Hermione continues to present, which is just, I'm looking to get at least 1 more card in the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
Well, I need to stop that.
Yep, and that seems to be a pretty darn good strategy. We're ending with 7 cards now in the Lost Zone on Daniel's side. That's where Hermione wants to be, but that Comfey is going to hit the discard pile. We have another Colress's Experiment from the hand to at least work with here for another 3 cards.
Can we talk about how cool that play was? Obviously, losing Kyogre is unfortunate, but there's no more tools in play. There's no stadiums in play. Hermione, if he wants to reach 7 in the Lost Zone, needed something to remove with Lost Vacuum. It's not there now.
No options.
It's just a Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and I don't think I see another card that Hermione would be able to target with a Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, that's pretty wicked, actually. Super, I mean, that's super heads-up play there, and yeah, Hermione's kind of stuck with some more obstacles in the way. We're still on this Colress's Experiment, so you can tell this is a difficult decision here. Going to be that Spiritomb and a Super Rod hitting the Lost Zone. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, well, Super Rod obviously would be great if you could incorporate the Comfey into a turn like this turn right here,
Yeah.
but it looks like there was no way to search out that Pokemon, so from that point, Super Rod's pretty useless. This one might be close to sealed up at this point. Hermione, of course, still has Moisture Star, can hold on for a little while, but it's Daniel's job to continue to put Hermione into awkward spots, at least get some damage here.
Yeah, that's been this entire game. Not enough energy to do anything with that Hisuian Gudra. And Daniel's going to go with this turn now. Just attack again with that
all you need.
Yep, that's all you need. 110 damage there. Hermione's on a clock here. And yeah, just not having any of those Comfey is so rough. Super Rod going into Lost Zone, at least another Colress's Experiment, but what's it going to get us?
I mean, this is impressive that Hermione has continued to chain together Colress's Experiments.
I know,
Found
I was
another
thinking that too.
Colress's Experiment off of this one.
Yeah.
And sure enough, 8 cards in the Lost Zone, only with 2 flower selecting, is certainly going to lead
That is pretty
finding
wild.
some additional energies. The problem from this point is Hermione doesn't feel comfortable benching anything other than another Hisuian Gudra, or just a regular Hisuian Gudra. And from that point, you could walk into potentially escape rope knockouts if you don't play anything else.
Yep, and that's what it looks like it's going to be. That Hisuian Gudra V hitting the bench here on Hermione's side, at least keeping things safe. Not only rolling with 1 Hisuian Gudra in the active here, so there's that, but still, it's definitely been rough here. And you got to think, too, Daniel is already down 2 prize cards as well, so things are looking tough. Daniel definitely has the lead here in this matchup.
Right, and from this point, if you're Hermione, certainly you can attack with Rolling Iron, take a knockout and get rolling, but do you Moisture Star?
Get rolling.
Says, you know what? I'll let you attack into me, I suppose. It's, well, we're talking about 30 damage that would be left over. You could still take a knockout there with the Dragonite if you choose. And I think Daniel does have the pieces.
Well, that's going to be at least a prize card there for Hermione off of that Cramorant knockout. Daniel going to go in with a flower selecting here off this Comfey.
Ooh, there it is. Finds the Colress Experiment.
Colress's Experiment, 2 cards hitting the Lost Zone here. Another Comfey and a Lost Vacuum. So many cards in the hand right now.
Yeah, very wise from Daniel, identifying the Roxanne there. Can be a nice comeback mechanism if you do start to give up some prizes to Hermione. It looks like with a field set up like Hermione's, that maybe you can catch them off guard and maybe use that card to slow them down. If you only have 2 cards in hand, what are you doing with this deck?
True. Looks like we're going to take a quick... okay, I was wondering what that was, but I guess the Mirage Gate makes sense. That's why energy would be popping out here. So we're going to see that Mirage Gate to accelerate these energy onto the field. One on that Comfey and getting that Sableye ready to attack.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite was available. If that was Daniel's choice, certainly could have seen that. Instead, now it's going to focus on placing the damage counters, maybe spreading between the two Goodras, but any additional damage that you place on the active, you would have to expect would be Moisture Starred away.
Yep, Moisture Star, that V-Star power from the Hisuian Goodra V-Star. You just heal all your damage off of the Hisuian Goodra. It's just a tank Pokemon. It's a big goo monster that can absorb so much damage and then just shake it off. I know it's one of your favorites, right, Kyle?
Yeah, love that guy.
He's always talking about the slime trail of...
just never been a believer, and I'm not being proven that just yet, but I understand the appeal.
Well, I mean, Hermione said this is the only thing I succeed with, so must be that good choice of deck here for Hermione. Succeeding so far, trying to get into our top 8 with it. We're going to have this Dragonite being attached to with this water energy into a Mirage Gate now.
Yeah, what a weird workaround to get into this situation. I suppose maybe this made the most use of energies pre-recycler, but at least the energy's got to Dragonite. I was getting worried for a second. Deal with the threat that's in front of you.
The sequence of events was a little interesting there, but we got there,
Oh,
Kyle.
I don't even know if we're dealing with the active. There's an escape rope in hand.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we going to see here, Kyle?
What did little Goodra do to you? He doesn't even have energies.
The Goodra V.
We've already seen a retreat. It has to be rope for a knockout.
Yeah, you're right. We did. We saw
this Pokemon has a V-Star.
Oh.
You can heal this.
Well, that's what it's going to be, Kyle. It's going to be the rope.
It's
Sableye coming up into the active position here for Daniel. And, of course, the only Pokemon on the other side for Hermione, that Goodra V being brought into the active position here. Kyle, what do you think about this?
It is a Pokemon play that can be made.
Well,
I don't want to place any more damage onto the bench Hisuian Goodra V-Star at this point.
Yes,
Moisture Star is a potential. Any damage that you place there is going to disappear.
Yep. Oh, I think that's exactly what we just saw.
Right.
It looks like it was being debated here, but then Daniel goes, yeah, 12 onto this Goodra V here. So at least some of this damage should be sticking somewhere on the field. But yeah, you still have the option for that Moisture Star V-Star power wherever you want it, as long as it's a Goodra V-Star. That is doing it. So we're going to see this Mirage Gate attaching these two energy onto the active Hisuian Goodra V with that water and metal energy.
Yeah, if there's a boss's orders in hand and Hermione can start to go aggressively after the Dragonite V, maybe there's a situation where Hermione pulls out on top here, because you're going to get the first attack into this Pokemon. It's not going to guarantee that Dragonite gets to attack twice now, and there's 2 boss's orders in the list. Certainly is a possibility.
Ooh, and look at that. This Chorus's Experiment gets one of them into the hand here. Manaphy and Battle VIP Pass going into the Lost Zone for those 3 cards into the hand. We see already this Hisuian Goodra V-Star, another energy, the manual attachment for the final energy needed to get this Rolling Iron, and it's just going to be a knockout this turn on that Sableye. Knocking it out, taking another prize card, down to 4 left to run away with this game. And that leaves Daniel with this Dragonite V in the active position now.
Which I will remind him once more, can knock out either of these Pokemon. Dragon Gale's 250, you're reducing 80, that's 170. It knocks out both Pokemon that are currently in play. Just attack into one of them, remove from play, force the Moisture Star, and you're going to be in a solid position.
Foist the moist, baby. We have this Radiant Greninja on this concealed cards, drawing 2 additional cards to the hand. I mean, Daniel's got to know this, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing it. We saw the Hisuian Heavy Ball be used there, and it's put into the prize cards now for that basic Pokemon to be drawn out there. Sableye on the field here for Daniel. Just taking a look at the cards here for Daniel, debating what is going on, but maybe just trying to play some stuff out here. Looks like debating the nest ball, but taking count.
Yeah, this looks like Super Rod now.
Yeah.
And I mean, sure, Sableye is a nice
Super Rod.
Pokemon to incorporate when you're trying to take those knockouts, maybe with the Echoing Horn later on. And obviously, Hermione's trying to avoid any situation where the last prizes taken are not this Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Doing some pre-planning there. Well, we see the knockout there on the Hisuian Gudra V-Star. For Daniel, only 2 prize cards left to take to tie things up in this set between these players. Hermione on the other side left with this Hisuian Gudra V-Star. Still have that Moisture Star, V-Star power, and a whole hand of cards as well. Drawn for the turn here on Hermione's side.
All right, I'm going to go to math camp for a minute. Obviously, Moisture Star is fantastic, but at this point, you use Rolling Iron, you can deal 200 damage to the active Pokemon. If the counterplay is to just attack with the Dragonite V, a lot of damage gets placed onto the board. And you're talking about 30 damage for a Dragonite, 30 for a Sableye, 30 for a Comfey, 30 for a Comfey. That's a 4-prize swing, well, 5-prize swing even if you wanted it, available with a Sableye on the side for Hermione. So Dragonite's no longer a choice of an attacker unless you are winning the game.
That is scary here, Kyle. That was actually pretty impressive on the math camp here as well.
My mom made me go.
Well, we're going to see the retreat here from that Hisuian Gudra V into the Zamazenta now in the active.
This is worrisome, as Echoing Horn we know is a play for Daniel. So now the 2 prize cards could be a Zamazenta and insert random Pokemon with 70 hit points, which is fantastic. You can work around all the additional hit points of this Gudra, but this is certainly a threat that you're going to have to work around. And what handles this Pokemon at the moment? 130 hit points, pretty nice ability on it.
Yeah.
And if it's only Dragonite, that's bad news.
Oof, yeah, exactly. As you said before, well, we're going to chain together the Super Rod to shuffle back in these energy. We're going to see multiple Mirage Gate here now from Hermione to accelerate these energy out of the deck onto the field here. 2 Metal Energy and Water attached to that Zamazenta for the attack ready to go. And of course, 1 Water placed onto that Hisuian Gudra V-Star as well, recharging it up on the field.
All right, 220 damage would be placed onto the Dragonite, and then you're talking about 5-5-1, easy way to close out with the Sableye next turn.
Yes.
This is a potential checkmate where Hermione also worked around Roxanne and gets to hold on to the Sableye and the Psychic Energy.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That is something our players are always looking to do. Make sure there's no shenanigans happening in the late game with Roxanne. You don't get stuck with anything, some bad draw of the cards and lose the game from there. That's exactly what Hermione's doing here with 4 prize cards left to take, but it can be a swing for all of them, and Daniel has to stop that before it happens. We're going to go into a Colress's experiment here on Daniel's side.
I'm just looking for any miracle play, any choice belts or anything. There's nothing featured in the list that could potentially take the 2 prize knockout at this point. Kyogre is in the loss zone, so if there were a world where you incorporate Escape Rope plus Echoing Horn and then try to go for it all right there, that's not a line either.
That is tough. We see 1 Super Rod hit this loss zone here for Daniel. It's going to just be 2 Super Rod. All right, what are we working with here, Kyle?
It has to be switch cards from this point. And we see 1 in the loss zone. I'm sure there were a few used to get to this point.
There was a lot used, actually. There was like 3 in the discard pile already from earlier.
Don't say that. That's bad. Oh, they're all gone.
All of them are gone?
There's no healing remaining. All the damage is locked in place.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of them earlier, but I think you're right. That is all of them. All 4 switch card. Sheesh. What are we to do, Kyle? What do we do?
I'm on Hermione's team now. I switched sides. Yeah, this is tough. From this point, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do because you want to place damage, maybe with a Pokemon like Sableye.
Yeah.
Work it onto the Zamazenta, then go for the Echoing Horn combination. Take those last 2 prize cards. Obviously, don't attack with Dragonite here. That seems terrible.
Damage all your own Pokemon. No big deal.
Make it even more obvious that you lose to Sableye in this moment. But this is right from Daniel. Continue to draw through, see more cards with the Radiant Greninja. Maybe there's something in the deck, but there's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, just another Water Energy and a Comfey added to the hand of the concealed cards after another Flower selecting from this Comfey. And there's just such a huge hand, which is unfortunate, but not much there. It's going to be another Mirage Gate here.
The best thing that happened this turn is that the Hisuian Gudra's in the active spot, so at least you're forcing an additional resource from Hermione there.
That's true.
Either it be any switching effect or heavy Jet Energy plus Mirage Gate, but we know that there's an escape rope in hand.
Yep.
It's all there.
It's all there indeed. Pokestop going to come into play here, but there's an escape rope now from Daniel.
All right, looking to soften up both Pokemon with the Radiant Greninja and then go for the surprise Echoing Horn next turn or this turn. Take the prize now, it looks like.
Yep, bringing out that Comfey onto the field from that Echoing Horn. The discard pile is searched to bring it out there from Daniel's side.
I don't think there's any way to be more calm in this situation for Hermione. Place the damage.
Look at this.
Draw, Sableye, Psychic, and that's going to close things out. Plenty of damage to go around. Hermione punching the ticket into top 8.
Hermione Hatalati, you saw the fist bumps there. Our winner here in our round 15, winning in. Hermione Hatalati making it in with Hisuian Gudra V-Star. Are you surprised here, Kyle?
I would have not chosen this deck, but after seeing it perform like that, it looks very fun. So maybe I've been converted. Well, let's be honest, I'd rather play Giratina still.
Yeah, we all know that, Kyle. We knew the answer there. Unfortunately for Daniel, so trying to make things work and doing an amazing job there. Daniel's one of our Canadian players working with that Kyogre lost box, and I was rooting for Daniel, but just not able to make things happen in this match, losing 2-0 there to Hermione. I mean, that first game that we saw was just so unlucky, Kyle. It was so unlucky.
Yeah, Daniel openly saying I haven't played the matchup, and yeah, it is one that you don't keep in your back pocket. It's tricky, but just trying to do the math, find the right opportunities, force your opponent to have all of the resources was the name of the game. And we had a very quick one here. Pass the turn from Hermione. Daniel takes a look at the hand, and that's the worst card I've ever seen. Why do I need a Kyogre with 3 ropes? I'm out of here.
Yep. Yeah, that was just bad. It showed the hand, showed the next card, which was a Super Rod. I just scooped it up there. Daniel, I believe there was still like 44 minutes left on the clock here. We got into our game 2. Trying to hope that things could go better here. We did get several knockouts here with the Cramorant for Daniel, but just ended up not being enough.
Yeah, this was all Daniel all the time in the early stages. However, ran out of juice, was not able to find a Colress Experiment, had to eventually find that later on, but slowed down and only took knockouts with the Cramorant. Trying to close out on some of these Comfeys.
Yep.
Hermione chained together multiple Colress Experiment back to back to back, finding avenues to continue attacking, and then there was this great turn here where not only did you present 2 big threats, but you get to follow it up with the Moisture Star next turn.
Yeah, Moisture Star, healing all the damage that you can. You're reducing damage, you're healing damage. That is the name of the game for Hisuian Gudra V-Star. And it worked out well for Hermione here. As you said, Kyle, you know, Daniel really hasn't played much of this matchup. We haven't seen Gudra in a very long time, so probably wasn't fully prepared for this, but still did an incredible job here, trying to do everything with this Radiant Greninja here at the end of this game. But that is all Hermione needed, the Sableye, the attachment here, and we got there. We see the fist bump, and Hermione is the winner here in our Swiss round. 15. Some incredible gameplay from both of our players there. But that's it. That is all for our Swiss rounds. Kyle, we're going to be heading into top 8.
There's going to be some interesting matchups in this top 8. Let's
Yes,
be honest.
there
We
is.
see Charizard. What does Charizard do against Hisui and Gudra? That's wild to think about with the damage capped so low for a Charizard and then consistently just attacking in, but then having a Sableye backup. That's Charizard's worst nightmare.
Yeah,
Getting
exactly.
to manipulate all of that damage. So Azul may not be happy with the results he's seeing on the main stage.
Yeah, that is true. That is a kind of an awkward form of events there. I'm sure Wancho is happy back there, though. That
Wancho's
is for
always
sure.
happy.
That's true. That is very true. Wancho's like, yes, at least one of my picks is making it.
All
Let's
right,
go.
now hold up. One of his picks made it in. Both of my picks would make it in if Hermione won.
That's true.
There is a Sableye and a
that is
Spiritomb in there.
true. There's a Spiritomb
Did
in
I
there.
mean for that? No, but I'll take it.
Yep, that is very true. Well, we're going to gear up for top 8 coming pretty soon here. Of course, we have to make sure we do all the math here, get all of our players situated. We got to, make sure they're all ready to get into top 8. What is that like, Kyle? Just kind of preparing, hoping that you get in, maybe like waiting on a bubble for it, or just preparing to be in top 8, even just being like, yo, I made it to top 8. Like, what are the emotions there for our players?
It is completely out of your hands from that point, either whether you are the bubble or you're waiting to see what your matchup is, because obviously it's a great accomplishment to make it to that point, but you really want to know what you're playing against.
Yeah, exactly.
You almost want your friends to go tell you. You don't want to find out yourself trying to go, oh, I'm 2-7, 3-6.
Yeah.
What's the matchup here for me? Am I favored? And also, anything can happen. That's why we play the game. You show up, and sometimes you just beat that auto loss, whatever it may be. And it's always great for us to watch here on the main stage, because sometimes we got some wacky winners.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone would have predicted Sacramento happening. I mean, maybe the Lugia for sure, but a Gyarados being in the finals of Sacramento, absolutely incredible there. And we saw a couple of our players when we looked at the rankings just before we hopped into this match that we hadn't really talked about yesterday or even today, that we're climbing up there and potentially getting into our top 8 as well, with some decks that we haven't even seen featured as well. So I'm excited to see how this shapes up, what our top 8 is going to be. And this is really what, our players at home or our viewers are looking forward to, because you have these huge events, all of these players coming out with all these different variety of decks, but this is kind of what things get narrowed down to, and this is where the weight is of, these are our top 8 decks, this is what beat out everything else in this event, and this is what carries the most weight into formulating decks for upcoming formats and all of that. But I mean, we do have some more cards coming out pretty soon that's going to change things, but still the results, looking at the top 8, is obviously very heavy weighted. Lots of people taking lists from there. And yeah, hopefully it should be interesting for us, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks that just continue to grow stronger and stronger and potentially make their way back into the field.
Yeah.
Hisui and Gudra is one of those decks that just waits for its opportunity, finds the right time, sneaks in, and then if you're not able to knock this Pokemon out, you're in a lot of trouble. And Chen Pao is one of the few decks that's able to handle that. The cross-switching especially is really strong against that. So look out. We have seen that there are a couple Chen Pao players on the winning in this time around. And with Hermione at 37 points, could be one of the highest seeded players moving into our top 8.
Yep, could be. Well, we actually get to hear from Hermione, who just won into our top 8 after that round 15. So let's throw it to Wancho to hear from our Gudra player.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Well, I am so excited for this interview. You have no idea. The casters are right. My smile is the biggest it's been, because right now I'm interviewing Hermione, the winner of round 15 and guaranteed into top 8, playing Gudra V-Star. Before we start, Hermione, I want you and me to, can you do me a favor? We're just gonna look at the camera. We're gonna wave at all the Gudra haters out there. We're looking at you, Kyle. We're looking at you, Pablo, because it's in top 8. Congratulations, by the way. We had a quick chat before the actual start of this interview. You actually made top 8 in Lille as well, yeah?
Yes, with the same 60.
The exact same 60, Gudra. Very interesting. Were there any things you
Sorry, what did you do to prepare in between the two tournaments?
Nothing.
Nothing. Just
no. In Lille, I lost to my friend Consta, who won the tournament, and I knew there was not gonna be Consta here to take me out.
Without Consta, the tournament is yours. I love it. I love the confidence. We know the deck. I know the deck is good. You know the deck is good. Now the whole world knows. We got it on stream. I absolutely love it. Even that second game got a little dicey. You had almost no compe, but somehow you were able to turn it around. Tell me about the mindset you had in that second game.
I kept on drawing my color resist, so I knew I could get to 10 eventually. I think I made one mistake when he had Forest Stillstone in play and I had Vacuum in hand. I could have used it, and then next turn I would have gotten my Gudra with Mirage Gate, but he vacuumed it himself, so I couldn't do that. So that was like my only mistake, I think. But I normally don't bench 2 Gudra in any matchup, but it was going so weirdly. I felt like it was my only option to try to stick 2 Gudras down his face and hope it works.
I love it, right? Sometimes that's the hallmark of good player. It's not necessarily just a flow chart, right? It's taking prizes. Normally I only play 1 Gudra, but when you're in those awkward positions, that's what the trading card game is sometimes. You get the awkward hands. You have to adjust, and I think you adjust absolutely masterfully. There were so many interesting plays where you had the double Gudra and then not healing the Gudra and forcing the Dragonite to attack, putting 20 damage on the board, and then attacking with the Zamazenta. It was beautiful. I learned something today.
Yeah, no, so did I. I've never done that before. I top decked the Artisan to do the play, otherwise I would have probably just lost. But it was
big, right? Because the Gudra only does 200 damage.
Yeah, and I noticed, I looked at this card, I'm like, wait, there's 3 switch cards in here. Then I looked at the Lost Zone, there's fourth switch card in the Lost Zone. So I knew if I get the Zamazenta play, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, every damage counter counts. Again, 200 damage versus 220. Sometimes it doesn't, if you're not taking the knockout, sometimes it feels inconsequential, but not in Lost Box. Again, when you have the power of that Sableye. And we got to see it. It was beautiful. Enough about that match. That match is in the past now, because what you have ahead of you is top 8 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. What are you thinking right now? How are you mentally preparing yourself for the top 8?
I'm gonna go listen to music and eat.
Listen to music and eat. Well, we'll make sure you get that chance here. So just a couple more questions and I'll let you go. Just tell me a fun fact about yourself.
I can only do good with Gudra, apparently.
No, I don't believe that. If you can play Gudra, you can play anything. And then what deck are you afraid of the most?
Nothing.
Nothing. I love it. I love it. All right. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my testing group, or friend group. This is the 4th regional in a row. We have a player in the finals, and we won now 2 in a row, last 2 ones. So I'll try to keep that streak going.
Wow.
And then shout out to my parents and friends and girlfriend.
For sure, for sure. Wow. That is a testing group to watch out for, because that's a powerhouse for sure. Well, I'll let you take a break. Make sure you're ready for top 8. But yeah, with that, there's still so much more Pokemon to be had here at the Toronto Regional Championships. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Your Sableye able to take enough damage to clear that Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm, and with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now. of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of just said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it with this list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well at are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to make it all the way.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good.
Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emi Wither.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm gonna try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
What's at stake? Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, back in the lounge, and I'm joined by the one and only Triple J, Jeremy Jallin.
That's me.
How are you doing, Jeremy?
Going well, yeah. We are already cruising through day 2 of Swiss. We are just waiting on our top 8, and from there we're going to crown a champion.
Yeah, a
player's
champion.
going to win some money.
a lot of money. So again, just to remind folks at home, what's at stake here at the Toronto Regional Championship. Again, the winner takes home $10,000, and not only that, gets an automatic invite to the Pokemon World Championship. Getting second gets you $7,000, third to fourth, $5,000, fifth to eighth, $30,000. A good chunk of change here. The players are working for, and even a couple of boosters. That's something I used to like about winning some tournaments. You get to open some packs.
I don't know if it's a couple. The 108 booster packs, that's going to be a lot of ripping those packs open, hoping for that nice alternate art Charizard or something like that.
All right, Jeremy, because back in my day, there weren't 1,800 masters competing. You know, it's a big tournament. That's what I love. Toronto, I love the regional season so far. It really has been the most international regional to date, right?
Yeah.
We have players from all over the globe. There's players from Australia, South Africa, I've heard, Mexico, a lot of places, and but there can only be 8 top 8 and only 1 champion. I want to ask you, Jeremy, how's your bet going so far? Like your prediction?
Listen, I don't want to talk about it.
I do. You're here with me. We're talking about it.
Let's talk about your prediction. You know, Gudra in top 8. You know.
Well, I've talked about it a lot already. I was so excited to see Herman just really win that game very handily. It was a very commanding game. Even if game 2 was started out a little slow, but you know, that's a hallmark of a good player, right? He adjusted. But yeah, unfortunately, Mew VMAX probably not gonna make a showing here at top 8. A little bit too many Charizards, right?
Listen, JW did win the last round of Swiss, so 35 points could be on the bubble for top 8. That's my judge path hope. You know, Miraidon making it in the top 8, maybe hitting some good matchups.
Hey, if anyone can make it, it's Flex Daddy Righteous for sure.
Oh yeah.
And but yeah, everyone else looks like good representation across the board. I think we kind of got a lot of stuff right, kind of.
Now, I do know Demetrius from the UK is still in top 8. They locked in with 36, 37 match points. I can't remember which ones, but Gardevoir EX. We still have not seen Gardevoir perform in these single elimination brackets, these top 8s.
That's true. I feel like Gardevoir has been missing in the top 8. It's one of the most powerful decks, right? A lot of the top players seem to be almost single-handedly just playing Gardevoir the entire season sometimes.
Yeah.
And maybe it could pay off right now. Again, Gardevoir EX, such a powerful card. And in this metagame right now, where I think we're kind of going into bigger HP Pokemon, you know, the big Charizard EXs, Gudras, even Mew VMAX, you know, it could be a great pick. Just to remind everyone at home, our day 2 analysis, where again, majority is Lost Box, no surprise there, but the big Lugia conversion rate. I want to talk about that. What do you think about that?
Listen, it's a big bird in the chops, trying to stick around for way past its prime. Ever since rotation, the deck has gotten nerfed a lot, but for some reason still wants to keep up. And we've seen a lot more of the single strike variant compared to the colorless variant that won Sacramento a couple weeks ago.
That's true. And it's interesting to see how much the deck really has evolved, how people have been really, changing it up since the rotation for sure. I remember full-powered Lugia. That was a time. And hey, Jeremy, guess what? It's actually Lugia's birthday, almost the 1-year anniversary since its release. Silver Tempest was the dreaded November set. November set seems to be the stronger sets for the Pokemon TCG. And oh man, when that came out with the amazing Eviltal.
Yeah, no one would have ever thought that the amazing rare Pokemon would be utilized because of their heavy attack cost, all different types of energies. But when you pair it with just I think Pablo said it best, the best energy acceleration we've probably ever seen in the game, at least as of late. Just being able to search your deck for 2 special energies at a time with 1 Archeops. Thank goodness the energies got rotated out, so you don't need to actually deal with it anymore.
That's true. I have a feeling that's exactly why that specific Pokemon is why they're not printing any more powerful special energies.
Yes. Definitely gatekeeping the entire format.
That's for sure. And again, yeah, you got it right. The most powerful energy acceleration. Not only that, you get 2 of them thanks to Lugia, which is kind of crazy. Again, I just want to remind everyone at home at the 6th spot, yes, it says Chien-Pao EX, but there's 2 other decks that are tied for 6% of the meta share in day 2 with the Rapid Strike Urshifu and other Arceus V-Star. The other Arceus V-Star, that's something we haven't featured just yet, and I'm not sure if it's made top 8. I would love to.
So there's one on the bubble that I saw at least. That's Christian Labella, known mostly for Arceus Duraludon. I think there's a 1/1 Duraludon in the list this weekend, but it could be the one Arceus deck to come in. I don't know if there's Judge Path in it, because when you're playing Duraludon, Path of the Peak doesn't really work together. And then the Inteleon Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, I believe there was still our last match playing right now in round 15. Joshua Frink, I believe, is on that deck. With a win, could put themselves at 35 points as well to try to bubble in.
Yeah, if anyone can do it, I believe in Josh Frink. Yeah, again, very powerful deck. I mean, it's one of those decks where if you can take an extra turn, it just seems really powerful, you know? There's not too many decks in the format that can do that. That's such a rare ability, rare effect to see in the card game, because typically you want your opponent to play the game, right?
No, wait,
yeah, you're
not me. You're asking
that's
the wrong person.
That's right. I need someone else here in the lounge.
We can ask Piplup, but I don't know if they're gonna have anything to say.
No, for sure. I mean, maybe Dialga V-Star could be good again in the new next format. I don't know.
Skarzik would hope.
Hey, you could play Magnezone and just stick a Lightning Energy in there and play with Iron Hands, right?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
No, for sure.
I am excited for maybe Chien-Pao to kind of run through this top 8. If it hits the matchups correctly, there's a Charizard up there. There's the Arceus deck. Those are 2 very good matchups for Chien-Pao. And if the placings lie where they do, it can really make a deep run.
That is true. Chien-Pao EX just has the capability to just hit those big numbers. And if you're a big Pokemon, you don't want that.
I'm a big Pokemon.
I'm just saying, Jeremy, in Gudra's defense, we play Zamazenta. And then we just play Lost Box, and then we're just Zamazenta. And it,
all right, well then you're gonna get Moonlight Shuriken.
Okay. I'm just gonna let the players show what's gonna happen instead of this theory modding we're doing here on the lounge. But again, either way, making it to top 8, absolutely huge. And I admit I'm a little bit afraid. Chien-Pao is a big and scary deck for sure.
Oh yeah, it is one of those glass cannon decks though, where it is very hard to get set up. But if you do, it's just the ball keeps rolling. As long as you hit those superior energy retrievals, your B-Barrel is putting in a ton of work with Industrious Incisors. It gets pretty chilly.
That is true. That it is pretty chilly here though in Toronto, Canada. I just have to
the
say
wind's
that.
crazy.
Silvery chill indeed. But yeah, Chien-Pao, I just want to talk about real quick. The alt art is absolutely amazing, and what else is really, really cool? We do have an art contest.
Oh, that is right.
The Illustrator contest. You have a chance to submit, submit your entry and be part of the Pokemon history, basically. I 100% believe in Skarzik, that I will play a Skarzik card at some point.
Oh yeah, no, I am forcing him to enter this contest as many times as he can. Because I want to see our own Bob Ross make a card. It would be insane. I already have the promos that release on the Pokemon Center. I think probably about a year ago now, there was an Arcanine card, and Growlithe is one of my favorite Pokemon, so you always love to see it here. And honestly, there's such good artwork that's been in Pokemon throughout these past few sets. It's only going to get better.
That is true, and if there's something I know about the Pokemon community, there's so many talented players, so many talented artists. I love going through social media and seeing a lot of the fan art of different Pokemon, and and just really following all those different artists. And now is your time to shine, to become an official Pokemon artist. How crazy would that be?
Yeah, it'd be almost like being an official commentator.
Oh, I know, this is a dream come true. Don't make me tear up, Jeremy. I'm not ready yet.
It's okay.
No. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely amazing to be able to work here in this stage for sure. But yeah, again, so many exciting things. I just love how there's so many possibilities for Pokemon, right? You can be a pro player, pro artist, pro commentator, and who knew it? And it's all we're doing is playing this game that we love.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. So many different people throughout the entire world has grown up with Pokemon, and we've all kind of converged onto this same kind of competitive scene. And the fact that we all come from different backgrounds, different areas of the world, and we're still able to have something in common and focus on something that we love. It's really, truly great to see.
For sure. And speaking of something we love here, I just want to remind folks at home, there's actually so many exciting things that we have in store in the Twitch channel. So make sure you're following the Twitch channel. I believe we're going to show it here in a bit, all the amazing events. Looks like we have on Tuesday, Pokemon Thrills and Chills at 2 p.m. And then on Wednesday, we're showing the 2015 Winter Regional Championship TCG. Those are the things I really like watching, really going back in time and really re-establishing or relearning that meta, because you guys really know your stuff here.
Well, listen, 2015 was a little bit before I got brought on, so it'll be interesting to go back, see some of my favorite commentators of olden days. Shout out to Josue Rojano, one of the best, and really helped me get into this kind of thing.
For sure, and the rest of them, I believe the movie was also going to be shown on the Twitch channel. A lot of exciting things. Who knew that not only do you get the most action-packed Pokemon trading card game action here on the Pokemon Twitch channel, you also get all the amazing series, all the movies and all that. And of course, something we do have on Twitch channel specifically is that you have a chance to vote on which match should be streamed next. You have the power to choose which side of top 8 we start off with. That's exciting.
I mean, when Azul's in top 8, I'm pretty sure everyone else is going to be at a disadvantage. Very much one of the popular players we have here this weekend, and has just been dominating this tournament throughout with that Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX deck. His teammate, Grant Manley, unfortunately could not win this last round, so sitting at 32 points. We could have had 2 exact same 60 card decks in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, or hear me out. You could vote for Goodra. We need you to vote for Goodra. No, but again, there's still so much Pokemon to be had. Top 8, right? That's it. This is it. This is the top of the top, the creme de la creme. The best players here at the Toronto Regional Championship battling it out to see who becomes champion. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a quick break.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out. So.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Furbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 US National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the Lugia V-Star archetype. Lugia V-Star, with its absolutely ridiculous V-Star power, is still a top-tier metagame threat. Let me explain how. Summoning Star lets you grab any 2 non-Wallbox colorless Pokemon from a discard pile and put them straight onto your bench. This allows you to bypass normal evolution rules, meaning you can plonk 2 Silver Tempest Archeops into play turn 2 just by getting them in the discard pile and evolving up into a Lugia V-Star. Trust me, you will really want to get those Archeops into play since they have the bonkers ability Primal Turbo. Primal Turbo allows you to grab 2 special energies from your deck and attach them to one of your Pokemon. This is a downright silly amount of energy acceleration. And don't forget, you will often have 2 Archeops in play, meaning you can attach 4 special energy in a turn. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. This means Lugia players can have a whole host of different attackers, like a single strike core that utilizes Tyranitar V for heavy damage dealing with single strike crush. Your Vessel for dark type coverage and a 1 prize poke, which is perfectly capable of 1-hit KOing Mew V Max and Gardevoir EX2. And Stone Journer for fighting type coverage into Arceus V and Miraidon EX2. Snorlax is very good at dealing with Lost Box, since with its unfazed spell ability, it is now immune to Sableye Lost Mine. And with therapeutic energy attached, it can't go to sleep, meaning you can announce Thumping Snore turn after turn. Weird Eevee can also be played for a late game cleanup option, with Side Shield Bash getting out of hand in the late game, since it does 40 for each energy attached to it. Make no mistake about it, Lugia V-Star might require some work to set up, sure, but once it gets rolling, it is very hard to stop. So how about we all keep an eye out for it here this weekend, eh?
Welcome back to the casting desk here in Toronto at our regional championship for the trading card game. I'm Boo, here with Kyle Sablehouse. We just took you through our last Swiss round, our 15th round, but now we're headed into Top Cut here in our day 2. This is our championship Sunday, baby. At the end of the day, we're gonna have a winner of Toronto Regionals. Kyle, we're about to get into a top 8 match. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had so many players working their way to this point, and check it out. We have our 8 final competitors looking to bring home potentially $10,000 and a trip to the World Championships.
Absolutely, so much on the line here, and this is how it came out here in our top 8. You can see our bracket here, who will be facing off with each other. At the top here, Azul Garcia Griego versus Dylan Gunn, and that is going to be a Charizard matchup against Lost Box.
Yeah, always a fun matchup to see. You see Demetrius Eaton against Jake Griggs there, playing the Chen Pao up against Gardevoir, one of my personal most interesting matchups of the format to date, and I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top there.
Yep, and then we have another Chen Pao player in Grant Shen, who's been rocking with that deck for a while here, making it into our top 8 versus Christian Moreno as well, playing the single strike version of Lugia.
Yeah, the affectionate name C-Pow. That's all he calls it. It just gets the job done. It's like the old Lug and Chops.
C-Pow Ka-Chow, right?
That's right. Well, he's going to have to work his way through the Lugia on the other side there from Christian. So meeting an old adversary of his. And then finally, we have a very interesting final match there. JW made it all the way back, won with Miraidon. And now, what's your reward? The Goo Daddy.
Yeah, the Goodra V-Star that we just saw on stream, played by Herman. And in that interview from Herman as well, sounding super confident, said, "I'm not scared of any deck that I could possibly face into top 8. I'm ready for it." So good luck to JW over there.
Goodra oozing with confidence does not sound great, but go ahead. Best of luck to you.
Best of luck. Well, that's how our top 8 sorted out. Kyle, are you surprised?
Well, I think Azul feels very great here. There were 2 Chen Pals that made it in. He avoided those so far, so that's going to be good news for all the Azul GG fans. Other than that, this was interesting to see that the Chen Pals that did make it in, not Canadian.
Yeah,
we definitely expected that, as maybe to see that representation there, but good meta call either way.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of variation in our decks, though. I mean, the Charizard, Lost Box, Lugia, Gudra, Miraidon, Chien-Pao, and Gardevoir as well. That is a direct representation of what our meta share has been going into this weekend, and we have a little bit of each of those.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see. A lot of great matchups, a lot of great players too, really trying to add to those accomplishments. Herman with the back-to-back top 8s. Azul, of course, with the international finishes that we've seen from that player. It's just unreal. Grant Shen trying to do it again once more with another top 8 too. Just consistency all across the board.
Consistency everywhere, and here are the visual representations of our top 8 decks.
Shiny.
So you can really see the variation in these decks. The only duplicate that we have here being those 2 Chien-Pao players.
Yeah, a lot of great players were on Gardevoir, and Demetrius really stood out there, finding ways to take down all sorts of different decks in the meta. I'm excited to see so many of these different matchups. I wish we could feature all of them at this point in time. It's just going to be the one.
Just gonna be the one, and I believe you all voted for what we are about to feature in our streamed top 8 match coming up here soon. So if your vote is the one that won in our Twitch chats, get ready, buckle up, buckle in. We are ready to get into this top 8 very soon here. But yeah, just looking at this, I mean, this is the result of a very diverse meta that we've had for quite a bit. I mean, we've been talking about this constantly, but I think the wildest thing to see here is that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. I mean, I didn't even realize I was talking about the top 8 in Lille, and it was literally Herman.
It was Herman, yeah.
It was Herman who made that top 8, and now here in Toronto making another top 8 with the exact same 60 list. And just saying, yeah, this is what I perform well with, so this is what I'm going to play. And that's kind of the overall theme of what our meta has been. You know, it's so difficult now going into a huge group of players, so many variety of decks. At this point, you have to choose what you feel most comfortable in playing and go with that. Know all of your lines, know all of your matchups. And we kind of saw that in the Herman match as well. That's, you know, Daniel didn't really know how to go up against the Gudra V-Star. So it's definitely an interesting pick to see here in our top 8. Maybe people this weekend just weren't prepared for the Gudra V-Star.
Yeah, well, I think our 2 players are going to know their matchups pretty well. They faced off earlier in Swiss. Let's meet them once more.
Absolutely, I'm so excited for this. 2 players that I know well, but over here on the left side is Jake Riggs. Jake Riggs is actually one of my formal locals here, and I've known Jake since he first entered the Masters division. And his previous best placement here, as you see under the results, Indianapolis Regional Top 64. So this is the best that we have seen from Jake Riggs playing this Chien-Pao deck. Coming in hot here, and this is his first time on stream as well. I am so excited. Definitely rooting for Jake here. I'm a little biased because I've known him for a while.
Well, on the other side, we have Demetrius Eaton with a lot of accomplishments. Been moving up since even 2014 in the seniors division as a national champion, but 2022, we see a top 8 finish at a regional. The London Open starting off the season strong with that top 4 finish, and then a top 16 at the Liverpool Regional. Playing the Gardevoir deck, we know this is one that when it's in the right hands of a great player, it's going to have a lot of success. But you're playing against Chien-Pao.
Yep.
And oh boy, does Chien-Pao have some moves here in the early stages of this game.
Well, as you said before, Kyle, these players did match up against each other. And who came out on top in that match, Kyle?
Demetrius.
Demetrius did win in that matchup between these players. So Jake Riggs is going to have another chance here to potentially take down this Gardevoir and go for the win this time.
Oh.
Let's check out the prize cards here for our players.
Double cross switcher at the top.
Yeah, that's...
One Ralt's prize for Demetrius, not too bad. Oh boy.
That's definitely not what you want to see for sure here for Jake, but we've talked about this all weekend, Kyle. This is the matchup we've been waiting to see. This is what the community picked as well in our Twitch chat to jump into as well, because this is kind of the widely debated matchup in our community that has been that way for a long time. Some people say, oh, it's a 50-50, and some people say that Chien-Pao is more favored going into this matchup, but who knows what's going to happen here, Kyle. I'm excited, and I know you're very hyped to cast this one.
Yes, the needle is pointing towards Demetrius to start things off with a look at those prize cards, but either way, this should be a fantastic match for us. Excited to see what Jake has for us. Obviously, this is going to be his first time on stream.
Yeah.
Give us a show, young man.
The nerves, I'm sure, are there, but we have the handshake, and we're getting into this. This is our Masters top 8
That's
here.
how you start the turn!
Are you serious, Kyle?
Manaphy pass with Gardevoir to start things off.
That is absolutely unseen. Just a Manaphy here from Demetrius pass over to Jake, and that's what you want to see if you're Jake Riggs here. Chien-Pao jumping straight into the deck off of that Shivery Chill. So not only going to get some energy, but going to get a look at the deck. But, I mean, look at how your opponent started.
Yeah, what an ideal start here for Jake. Gets to start things off with the water energies. They can be one of the more difficult things to find if you don't have one in your opening hand.
Yeah.
Looks like the Irida is there as well. So not only can start off with the Radiant Greninja and the VIP pass, we'll see so many cards on this opening turn. This is exactly what you want to see starting out the top 8 if you're a fan of Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. The luck is definitely in favor of Jake here. Maybe picking some up after not being able to take down Demetrius earlier in the day. So we're going to see these Pokemon popping out of the deck here off of that Battle VIP pass sought out by that Irida. I mean, Chien-Pao is kind of the perfect deck here to have some favor. I mean, there's cards there to search out everything you need in the beginning stages if your opponent is bricking. You know, like you just have it. Your opponent bricks, and you are off to the races, essentially.
There's such a level of consistency with this build, as we saw 2 Irida in the opening hand, already has the Frigibax down. That means Candy Baxcaliburs lined up. There's already 4 energies at their disposal, and at this point, Jake certainly should be able to find all the resources to at least attack next turn, take a knockout, and look at this. Consistency here with the double Bidoof could really draw into all the cards, maybe even find cross switchers if the Ralts is played next turn.
Yeah, that is huge. 2 Bidoof join in the fields. We have a full bench here now on Jake Riggs' side. Every single card utilized to its fullest. That basic energy going down on that Chien-Pao. And then we're over to Demetrius, and all Demetrius can do is an Iono for the turn to start things off.
Yeah, just a Gardevoir top decked there, nothing to do with that. So Iono's trying to find basic Pokemon. We see a Cresselia. I guess we need to be more specific. We need Ralts. Oh no.
Oh, no, indeed. We see, just that Cresselia and then a ton of energy? What is in this hand?
Basically,
that is it?
There's a, Kirlia and another Iono, just another reset. And it's way too slow for this point in time. The benefit here is even if the Wombo combo, cross switchers, and canceling Cologne is available, Cresselia has enough hit points to withstand.
Yeah, that is good, but I mean, as a Gardevoir player, this is absolutely not what you want to be looking at. Your deck is a setup deck. You need as much as you can on these opening turns, especially Demetrius went first. We saw 0 setup there, and it's just continuing to go just as poorly. So Demetrius gonna have to hang on tight, see if he can pull things through here against Jake. But I mean, look at the other side of the fields. We have a full bench. We have evolutions ready to go. Irida now going back into the deck to search out whatever you want, as long as it's a water Pokemon and an item card. And the Ultra Ball is gonna come out here off of that Irida and to go right back into the deck.
Yeah, Jake looks so confident here. We see the Ultra Ball played down. You can search out the Bibarel and have access to, if you do start to draw pretty thinly with those Ionos. We see 4 of those in the list for Demetrius, so that is one comeback mechanism, but no longer, as the hands can continue to be recycled there for Jake.
Yep, we're going to see these rare candy come out now. The first Baxcalibur down, using that super cold ability to accelerate those energy onto the field, onto this Chien-Pao in the active position. And we're going to start seeing these knockouts be taken.
Yeah, and from Jake, we see also holding back on the Pokestop. Don't want to give your opponent access to any additional cards.
Oh my
gosh. Watch them continue to drown on the other side. Once more, just looking at 6 more cards, hoping, begging, pleading for basic Pokemon.
Yeah, Demetrius is drowning in snow right now from that Chien-Pao. Can we get anything here to help us?
Mew? Mew could find Level Ball, Fog Crystal, something.
Yeah, that at least is something. We're going to see that retreat off the Manaphy that was manually attached to into this Mysterious Tail to find us an item card. It's going to be that Fog Crystal here for Demetrius.
And this is one benefit from playing against Jake in situations like this. We see the double cross switchers that were in the prize cards. There's only one more set if you want to target a Pokemon like that, Ralts. No Boss's Orders featured in a list like this. Is the Wombo combo available? If it is, you could shut off that Manaphy, knock out both Pokemon, basically seal up the game.
Oh, could it come down to a top deck, Kyle?
Please.
Oh my gosh.
Genpal lives for those moments.
Yeah,
we see the Irida in hand. Shivery Chill can commence. If Radiant Greninja is able to find at least the cross switcher here, then that would be very favorable.
Yep, eyeing that up. You can see Jake thinning the deck here, getting that water energy out. Shuffling up now.
At worst for Jake, if you don't see either piece, you could always use the Irida, search out the Ultra Ball, have access to 2 Bibarel, and continue to draw with both of them and maybe find the right resources.
Well, let's see what happens here for Jake Riggs. Will he be able to do it? He's going to attach some energy first here onto the field.
Yeah, looks like Jake. Oh, we're done.
Oh,
Demetrius is out of here. There's no way. As soon as you see an energy on that Radiant Greninja, probably losing that Ralts. Does not want to waste any more time or brain power, dare I say, as we move into game 2.
Well, I gotta say, Kyle, I did not expect for that match to go like that, but it was unfortunately not too great for Demetrius there. We did not get to see the full potential of both these decks, which if you're Jake Riggs, you are very happy about that. But here as casters, you know, we always want to see some nice gameplay here, and especially with this matchup as well. This is the one the community voted for. This is the matchup that's pretty heavily debated still as well of, you know, who's favored, who's not. So I kind of want to see the full potential of both these decks, especially from Demetrius, who's a very incredible player.
Right. Did we learn anything other than that run hot Genpal beats everything? I've been preaching that forever now at this point, and sure enough, we did see it running hot. Everything working Jake's way there. Had access to the Bibarel, the Rare Candy Backscalber, everything loaded up, and just knockout after knockout. Didn't even have to show all the special tricks that we're well aware of in this matchup. Demetrius knew about those too, but couldn't do anything if you don't have a Ralts.
Yep, tried to get bailed out with that Mew, but ended up scooping it up here. And we're just going to go into a game 2 between these players. So we're seeing the setup now. I guess on paper here, what do you want to see from an initial turn from Demetrius? Is it just standard Gardevoir?
Yeah, you want to force your opponent. Oh, this is pretty important. There are only 3 rare candies in this list.
Yeah.
It's a very standard list that you see almost everyone using. The one Iono can sometimes be Zinnia or something like that. Everyone else is playing the same 60.
Oh, that is tough. Once again, pretty awkward here for Jake Riggs in the prize cards, but here we go. We're starting off this game 2 between these players over on Demetrius' side of the field now, starting us off here with a Ralts in the active position and a Radiant Greninja out on the field. Going into the deck here with a Fog Crystal as well to search out other Pokemon. This is already looking fantastic compared to the last game. We've already used that concealed cards on the Radiant Greninja as well, so now we're just going to take a quick look through the deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was another Psychic Energy, but if there were, then the retreat into a Mew would be a potential play here. Instead, looks like it is just the Ralts. So if you have both of those in play, you're lined up for at least that turn 2 Mirage Step with Kirlia. If you can find that, you feel a lot more comfortable. Usually want to combine that with the Manaphy, and then you feel a little more comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely getting off to a much better start here for Demetrius. Let's take a look at the rest of the hand here. We do see that energy attachment onto that active Ralts.
Oh, okay. The Mirage Step's already in hand. Yeah, you don't need to play games if you already have it. That is very good for Demetrius.
We're going to be Mirage Stepping as long as that stays in the hand for Demetrius. Over onto Jake's side now. Pretty standard here. Genpal going into the deck off that Shivery Chill. Taking a look at the cards here as well. And we're going to get this turn kicked off.
Yeah, built-in Professor's Letter to start things off. You gotta love that. Irida, obviously the go-to supporter of the deck. You play 4 for a reason. You want to find these Pokemon, get rolling. Radiant Greninja is usually a guarantee in these opening setups as you just want to continue to draw with all these fresh new water energies you found.
Yeah, Irida has been an incredible inclusion really into any water deck. We've seen it in the past. Now we're seeing it in the present here with Chien-Pao. Jake Riggs is definitely a water Pokemon fan. You know, Kyle, at the last regional, he actually played Blastoise EX.
I mean, Baxcalibur is like the spiritual Blastoise of old with rain, splat rain dance and all that, so I'm okay with that.
All right, here we go. Jake having a pretty solid turn of his own here on the left side of our field with a Battle VIP pass now. Taking out these Pokemon, putting them on the field. These are Pokemon that we need to see evolutions into. This is how the kind of system keeps running with Chien-Pao. You got your Frigibax out there, the Bidoof coming down. What else would you like to see from this initial start, Kyle?
Well, I want to mention there's a unique opening that we saw here. Last game we saw grab the Frigibax with the Irida, play that into the hand, and grab the Radiant Greninja, then draw. This time, held the VIP pass, used the Radiant Greninja, trying to find additional Pokemon. So you can tell Jake feels a little more comfortable if he's able to bench multiple Pokemon off the jump here. Ends up finding the Bidoof now with the Ultra Ball, which maybe is not your ideal way of finding this Pokemon, but the more the merrier. You eventually can draw into all those resources.
Yeah, we don't see any hesitation in benching Pokemon with Chien-Pao most of the time. Of course, depends on the matchup, but we see lots of Pokemon joining the field here for Jake. Is going to just be one single Frigibax, though, on the field. But now we're over onto Demetrius's sides. Here we do see that Mirage Step Kirlia joining the squad into an Iono.
All right, this is my least favorite moment right here. Iono.
Oh, no.
Please do not find Refinement Kirlias. 2 VIP pass.
Okay.
It's the one time you just want to find bad cards, I suppose.
One more?
And that
all right, there you go.
Just fine.
Just fine indeed. You have.
Don't draw him here, though.
Oh, no.
No, there's one.
Oh,
okay.
gosh, that was scary, Kyle.
Yeah, this is definitely worrisome. No, it is good that we see the one there. There is Ultra Ball in the hand, so you could. We're drawing more cards.
Oh, wow.
Dangerous. The
That
Ultra
is
Ball here,
dangerous.
though, can grab the Manaphy. You have 2 more bench spaces for the final 2 Refinement Kirlias. And you're okay. We can breathe easy now.
I feel like your life just flashed before your eyes, Kyle.
I mean, you're talking about the sub 1%ers, but they happen, and when they do, it's awful. Anyone who's played Greninja knows that is like the one way to lose a game right there.
That's true.
And are the cards even worth it at that point? It worked out this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Mirage Step kicking it into gear here, getting those Kirlia out onto the field for Demetrius. And now we're back to Jake. So Chien-Pao still in the act position here. Going to jump into the deck with that Shivery Chill, how we start off almost every turn.
This is not the greatest hand. Thankfully, there is a shuffle effect, as we know that there was a Baxcalibur and a Bibarel on the bottom of the deck. Now gets to shuffle those resources. Draw with the Radiant Greninja.
Oh, that's good.
And the bailout button of Pokestop is there if you need to spin the wheel, but you don't have the Pokemon right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Needs to find an Irida right here.
All right, let's see if we can get it. We're going to use this concealed cards coming up for Jake to draw into 2. Chien-Pao and a Bibarel.
Yeah, but there's no great way to thin this hand out.
No, not really. Pokestop going to be rolled
Rare
here.
Candy, Ultra Ball, something. There's a lot of resources. They all stink right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they go to the hands.
You almost
They're not
don't want them.
discarded. Yeah, but you don't want them. You're trying to thin to try to draw into more cards with that Bibarel. But this is a huge hand here for Jake, but just awkward items here. It's just going to be a knockout from that Chien-Pao to take a prize card off of that Kirlia. And we're back over to Demetrius' side. Lots of Kirlia out on the field. We're going to see some refining. We already have several Psychic Energy in the discard pile here for Demetrius.
Yeah, this is certainly the turn where you've shown that you've withstanded the storm. If you evolve these Pokemon at this point, you're probably in a pretty favorable position.
Snowstorm's over.
Yep. We hunkered down.
Snow's been cleared. The sun is out. We've seen that first refinement here from Demetrius.
This
now
is certainly a pop-off scenario. There's Fog Crystal to find additional energy for the Radiant Greninja. We see the Shining Arcana Gardevoir loaded up too.
Yeah, that Shining Arcana can now be used. It's been evolved into, going to draw into 2 cards. It does have the option to attach that energy, but it's just going to keep it to the hand here and go into 2 level balls into the deck now.
Yeah, didn't want the free energy at that point. And wants to hold on to that maybe for the Radiant Greninja, but yeah, Fog Crystal for that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, any Pokemon 90 HP or less being sought out. Going to be that Mew and a Ralts from Demetrius, thinning the deck even more. We have a Fog Crystal.
Oh, do we have combos?
Mew EX.
Boss's orders onto the Radiant Greninja, double knockout the Frigibacks would be insane right now.
What is happening? Mew EX popped out of nowhere here.
This,
what?
I don't know if their cards are in hand right now, but if they are, that'd be unreal. Radiant Greninja's going to try things out, looking for at least the Gardevoir EX.
It's just a reversal energy and a worker.
Still refinement, Curly has
yeah,
2 of them to go.
Refinement.
Ultra Ball, a Gardevoir EX would be huge here.
Just a
Can
Fog
thin down a little more with the Fog Crystal.
Wow, Kyle.
this could definitely be
this
the
is
turn.
Scary,
this
yeah.
is why when we saw Mew first revealed,
Yeah.
everyone got excited. We were trying to find the right deck which can capitalize on this Pokemon. This is a situation where it looks very good. Looking, final 2 cards. Can it be found? We do not see a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, your
Ultra
Pokestop
Ball.
going in?
No.
Oh. Just going to be a Psychic Energy hitting the discard pile for a Rare Candy and another level ball. Demetrius, so much draw there, but not able to find it. Cresselia is just going to join us on the bench here. I'll tell you what, if Demetrius was able to pull that off, that would have put Mew EX back on the map for so many people.
That was a pop-off moment, ready to roll. Just could not capitalize on it. But the important piece here now, do you use Boss's orders and take a knockout on one of these potentially relevant Pokemon on the bench?
Yep.
Do you Iono and go for the Gardevoir? It has to be on the top 6 now, right? We looked at every other card.
We've looked at everything. That is very true. It's like just checking out the hand here, debating it, wiggling it.
What is the main threat as well? And wants to go after the Bibarel.
Yeah, the Bibarel is going to be taken out here by that Gardevoir by Demetrius. That's going to be 1 prize card. What are you thinking, Kyle?
I'm thinking we need to see some really good cards off Radiant Greninja this turn. If Jake wants to play in this game, Baxcalibur has to hit the field this turn. There is 1 rare candy in the deck.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Jake, super unlucky with those prize cards. 2 rare candy in the prize cards still remaining for Jake. Unfortunate turn of events, but we'll see if we can have some concealed cards revealing some good cards.
I wonder if it's almost Pokestop first, but then you're going to see the Irida and you'll hate yourself.
Yeah, that's tough.
We'll just Radiant Greninja.
Here we go, concealed cards. Ooh, yeah, that is just a Manaphy and a cross switcher. Gonna be the Pokestop now.
There's the 1 rare candy. You can't grab the Baxcalibur though.
Yeah, it's going to the discard pile. Pokestop only taking item cards here.
This is so dangerous. All these resources.
My
if there was a rare candy Baxcalibur, we could be talking about the combo.
Yeah.
Cross switchers, canceling Cologne, bring up the Manaphy, double knockout, 2 Curlias, and the game completely flips on its head.
Yeesh. We're just going to see that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Of course, no targets in the prize cards here for Jake Riggs. That Hisuian Heavy Ball just going to go to the discard pile. But honestly, that's pretty good because the rare candy were like at the top as well.
Can we just mention if the Pokestop happened first, Jake does have Candy Baxcalibur.
You're right. Oh my gosh, you're so right.
He would have had the order right there.
Jeez.
And I think sometimes that is the right line because Pokestop can find you ways to thin with items that you potentially draw, and then you draw closer towards the Baxcalibur, but did not work in that case.
My gosh, it's just been an absolutely unfortunate turn of events here for Jake Riggs. Back over to Demetrius now. Jake just promoting the Frigibacks, one of those Frigibacks. And we're going over here. That's going to be a sacrificial Frigibacks in the active there, but Demetrius is looking to eye down some targets and take some knockouts here on this turn.
I'm trying to line up the plays. There's no lost vacuum in this list for Demetrius, but if there was, there could have been Collapse Stadium, and then remove that with the vacuum, play down your Mew, boss up the Radiant Greninja, get the double knockout on the Frigibacks once more. It's not going to line up in one turn because Jake did not open up a bench space.
That is pretty wild, Kyle. We're going to just see the evolution there into that Gardevoir EX, and now going into an Iono between both of these players. So both players going to shuffle these hands to the bottom of their deck here, and then draw into how many prize cards they have. Of course, both of our players tied up here. 5 prize cards left to take, so 5 cards to the hand.
Oh, no. Demetrius saw an additional card.
No, Demetrius, no. Yeah, Demetrius did look at it. That is so unfortunate.
I don't know.
Yep, just 5 cards.
We're going to slow down.
There was we are going to slow down. Of course, you know, every single judge call that is made here, every single misplay, any single break of the board game states does have to be looked at. And of course, you know, this is our top 8. It's very serious. So got to see what's going on here, but that is so unfortunate for Demetrius. Just, I'm not at 6 prize cards. I'm only at 5. That should have only been 5 drawn to the hand. And it was like barely looked at too. It was like so close.
Immediately knew that that was not going to be the right thing. It's unfortunate here. And it's funny. Like years ago, this would have been just, oh, well, show your opponent the card, move on. But we're talking about high stakes at this tournament, $10,000 for a winner. So you have to take all of these offenses seriously.
Yeah, you're talking $10,000 for first place, $7,000 for second place. If you get first, you get a guaranteed slot into our World Championship as well. There's so much more on the line here for these players.
I think it's time. We're going to award our first red card of the tournament to Demetrius. That is going to be a punishable offense. Sorry to hear, young man.
Yeah, Kyle's been waiting to do that, as you can probably tell here, prepared at the desk here with that red sleeve. So we're just chatting it out here with the judges, making sure everything is ironed out here. I feel like this always happens in our top cuts, Kyle.
Yeah.
It's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Life is a highway, right, Kyle?
No, it's not, okay? Life is life. We're not ka-chowing.
All right. Well, I guess, sheesh. I feel like we just got taken right out of this game here, Kyle. We were rolling here. I was so invested into this.
I believe the typical move from here, you reveal the information to both players, shuffle the deck. Usually going to be a double prize penalty in situations like this.
No.
That is big business if that is the case. We'll, of course, get word from that from our judges who are doing their best to continue on with the game here.
Which, I mean, we have seen players come back from DPLs before double prize card penalties, even in these situations in our top cuts, top 4s, but it's tough. It is pretty tough, you know, especially when everything's coming down to this. Jake absolutely popped off in our first game here. This is already going into our second game, and everything's on the line.
Yep, you wish your opponent almost received the prize cards in situations like this.
Yeah.
There's reversal energies on the other side. There's Ionos on the other side, and Demetrius would love to have access to all of these. But when your opponent is playing to only get 4 prize cards, you can certainly manipulate when the prize cards are distributed and avoid some of those big knockouts potentially. So look to see if both players start to use this information to their advantage now.
Here we go. Looks like we're back into the game here. And it's just going to be that double prize card penalty. So you see that Jake Riggs has 2 red Pokeballs there on the prize cards, 2 less to take.
Yeah, that is going to be very detrimental. We do have a little bit of updates from the rest of our games. Looks like Dylan has game 1 over Azul in the opener, and Herman starting things off with a win against JW.
Yep, that Lost Box taking a game over Charizard. And of course that Gudra stepping up versus Miraidon. Things are getting wild out there, but let's get back into this game now between our players.
Yep, Cresselia taking the simple knockout there. Understands just need to continue to take prize cards, put some pressure, maybe on the hand for Jake. if you're not able to draw through, then you don't find those additional resources to take the rest of these prize cards. And Jake identifies that immediately and says, nope, I need Bidoof.
Bidoof going back into the deck here off of this Super Rod, as well as 2 Water Energy. And then we're going to see that Nest Ball go into the deck straight away. Grab that Bidoof onto the field, and a quick shuffle here from Jake. So how does this change our map here now that we have a DPL on the field, Kyle?
Yeah, you start to count the prize cards remaining. It looks like an easy prize card available in the Cresselia this turn. And from there, the prize cards are still tied. So taking a knockout on a Pokemon like Chen Pao puts Gardevoir in a vulnerable position. You're just looking for Cross Switcher, Chen Pao, knock out the Gardevoir EX for the win. Irida comes down here, and that is crucial. The rare candy finally found. This is the only one, but it is going to pay dividends here.
Is the only one here from Jake Riggs that we've seen. Of course, the other 2 being in the prize cards. We did see a reshuffle of the prize cards, so I'm interested to see where those fell now that they're reshuffled. But we found it off of that Irida, of course. Pokestop also going to bump that Collapse Stadium here, and we're rolling.
Canceling Cologne, Cross Switcher. This is Fatbacks in the active, 2 retreat cost, no energies as well, so still some resources looking to be found, and there's nothing there.
Yeah,
it's just Rare Candy Backs Pass.
Just a rare candy into the Bax Caliber, and that is it. We're over to Demetrius now. All right, let's start things off with our Shining Arcana. Gardevoir gonna draw into these 2 cards, attach this Psychic Energy off of that, and then we're gonna see another Gardevoir go into the hands, that Gardevoir EX.
Is this a game where we've already seen 2 bosses orders played? I know we've seen it at least one, obviously, but there's only 2 in the list. So 1 potentially remaining. I don't know if Demetrius has the read, but if you target that Baxcalibur,
that's huge.
You're winning.
Yeah, exactly. There's no rare candy there. Ultra Ball.
That was a refinement.
Oh, yeah, I was like, wait, what's happening? I was like, well, we're drawing, yeah. Ultra Ball to the discard off of that refinement here to draw into 2 additional cards for Demetrius. Yeah, I don't think both boss. I think it was only 1 played earlier,
that would be very helpful. We see energies loaded up. It looks like once more, just another Cresselia turn, and why not target down that Bidoof once more? It worked out last time. Fatbacks in the active, can't do anything. And Iono, thin the hand down a little more.
Yeah, Collapse Stadium bumping away that Pokestop, so we're back to these limited benches from that Collapse Stadium. Iono going to be played here for both of our players.
Just 4 cards, but at this point, doing everything you need to. Found bosses orders, too.
Yeah, off of that 4 cards from the Iono, we're going to see this Moon Glow reverse now, transferring all these damage counters from each individual Pokemon. 20 from each being transferred.
Jake found the Beaverl off of the Iono, too. It hurt so much more. But it does have access to a lot of energies now. The Superior Energy Retrieval, the Radiant Greninja to continue to draw. And it looks like we will see Frigibax finally moving around.
Yes, finally, Frigibax can jump out of that active position, and Chen Pao is going to join us once again for some shivery chill action. Going back into this deck here for Jake Riggs, bringing out some energy. So, yeah, that could have gotten scary for sure, but looks like we're back on track for Jake, at least for now.
One more update. Looks like Grant Shen won game 2 in their match, so tied 1-1. Moving on to game 3 there.
Grant Shen also playing Chen Pao as well.
See Pao rise up.
We're going to see a Nest Ball here from Jake going into the deck, grabbing out a Chen Pao, a basic Pokemon being put onto the bench here.
Yeah, both Chen Pao placed down. Obviously, a comfortable position at this point. Demetrius already has 3 prize cards, so making him work through both of these EX Pokemon makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You have Knockout lined up here on the Cresselia. Play another energy down onto the Chen Pao. Why not at this point? And you're just looking for 5 more energies and the Cross Switchers to close out on that Gardevoir.
Well, here we go. We're going to see the energy discard there. And that's going to be another knockout. One more prize card taken for Jake Riggs. Only 2 left to take over to Demetrius now. Has to promote a new active Pokemon here. It's like there's some debate, but gonna be that Gardevoir EX.
This is probably for retreating purposes at this point. You don't want to attack into this Chien-Pao, obviously. You're not taking a knockout. And Cresselia could be a nice Pokemon to incorporate here. Continue to add those energies. You're going to remove those 2 from the Gardevoir. You can replay them back down, knock out the Frigibacks, and you're looking for those final 2 prize cards on the Chien-Pao.
Well, we see that Super Rod to shuffle those Pokemon back into the deck here. A level ball just going to be failed, shuffling up again.
Just about 10 cards left in the deck. Refinement and Shining Arcana still available too. So
yeah,
access to a lot of draw.
A lot of draw here. That deck has been thinned quite a bit on Demetrius' side. But let's see what else we can draw into here. For Demetrius, we're going to start off with the Shining Arcana.
And at this point, Demetrius can no longer bench any Pokemon under 90 hit points. It walks into combo against that Manaphy and whatever that Pokemon may be. So along with taking a knockout here, you also need to evolve that Kirlia this turn.
Looks like it was just the worker drawn into, and I think that reversal energy here. It's going to be an Ultra Ball to discard a couple of cards out of the hands.
Yeah, that was a big find. Needs the evolution at this turning point. Looks like the Gardevoir is there.
All right, we're going to get this Gardevoir, another Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Kirlia is not going to remain there for Demetrius, evolving straight away into that Gardevoir here. Shuffling up. Wow, that deck is thin, Kyle.
Yeah, that is what both of these decks like to do. Demetrius, great job stopping Jake from doing this with consistent knockouts on the Bidoof and the Bibarel.
Absolutely. It's just going to be that Shining Arcana into 2 more draws to the hand for Demetrius.
Are there 4 energies available? 2 retreated off of the Gardevoir. If there's 2 in the discard pile, then Cresselia could take the knockout on the Frigibacks. If not, may have to just put this Gardevoir at risk. Cresselia is benched.
Yeah, Cresselia is going to come down here for Demetrius. Gonna take a quick look through the discard pile on Jake's side of the field.
You have to expect enough psychic energies to be there at this point. There were none, I believed, in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the whole deck is gone,
We
right?
only see access to 5 of those. 3 of those are going to be moved off. There has to be plenty in the discard pile here. And now, just debating which line makes the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is huge. This is what you see our players do quite frequently. Take a look at the resources your opponent has used, because that is going to kind of signify where they're at in their gameplay. If you kind of know the list, know what they're working with, then you can further dictate what's better for you to do. What route should I take that's most optimal in this matchup? So Demetrius is going to take a look here at everything on the board, but we see those energy in the discard pile. Looks like counting the energy that Jake has played.
Yeah, just trying to avoid enough energies to knock out Gardevoir EX at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, doing some math.
There's a lot to think about here. Obviously, use the clock as necessary, but need to see an action soon. And the retreat makes the most sense. This was the initial line for Demetrius if it were the Cresselia, but this is going to be the knockout. Frigiback still would be in play. Cresselia could find that knockout at some later point. There's not much else other than the current knockout there, and the reversal energy is active. Oh, Boss's orders on the back Excalibur. This is actually game-breaking. Jake knows this too. Both candies in the prize cards. That's closing out there. Huge read on Demetrius' side to identify that.
I mean, we saw Demetrius go into the discard pile several times during that last turn. And yeah, just had the reads there. Jake knew I couldn't do anything after that. And wow, Demetrius is going to take this game too, tying things up between our players 1-1 in our Masters top 8.
Yeah,
Yeah, very strong facade there. Looking at it.
Yeah, that was wild.
It was a house of cards. There's no rare candies left. There's nothing else. Jake has one final opportunity here to try to close things out here in this wild matchup.
Yeah, that was wild indeed. Kyle, we saw this is the last turn that we see here. Even though Demetrius was faced with a double prize card penalty, was still able to close things out. Swings with this Gardevoir, all of these energy being put on here, and nothing Jake could do there after that.
Yeah, just a really great read. Tried to identify every potential weakness that Jake had, and sure enough, that was the one.
That was the one, yeah.
You know, it may not have been because of rare candies, so he saw that there was a Baxcalibur in the discard pile already, lost from the Pokestop, so take a second there to knock that out, and maybe there's some Super Rods already removed, but either way, it worked out just fine, and we get a Game 3 because of it.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge showing of skill from Demetrius here. Knowing the matchup, knowing even, you know, what is generally in the list as well, and just making that read. Taking a look at all the resources on Jake's side, not just weighing, you know, what is my best plan of action, but basing that plan of action on what my opponent's done so far in this game. And that was the correct move to make. Demetrius leading to a win in that Game 2. So that's tying things up, and we're headed into a Game 3. You love to see it. The intensity is going up from here. I hope if you're paying attention either at this venue, at this event, or at home, you're buckling in for a fantastic Game 3 between these players.
We have some news on the other side. Azul taking game number 2. So
hanging on.
Azul against Dylan moving into Game 3, along with Grant Shen in Game 3 and their game as well. We're in Game 3. Been a wild ride to get here, but wow, this is gonna be fun to see how Jake starts off this turn. So important on this opening turn to have Battle VIP Pass. We've only seen Jake go second, I believe, and that's always been the Irida with the VIP. Can you do it without it?
Well, let's take a look at these prize cards between our players here. A lot of Pokemon on Demetrius' side of the field. 2 Nest Ball and a rare candy and a cross switcher over on Jake's side of the prize cards.
Oh yeah, spin the wheel, here we go.
Wow, starting off
VIP Pass, but loses the Greninja in the process.
Gosh.
Win some, lose some.
Yeah, definitely win some, lose some. That Battle VIP Pass over here on Jake's side. This is the first turn, so getting some more Pokemon out here. But yeah, that Radiant Greninja gonna go into the discard pile, hopefully. Maybe can get shuffled back in later down the line. But what else is in this hand?
This is one of the great weaknesses of this deck. If you don't have a water energy in your opening hand, you don't get Chien-Pao into the active spot. Jake started Chien-Pao Game 1 and Game 2, could not do it 3 times in a row. And the hand is triple Ultra Ball, an Irida and a rare candy.
Wow.
That doesn't line up.
That does not line up. That is not a clean hand that we're seeing there, Kyle.
One of the canceling colognes in the hand, the other in the prize cards.
Yep.
So the combo's potentially offline for Jake. And look at Demetrius' start there. Ralts in the active spot, Battle VIP Pass to get things rolling.
Yeah, this is huge. You know, this is our Game 3 here in our Masters Top 8, and this is Demetrius' first turn at Battle VIP Pass. Going to start us off, bringing down these Pokemon, starting with the Ralts in the active position as well. So Demetrius is going here. That Radiant Greninja in play now. We've seen how much utility that has served here for Demetrius in our previous game, so this is huge.
It's also just a flex. Jake does not have this Radiant Greninja anymore. I have this, and look what it can do. Draw a plethora of cards, and hopefully start to get the ball rolling for Demetrius one more. And maybe Demetrius feels a little more comfortable avoiding Manaphy in the opening setup. It gives you a lot more versatility, flexibility.
All right, here we go. Concealed cards. Going to be 2 additional cards for Demetrius, an Ultra Ball and a Fog Crystal. Wow, we're going to see a second Battle VIP Pass as well.
Sign me up. This leads to an aggressive opening potentially. When you have all of the Ralts in play, you don't have to worry about the Mirage Step lining up. You can start to evolve, see those rare candies potentially early, take some knockouts, and really dictate the pace.
Yeah, definitely a good way to start things off here. Manaphy is going to be selected for that Battle VIP Pass for Demetrius.
multiple rare candies in hand and still goes for the Manaphy. He wants to play
that's
this very safe.
Well, we have a level ball as well. I'm going to search out another Pokemon here. Going back into the deck for that Ralts.
Mirage Step, no more.
Yeah, no, not today.
This is one of the old classics. Refinement, refinement, candy, candy, go, go, go. And this could be a wild next turn for Demetrius here.
Step on the gas with those rare candies, ending the turn there with all of these Pokemon out on the field. And that's scary to be looking at when you are the Chien-Pao player stuck with tons of Ultra Ball in your hand. It's just going to be one of those Ultra Ball, discarding that Canceling Cologne and a Pokestop.
Yeah, the combos aren't there anymore.
Yep.
Obviously, Radiant Greninja in the discard pile. You'd need a Super Rod early. Can you afford to lose a resource like that right now? I don't think so. And we do see Rare Candy Baxcalibur in hand. Bibarel likely to come down too. The issue now, no energies to be seen. Chien-Pao is the only way to search those out, and it's still not in the active.
Yeah, it is not in the active position, and it's got to be there to get those energy out. Baxcalibur at least going to join us here off that rare candy, and we're rolling the Pokestop here. 2 items and that Irida going to the discard pile.
Well, adds additional cards into the hands before potentially finding the Bibarel, but this does mean that Irida can be used in this spot. Searching out, looks like Cross Switcher, but what do you target at this point other than just using this as a way to move a Pokemon? I suppose this is a way to move a Bidoof, and it doesn't feel great. But
oh my gosh, yeah, wow.
That's how it goes.
Guess you gotta do what you gotta do here. It's just gonna be those 2 cross switchers. Switching into the Chien-Pao, that's at least gonna get us these energy, but yeah, those are resources spent now, Kyle.
It does not feel great. There are more avenues to drawing cards. Ultra Ball in hand. Of course, you can use those energies and then grab them again with the superior energy retrieval. The barrel likely added to the board now, and then you continue drawing up. You can bench the second Chien-Pao, but then Demetrius is just licking his chops, seeing all of these 2 prize Pokemon in play, and you're likely taking the first knockout, walking into reversal.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. First to establish the board, first to the knockouts, and you're on your way. We are going to see some cards drawn into now from this Bibarel. Up to 5 in the hand now, thanks to that Industrious Incisors ability. Off of that Bibarel on the bench, Frigibax joining us on the field, and we're going to see that superior energy retrieval.
For 3.
Yeah, I know. It's discarding 2 cards from the hands, but it's only able to search out 3 energy now back from the discard pile. But that's all we're working with at this point.
Yep, the hidden MVP of that draw was the Frigibax. Needed to play that down. Boss's orders against that Baxcalibur would have been very detrimental. Jake almost grabbed 2 prize cards there. That would have been bad.
Just 1 prize card there off of that knockouts. Jake is the first to take a prize here, but Demetrius has a very dangerous board getting set up already. We're starting off with a Fog Crystal to search out a Psychic Energy from the deck.
We'll see what the rest of the hand holds, but Radiant Greninja, obviously, an opportunity to draw. If you need to, Pokestop is there too. We know there are plenty of ways to search out Kirlia in this deck. You can also find the rare candies, the Ultra Balls, whatever it be, to eventually lead to the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yep, we'll have to see.
Oh, there's so much going on in this hand. At this point, I think you just want some fodder so that you can use your Ultra Ball, not discard great cards.
Oh, yeah,
there's reversal energy in this hand too.
Oh my
this is gasoline.
Gosh, level ball. Gonna get that Kirlia out from Demetrius. This is gasoline, huh, Kyle?
That's what we're working with here. I mean, there's honestly some debate here at this point. Your opponent has a 2-card hand. If you can counter the stadium, knock out Bibarel, that sounds like a game-winning situation. You knock out Baxcalibur. How do they continue to keep going? You take 2 prize cards here on Chien-Pao, you're going to be ahead in the prize race. All of these options seem great.
Yeah, exactly. Seem great. Absolutely. We're going to see that refinement there from that Kirlia, drawing into 2 additional cards. And we're seeing the Ultra Ball now discarding some cards here to go back into the deck. See you later.
Yep.
Mirage Step and Mew.
Mirage, step out of my life. We don't need you anymore. And this is a pretty solid setup here. Rare Candy, Shiny Arcana Gardevoir ready to roll.
Yep. Ready to roll indeed.
All right, if you are a CPOW gamer, we got news for you. Grant Shen losing there in the final game 3 to Christian Moreno. Lugia single strike version moving into the top 4.
There we go. Christian Moreno going to be one of the first people entering our top 4. We still have to conclude this game 3 on our stream here. And we're seeing a Rare Candy come down into that Gardevoir EX.
There's a lot of energies lined up. There's a reversal energy. There's a boss's orders. Decisions need to be made.
Oh my.
Oh, there's Iono in hand. But look at your opponent's hand. There's 2 cards.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be the Iono though. Demetrius going for that Iono. Both of these hands, just 2 cards each going to the bottom. Demetrius going to draw into 6 cards here. Jake only 5.
I don't know if I like that.
Well, taking a look at the discard pile here after that Iono.
I mean, clearly, already knockout lined up on the active, taking the prize lead. Never a bad thing. You get to continue to put on the pressure.
But do you leave a window?
A brand new hand, a Chen Pao, Baxcalibur's still safe.
Yeah, and the hand was so bad as well for Jake before. So, yeah, working. I mean, it might just be that. Did you just give your opponent the window, the out here? We'll have to see. Jake is moving quick. Radiant Greninja coming back out here from that Super Rod and the Nest Ball. So that's going to join us on the field. Be able to now have that safety net, drawing into more cards here for Jake. Shivery Chill also going to be activated on the ability on the Chien-Pao and the active. Going to take those 2 water energy out of the deck.
Yeah, if we could take a look at those prize cards for Jake. If the one prize taken was the canceling cologne, then there's an opportunity. I think there was a cross switcher also there in the prize card. So both of those options gone. Cross switchers were used early in the game just to move a Pokemon.
Yeah.
But the avenue of potentially bringing up that Manaphy, double knockout on Kirlia Gardevoir,
that would have
been great.
Brutal. That would have been great. Yeah, I feel like in all of these games, Jake has just had awkward prize cards, but still trying to work around it. We do see the Rare Candy into another Baxcalibur, going in with the Nest Ball as well. But I mean, you could see that hand got Jake into a lot better of a position than before.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like the Bidoof here at this point. It's an easy prize card for a Pokemon like Cresselia to pick off. And right now you had a lot of high hit points, potentially even a knockout with Buster Tail on one of these Baxcalibur if you wanted it. Instead now, are you attacking with Chien-Pao into a single prize Pokemon?
It's just going to be that energy.
Draw some cards. Well, we're seeing all the right pieces here for later.
Ooh, wow.
No, you don't want to lose all your supporters.
Oh my gosh, that is 3 cards, 2 supporters and a Pokestop going into the discard pile off that Pokestop. That is not some Pogo Gamer moves there. Superior Energy Retrieval being played, discarding the Manaphy and the Chien-Pao.
Hopefully there's still 4 waters in there. Oh, that's a missequence. You needed to retreat first. Missing out on an energy there is not fun.
Yeah, that is not fun indeed. And I think Jake, seeing that too. Chien-Pao going to the bench here now. That Baxcalibur going to be moved up into the active position. We're going to see that Buster Tail for 130. Plenty of damage to take out that Gardevoir there in the active position. That's another prize card for Jake. We're over to Demetrius, who has to promote into the active here. It's going to be this Kirlia.
Well, Jake now adding the canceling cologne to the hands. However, that final cross switcher still nowhere to be found up at the top. So completing the combo is not going to happen. Have to continue to attack through.
I wanted to see the combo wombo, Kyle.
I promise it's fun. But
it's fun. Yeah, the cards have just not really worked out in that way, unfortunately, for Jake. He's holding on, though. Demetrius gonna use a Super Rod here, shuffling 2 Ralts and a Shining Arcana Gardevoir back into the deck. Of course, 2 Level Ball, 2 easy cards to be played here. Thinning them out of the hands, thinning those Ralts out of the deck for Demetrius.
Sign me up. That looks great.
Right? Yeah, just totally refreshing this entire board state on Demetrius' side.
Have a little more news. JW taking game 2. That means we're moving into game 3 against Herman and the Hisuian Gudra.
That is, yeah, battle of Gudra versus Miraidon. Who's going to come out on top? They're just now starting their game 3. It's getting intense in here. We see that refinement, discarding that energy. Fog Crystal Iono added into the hand here for Demetrius.
Yeah, running out of attackers at this point. And obviously you see a Pokemon like Baxcalibur in the active. It's not a Pokemon you're really threatened by.
Yep.
You're okay with seeing this, and Cresselia is opened back up. Leads back to that Bidoof.
That Bidoof decision, yeah, it's huge, actually. For Jake to put down that tiny little Bidoof. Only 60 HP, 60 hit points that can easily be exploited from Demetrius. We're going to see the worker into drawing 3 additional cards, getting rid of that Pokestop as well for Jake. Not that it was giving him much help, at least in the last turn here. Cresselia jumping on to the bench here.
At this point now, considering if there's any issues with playing the energy to the active so that you don't leave the damage on board, there's always avenues where you might need to attach all those energies for Shining Arcana opportunity. So only leaving 20 on there makes the most sense. Leave no damage on your board after this Cresselia attacks. Everything's lining up over here for Demetrius.
Everything's lining up indeed for each of these Psychic Embrace psychic energies being accelerated from the discard pile. It's going to be 2 damage counters placed onto those Pokemon, and then this Moonglow Reverse wipes those damage counters away, 2 from each of your Pokemon that have them on there. That's enough damage here for Demetrius. Going to use an Ultra Ball first here before ending off this turn to go for that Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
And this is just a nod to the fact that Demetrius does not have all the information. There could be double cross switchers still waiting, so evolving this Pokemon makes the most sense. Don't walk into a situation where you're not going to have access to the Shining Arcana.
Yeah, make sure you have all of your Ralts in a line, right?
Like ducks in a row. There you go.
And here we go. That Bidoof that was put onto the field from Jake Riggs is now wiped off shortly after here. And that's going to be another prize card for Demetrius, going down to 3 prize cards left to take. Jake Riggs sitting at 4 to take. Baxcalibur still in the active position here for Jake. What are we working with in the hands? Just going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, Jake found the right cards if he wanted to thin and draw with the B-Roll here. He found Superior Energy Retrieval, found the Ultra Ball. There were opportunities, however, did not feel inclined to do that and dig through. And I mean, what is there to dig for at this point?
Yeah,
you're just looking for prize cards. Maybe Jake uses Hisuian Heavy Ball, thins that out.
Reshuffle?
Gets the cross switcher into the final position and then can work on the final 2 prize cards of that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm starting to worry because Demetrius probably has an opportunity to boss his orders this Gen Pao and get to 1 prize card remaining.
Yeah, that is not good here for Jake Riggs. That's exactly where we're going to see the boss's orders being played. Gen Pao being brought up into the active position on Jake's side. All of these energy being accelerated onto this Shining Arcana Gardevoir here. And Demetrius going in with some brainwave.
Starting to line up a near checkmate. Iono already discarded for Jake. The only way to disrupt the hand, just continue to draw cards. And Demetrius can find every opportunity to close out here. If Gardevoir EX is targeted and knocked out, Gardevoir is left able to knock out anything on the side of Jake's board. If Gardevoir is knocked out, clearly there's a Pokemon like Zacian that could potentially be found to clean up that final prize.
Yep, that's it. Brainwave gonna take the knockout. 2 prize cards down, just 1 left to take, putting Demetrius Eden into our top 4. It's all on the line here. Jake Riggs gonna go into the deck with the concealed cards, discarding an energy there, but that Champao is gone.
Yeah, there's just not enough pieces.
Oh,
He's
now
gonna
we see
take
the
a look
heavy
at the
ball.
bad news. Obviously, already knows this, but that cross switcher is hanging out there. When you use cross switcher to basically retreat,
Yeah,
you
that
probably
was
won't have
tough.
resources at the end of the game.
Yeah, that really is what happened. It's just an unfortunate starting Pokemon. Super Rod can be used, bring Champao back into the deck, as well as 2 water energy. Ultra Ball gonna grab that Champao back.
Wow, amazing.
The huge.
Jake just pretended to get excited there.
Yeah, that is one thing about Jake. He's very animated when he plays. Very animated and maybe a little sarcastic as well.
Hey, sign me up. That's how I
Yeah,
play Pokemon
true,
too.
Kyle.
Well, put as many hit points as you can in the active spot and hope that the doggy doesn't exist.
Yeah, but
there's definitely something there, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it comes down to the late game with Gardevoir, that's where Gardevoir thrives. As long as the board state is there, you're just working against an uphill battle, a bullet train that's been chugging along, and Demetrius is put into that place where just 1 prize card left to take, tons of resources, tons of energy.
Oh, are we
going
to meme? I think we're memeing. I think we're just going to play all the energies at this point. He threw away the only combo card he had. Yeah, giddy up. Yeah, spread the love. Everybody's getting energy. Does Radiant
How much
Greninja
damage we doing? How much damage?
Draw all the cards. Here we go.
5 cards to the hand.
Found another one. Oh, is he trying to deck himself? That's another great opportunity. The Pokestops there. Oh.
Oh, all those energy. Just going to be a knockout there on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Demetrius left here to take things down with the doggo.
Easy retreat here from the Gardevoir. Psychic Embrace to load up the Zacian V, knock out the active Chenpao, and Demetrius will book his ticket into the top 4 here. Big knockout, closing out a great set.
Great set between these players, but Demetrius Eden, I mean, you see that huge sigh of relief there that he was able to take things down. I mean, it looked dicey. That first game we saw pretty much no gameplay from Demetrius, unfortunately. Second game, we saw a double prize card penalty, was able to work his way against that. And third game, taking it home, punching the ticket for that top 4. And you know who else is joining? Azul.
Hey, he figured it out, was able to move through the Lost Box on the other side. Was not the Kyogre version, it was a Turbo style, I believe. Either way, we will see Charizard, we will see Lugia, and we will see Gardevoir. I believe we're just waiting on one final result there with the Hisuian Gudra and the Miraidon.
Yep, that is our final result, but jumping back into this game for Jake Riggs. This was our game 1, as we saw. I mean, Demetrius just started a Manaphy, couldn't do anything, still couldn't really do anything on turn 2, and yeah, there was just nothing that could have been done in this game.
Yep, those cross switchers, an absolute pain. We saw them in the prize cards there in game number 1. Jake didn't need them that time around. Easily can close out when Demetrius just doesn't play that Ralts Pokemon that we've heard so much about. Game number 2, however, things started to move on up. We saw that Mew targeted, and there was a lot of draws. That would have been
so cool.
An absolute clip for everyone to watch.
Yep.
Did not happen.
Did not happen, but definitely could have been such a cool situation. And hey, now we're saying it's put on board. It's an option out there for the future. Bibarel being brought up and knocked out here on Demetrius' side, just with that boss's orders. And this was our game 2 here.
Yep, just pick
You
up.
see this replay of the these 2 oh, I thought that was the replay for a second of the extra draw, but it was not. It's just super slow-mo right here.
Well, yeah, there was a decision to be made for Demetrius. target down the Bibarel and then really focus their efforts on knocking out the draw power. We see all the Bidoof in this game starting to fall, continually knocked out left and right. And although Jake was only required to take 4 prize cards this game, could not find them.
Could not find them. Yeah, things were kind of awkward with the hands and the prize cards throughout Jake in all of these games, as you see those 2 rare candy for Jake stuck in the prize cards. And Demetrius knew that. I mean, we saw Demetrius look through the discard pile on Jake's side multiple times here, make an incredible call to be able to take away this game too.
No more Baxcalibur, no more energies. How do you beat me from here? No way. Boss's orders knocking out the Baxcalibur. Jake cleans things up as quickly as Demetrius in game 1.
Yeah, that was very quick there, and we headed into our game 3 here between these players.
Yeah, this was a big decision. Iono, when your opponent only had 2 cards remaining, or Boss's orders knock out the Bibarel that we saw was so successful last time, goes with this strategy instead, really targeted all those prize cards, but this put Jake on a clock. He didn't have time to draw the additional prizes, find the cross switchers, and try to close the game out. And maybe that was all the difference.
Yeah, that's true. Looked kind of odd there, but now we see this play from Demetrius, the Boss's orders, bringing up this Chien-Pao EX and wiping it off the field here. Going down to just 1 prize card left to take.
Not much else to do after this point. Checkmate basically established. There is no hand disruption. Doggo was waiting in the hand.
Yeah.
And every prize card will fall. Demetrius taking the game, moving into our top 4. We'll have to see what the matchups are going to be in the top 4. This is quite a diverse field we have.
Yep. Psychic Sword Doggo taking it there for Demetrius, but huge congratulations as well for Jake. I mean, first time being on stream, first time being in a top 8 ever. That is a huge feat. So congratulations there to Jake Riggs from that match as well. I'm sure maybe next time not going to bench the Bidoof, maybe.
You know, it wasn't great. There was a little missequence there with the retreating and the superior, but all in all, it was a great effort from Jake, and I expect to see more from him as well. Pretty strong play all around.
Yeah, that was an awesome match to watch, but of course, next up, we're gonna have one of our top 4 matches for you all. Like you said, Kyle, we're gonna have to see how things play out. I believe we're still waiting on the result of our last matchup here in our bracket, but as you can see, Azul Garcia Griego
There is no
Demetrius.
happier person in this whole room than Azul to see that Chien-Pao was defeated.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Up against Gardevoir instead with your big dark Charizard. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, Azul, I'm sure very relieved by that indeed, having already been taken down by Chien-Pao earlier in the day, but that's not going to be an issue here, facing off against Demetrius and Demetrius Gardevoir deck. Of course, Christian Moreno taking down another Chien-Pao player in Grant Shen, being eliminated, and Christian Moreno is going to move into our top 4 with that single strike Lugia.
This will be exciting. I'm not sure who's going to make it out, honestly. I didn't think JW would find another game against Herman unless it involved using that Raichu. So really like to see the conclusion of that game 3 and see if there is the potential to go all the way through the rolling iron, take that big knockout on the Gooey Boy.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this? I mean, we still have to conclude this last match, Kyle, but what do you think about what's going on here? Who could potentially take things down? Which deck do you think has the best potential to do so?
Well, if Christian is able to move to the finals along with Azul, I feel like Azul would be a little more comfortable in that spot. It is the single strike version, so sometimes they can pull off some shenanigans, but we saw how dominant a matchup he had against Reagan earlier on stream for Azul, so he would love to see that kind of matchup in the finals. Is going to have to work through Demetrius, who put on a great show. Gardevoir is a Pokemon that is capable of knocking out a Pokemon of Charizard's hit points. But you're working through a lot there. The weakness, targeting that Gardevoir EX at the right point. Maybe Azul's got this in the bag.
Yeah, it could be Azul. You never know, though. A lot of stuff happens. I mean, we saw just in our last match in our game 1, Demetrius essentially couldn't play anything, and that could really happen to any of our players. There's no deck, even if you build it as consistently as possible, that is immune to the brick. And I mean, we've seen that happen plenty of times in our top fours as well. So anything could happen between any of these decks. But I think at the end of the day, we have some incredibly strong deck list, incredibly strong competitors heading into this top four no matter what. And I expect nothing less from these players going into these matches.
Yeah, there's no deck with an unlimited cap of damage other than JW at this point, and I guess Demetrius, who's able to work in all the numbers with Gardevoir and the Zacian too. So consider that to be an important point, as finding knockouts on Pokemon like Charizard, like the Rolling Iron of the Goodra V-Star, that's going to be difficult. Really would like to see who would win that game there. I'm sure they're having quite a battle out there right now.
Oh yeah, I know. I wish I could be watching that almost, Kyle. That's one fun thing, you know, if we're not here in the casting booth, casting this top 8 match or top 4, then you can go watch the other matches that are still going on out there in the fields. You know, we'll just have to see how things turn out, who we're going to have in our next stream match coming up. But yeah, I'm sure either way, we're going to have a good show for the rest of today. And then at the end of our day 2, we're going to finally have a champion. Let us know if you're watching us on Twitch, on YouTube, who you're rooting for going into this top 4.
Yep, we're definitely looking forward to seeing who will make it into the rest of our top 4. We've got that one final game trying to close up for us, and then we'll have some top 4 action ready to go.
Yep.
Still some big names waiting for us. Maybe some multiple-time regional champions for Azul, obviously. I think this is number 6 now, if he was able to close out. JW would be going for either 3 or 4 at this point.
Yeah.
He's been on an absolute tear too, so a lot of big names looking for some big results.
A lot of big names, a variety of decks. Let us know who you're rooting for. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. Kyle and I will see you back for the finals. But of course, we have our top 4 coming up next, so definitely stay tuned. A lot of intense Pokemon. See you guys very soon.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking. Where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way. But that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can
see, I'll be walking victory, and I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be a legend.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy
And that's
cycle we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And
Hello, Pokemon fans, and well, this is the moment you've been waiting for. No, not top four. We're going to be doing we're going to be revealing the pumpkins that all the other casters, all including me, have been working on the entire weekend. We've been working very, very hard on these, and I can't wait to see all the results of all my fellow casters, some more than others, if you notice, and and it's going to be up to you to vote which one you think is the best. How about let's start unveiling some. Let's start, of course, with mine. Why not? Why not? So I decided to just go ahead and stick with the Espeon. Right, if I could get it. There it is. The Espeon pumpkin. Mind you, again, this was my first time carving a pumpkin. Me and Pablo's first time. If you notice, I got the red gem on the head. Very, very nice for sure. And hey, not too bad, I think. Not too bad. Maybe worth a vote or two for sure. So I don't mind who you vote for as long as it's not the one over here, okay? Up next, we're gonna, I have this one. It is Frosted Caribous. It's actually Shelby's. It's a Pumpkaboo. Well, technically half a Pumpkaboo, but oh, it's Pumpka and she took the boo. I think that makes sense, right? And no, I think it definitely completes itself. It's very, very cool. And this big one in the middle, again, me and Pablo, it's our first time. This is Pablo's. Again, time to unveil. This is first time carving a pumpkin. The Mimikyu. This one came out really, really well, I think. We got to see most of it done on stream, which was very, very cool. We did, I believe he did the ear anyway. But yeah, Pablo Meza, amazing Pokemon player. even more amazing at carving pumpkins. And the next one, we're just gonna stand up here. This one, that's Kyle's. Cool. Kyle's, excuse me, we might have to go to the 70-30 here. I'm gonna need a judge call, because I don't think this is a pumpkin, guys. We're gonna have no judge call? No? 70-30? All right, that's Kyle Sablehouse's Pokeball quotation pumpkin. And of course, last but not least, we have the Halloween master himself, the one who taught us how to carve these pumpkins, Jeremy Jallens. Let's go ahead and check it out. Oh, that Duskull bringing the mist as well. Very mysterious. If I wasn't in this competition, I think I know which one I'm voting for. Not Kyle's. That's it. Anyone else's, but not Kyle's. Again, very, very, very cool here. Honestly, I love the detail of Jeremy's Duskull, but I also like how, Boo picked the Pumpkaboo. Well, and she only did half. But, of course, the Espeon, we did some work there. I cut the ear maybe a little bit too big. And of course, Pablo Meza's very first time getting the biggest one of them all, the big Mimikyu there. And you know what? It's gonna be up to you to decide who is gonna win this pumpkin competition. Who will squash the competition? I believe you can vote now. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, move on over to Twitch real quick, make your vote. And yeah, again, every vote counts. I'm so curious. I'm just gonna ask production, can I open my phone right now to vote for myself? No? All right, that's fair. No, best of luck to everyone. Again, we all worked hard on these, again, but some more than others. Kyle, again, amazing Pokemon player, but he gets to take home the pumpkin for sure. But yeah, very cool. We'll reveal the results of this pumpkin competition right before the grand final. So, we'll crown a pumpkin champion, and then we're gonna crown the actual champion of the entire event. So very, very exciting. So much action here at the Toronto Regional Championships. It's very, very cool here. Again, I think, what? I'll give it to Jeremy. He's the Halloween master. There's so much detail on that Duskull. I'm almost tempted to turn it around, see if he did another one as well. I remember him showing me some of his other pumpkins he's worked on. Again, very, very cool there. Very spooky in this spooky season. The Espeon, though, with the crystal on the head, I'm just saying, that seems pretty cool to me. All right, with that, I think we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break before we start our top 4 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. My favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
我的名字是严少彤，然后我是从台湾来。
There's the second energy
And
recycler
that's
we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。我赢了后，对我的意义是，我平常练习的努力没有白费，因为花廖花环陪我赢下非常多的比赛，我也喜欢放逐这个体系。我的策略是我全部会选择后攻。 但我也有想过是否可以选择先攻，但后来选择后攻的原因是后攻可以使用支援者，这样我会变得比较顺畅。我建议他们每天都要练习，且在想好自己要玩什么牌组时后的Can I go again？ 我会建议他们要练习，要多多练习。可是，在想好自己要玩什么牌组后。 也要构筑好你的牌组。我想玩宝可梦卡牌的原因是我可以认识许多朋友，然后跟他们一起成长。我觉得我会再去下一次的世界赛，且再赢得一次冠军。
Hello and welcome back, Pokemon trainers and fans everywhere watching back at home and in the building. I am Jeremy Jolin, joined by Pablo Meza yet again for our top 4 match coming up shortly. It has been one great weekend so far. We have 4 competitors left in this tournament and just a little bit of time left until we have our champion.
I know, 2 rounds away from crowning, giving away that World's invite, and Azul still in the running, and if he wins, yeah, he'll have 2 invites to the same World Championship.
2 is always better than 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket that we have so far for our top 8 and talk about these top 4 players so far. We just saw Demetrius Eaton win over Jake Riggs in top 8. Gardevoir making top 4 for what feels like the first time in a while, since Worlds at least. Up against Azul Garcia Griego with that Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX. Meanwhile, Christian Moreno Up against JW Krewall, it is Lugia V-Star up against Miraidon EX.
It's the dream matchup for Miraidon. However, this is the single strike version of the deck. So that Stonejourner could be in the way of Miraidon making it to the finals. We'll have to see how that ends up playing out. And I'm going to take a page from Chip's book. He kept reminding us how good he did with the predictions in Sacramento. I'm going to call. I said Lugia and Gardevoir would do pretty well. There's a chance that we get a Lugia versus Gardy finals at this regional.
Well, there's a chance. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8 decks we've had so far. In our top 4, there's 4 different decks, but that wasn't the case in top 8. 2 Qianpao, but both of them ended up losing in that top 8, along with that Hisuian Goodra V-Star and Lost Zone box. So quite a diverse top 8 that we've had for this tournament.
Yeah, 7 different decks in top 8. Very similar to what happened last weekend over at Lille in France. We had also 7 different decks with, I believe, the same 2 Qianpaos in top 8. I might be wrong, but 7 different decks, which is really great to see. Such a diverse format. And what a great ending with pretty much every big deck being represented from the Obsidian Flames format. I guess the big missing deck for me would be Giratina V-Star. I feel like that's been a deck that, as we entered into the format post the World Championships, it had a lot of hype going for it. There was this new big Pokemon Charizard, hard to take down, but Giratina V-Star's Star Requiem attack could handle it pretty easily, but it ended up falling a little bit short, didn't live up to the hype.
I'm very surprised you didn't say Mew EX. We have not seen that in top 8, just one last week, and no representation here.
You mean
for
Mew
our
VMAX?
Mew VMAX, yeah.
Oh,
sorry,
okay,
Mew VMAX,
okay,
yeah. Just no representation here in top 8, and it's one of those decks where, like you were saying at the very beginning of the weekend, most of the time when it does well the previous week, it's not really going to do well the week after.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we have here, right? Mew wins, and then Mew goes away. I mean, from what we've seen so far, I haven't seen too many Spiritombs in these decks that we are featuring in top 8. Of course, Charizard doesn't need to play, so. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the expectations on Mew VMAX at the beginning of the format at least were not really there, just based on Charizard EX being released, right? I actually think like Mew VMAX was expected to completely die off. That did not happen. However, just based on popularity, perhaps you change Goodra for Mew VMAX, and then you change one Qianpao for Giratina, and that's the top 8 decks that you would expect to see from the beginning of the Obsidian Flames format up until this point.
Well, speaking of the format, let's go ahead and take a look one more time at the Day 2 meta that we had here for our 161 players in the Masters Division. Lost Zone Box was the #1 represented deck, followed by Lugia, Gardevoir, Charizard, Miraidon, and Qianpao. And look at all that. They were all in our top 8. And it's a pretty good representation of what we've seen so far this month.
Yeah, all decks performing pretty well, living up to their name, and all of them with a chance to close out this Obsidian Flames meta with a win. Coming down to the 4 decks that we have at the very top, the ones in the middle, right? Lost Box already won 2 regionals, letting other decks have a go. Guardi, as you mentioned, did win that special event. It got 2nd place at the special event in Barcelona. Has not been able to get that big win though since last season. So maybe today is the day. Yeah, Demetrius doing pretty well with it so far.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. We have our players ready for our top 4 here in Toronto, Canada. And we have a great one for y'all today. It is going to be Christian Moreno up against JW Krewall. And these players have been battling out all weekend. Christian Moreno, top 32 Knoxville Regional, top 32 Milwaukee Regional, both this year. Last season, of course, but pretty consistent run there. Definitely the highest finish placing so far, playing that Lugia V-Star Archeops, the single strike variant, like you were saying.
Yeah, and what a great season to start off, to get your big placement when we have this humongous increase of the prize pool. And then, of course, we have JW. A veteran, I would say, at this point, has some pretty good results all the way back to 2014, so almost 10 years now since he won that Fort Wayne Regional Championships, and then most recently getting top 4 at Peoria, and now back for another top 4 here in Toronto.
Technically back-to-back top fours for JW here because he did not play in Sacramento. And doing it with the same deck, Miraidon EX with that Flappy.
Yeah, pretty fantastic. Doing pretty well. And I think this shows how, with such a diverse format, it's generally pick your favorite deck. Yeah, pick your favorite deck, stick with it, play it well, and you'll be able to accomplish great things as JW is doing. We did see him earlier on stream playing against that Snorlax and what seemed to be a certain defeat from what we were seeing, but then we had that turn 1 KO on the Pidgeot V and things suddenly changed around for him.
Both players getting those prizes laid out. Archeops and a single strike energy to go along with the gift energy. Oh, double Archeops with a couple supporters as well. Path to the Peak for Seal Stone, a couple Pokemon energy. Nothing too bad from JW's side. I guess the Path to the Peak.
Yeah, the Path to the Peak could be a card that you wish you had access more to. As long as you find one in the early game, that's the one you need, right? If you can delay the Lugia V-Star from using its ability to get those Archeops into play, that's going to be good enough. Afterwards, stopping Luminion can be significant, but it's less so than that very first early Path to the Peak. And then the 2 Archeops looks like that would be less than ideal, but thanks to Professor Burnett and thanks to how the deck is designed to discard them, sometimes that's actually a blessing, because once you have your 2 Archeops down, you don't care for the other 2, right? So if they're priced, then that does mean that you have other better cards not priced.
That is true, especially with every energy counting for your future attacks, trying to save those resources as much as possible. Now it's going to be interesting to see who actually wins the flip and gets to go first. JW is in the position where I think it really doesn't matter. Like, it's good going first, but if you go second, you have an opportunity to take a knockout on a lone Lugia.
Indeed, especially because Lugia without playing a supporter can be a little underwhelming, right? We've seen a lot of draw pass with one basic Pokemon, so yeah. Now, seeing the deck list here, JW off to a very awkward start, not getting that Miraidon down, powering up Raichu with that first attack fast charge, and Christian is playing a couple of fighting type Pokemon, not just the Stonejourner, but also has that 1/1 single strike Urshifu VMAX line, which could prove to be very problematic for JW.
And don't worry, JW is not cheating. He can use this attack as long as you go first. Able to search your deck for lightning energy and attach it to the Raichu V. Now getting an opportunity to figure out what cards are prized, and we'll see, it's not too bad. I guess the biggest thing is that Zapdos being prized.
Yeah.
Miraidon EX does 220 damage, 230 with the Zapdos against Tyranitar V. That's not going to be available to him.
Yeah, that lightning symbol being very crucial, as you point out, Jeremy. Great to be able to knock out a Tyranitar V with Miraidon or a fully powered up Raikou. But we're going to lead with a Luminion, search out the deck, figure out the prize cards. Definitely a sigh of relief when you see none of your fighting type Pokemon are priced. And we'll have to see how Christian tries to establish his board. His priority definitely is a second Lugia V. That has a little bit of a higher priority than using Professor Burnett here, for example. That would be ideal to discard the Arceus, but your Lugia is immediately threatened, and you don't even have a way to count on retreating it. So it's all gonna come down on this Iono.
Yeah, this is an awkward hand from Christian here. I believe it was a couple of boss's orders of V-Guard energy, gift energy. No real play for it, so you have to Iono here. You cannot Professor's Research this hand away. And because of that, you're going to have to rely off these 6 cards, hope to find another Lugia V, and then find the way to get the Burnett next turn and a Lugia V-Star. Attaching the V-Guard energy, though, is going to help a little bit with this Raichu V. It's going to force another energy discard, at least, from JW side of things.
Now, fun fact, Christian did not prize any of his outs, right? So he has maximum possibilities of finding an extra Lugia V here, and that's exactly what he is able to find. And also gets to read the wind of an Arceus, so off to the races here. Will be losing this prize exchange initially, but at least he got that second Lugia V down.
Raikou V is the draw for JW here. A ton of energy in hand, has an energy or electric generator to maybe power up this Raikou V, but with 5 energy already being used up, 2 on the active, 3 in the hand, still hits the 2 energy off the electric generator.
The double, there was definitely way lower odds than you'd expect initially. Starting off the game with 2 energy in play, and as you mentioned, a bunch of them in the hand, but still finding them. Yeah, and that's what electric generator can do for you with this deck. So now Raikou is an option, a much more stable one than Raichu, as long as the bench gets filled. However, I don't see any way to do that.
No Miraidon EX to use that tandem unit just yet. And you definitely don't want to retreat here. I guess you have the boss's orders in hand, but you're only doing 100 damage, so 200 damage. That's not going to be enough to take the knockout on the Lugia V. Do you boss's orders Luminion take the knockout with the Raikou?
I honestly prefer to just deal with the Lugia right here. It does require 3 energies to be discarded instead of just 2 because of the V-Guard energy. That 2 energy discard would equate to 210 damage despite the weakness. So difficult decision, but you definitely have spare energies, right? So JW doing the maths perfectly well there and making sure that he has the knockout on this Lugia V to start us off, but very, very frail setup. Now he will unlock a Miraidon and an Iono off the prize cards. Definitely a big sigh of relief there from him.
Very good cards from the prize cards for JW, but Christian might have something to say about it. I believe there's another Iono in hand, although there is a Luminion and an Ultra Ball, so you can Ultra Ball for the Lugia V-Star, Luminion for Professor Burnett. Go ahead and get that last Archeops in the discard, and from there you can Summoning Star and get things rolling. Raichu V does have 200 HP, so even with a double turbo, that Lugia V-Star can take a knockout.
Yeah, and Christian can even take it a step further, doing all of that. Oh, actually the Collapse Stadium prevents it. I was thinking he could Burnett and bench the Tyranitar and power that up and take a knockout with that, because the return KO would basically be impossible. But that Collapse Stadium that JW played is actually coming into play here, preventing Christian from doing that full bench play.
Having the 2 Luminion V down this early against a deck that preys off of Lightning weakness definitely could be some trouble, but getting both those Archeops set up and ready to go, getting the knockout, you have to start somewhere.
Indeed, so Lugia will be the attacker of choice this turn, but of course it is weak to Lightning, and now that Christian will have a bench full of his own, JW will be able to get that return KO with the Raikou, and then combine that with an Iono. JW will be essentially 1 boss away from being able to win this game by knocking out a Luminion, so definitely a precarious situation.
Speaking of 1 boss, he almost discarded 2 off his Ultra Ball, decided to keep the 1 and discarded the Urn of Vitality instead. That means you have an out with that boss's orders, and there's that Summoning Star. Double Archeops, who needs it when they're in the prize cards? Like you said, now you're just playing with a better deck.
Yeah, exactly. Those 2 Archeopses are as useful as a Battle VIP pass is on turn 2 and beyond. Now we're going to see the power up. The Vigor damage should not matter as long as JW is able to use Tandem Unit, which he did free up the Miraidon from the prize card. So we're going to see a 2-prize turn for Christian, and then JW has a very easy turn. And all he needs to do is make sure that he's as ready as he can to have a follow-up to the Raikou itself.
Getting the gift energy is definitely going to be very important on that Lugia V-Star to be able to draw some more cards after a knockout. And with both of those Primal Turbos used up, attachment for the turn, there's that Tempest Dive, taking the knockout and getting rid of that Collapse Stadium for the future. No longer have to worry about bench space here. And JW draws another Lightning energy, but finally has that Miraidon EX to Tandem Unit that bench.
Yep, Tandem Unit to fill up that bench, gonna be very, very important. Will allow him to stabilize a little bit of the Iono he has. You're looking to draw into possibly the Bravery Charm, possibly the Flaffy to get more energy into play, possibly an Electric Generator. However, you will be putting 2 of your energies at the very bottom of the deck, so Electric Generator odds not the greatest at this point in time. The Vigor energy probably won't factor into the maths due to weakness, but Christian has essentially 1 option. He's hoping to Iono, and he's hoping to find Stonejourner to respond to whatever JW attacks with this turn, which I presume will be the Raikou.
Tandem unit does fetch out a second Mareep, and that Flying Pikachu V, one of the best pivot options for a deck like this Miraidon EX, having that for your retreat, and not actually weak to fighting.
Now, I am a little bit puzzled why you wouldn't get another Miraidon and then tandem unit for whatever else you wanted. There's definitely space for it right here. So I'm not exactly sure, like, why not thin your deck further? You need one more attack, right? So drawing a Miraidon, it's not useful for you. What you need are the Flaffies, the electric generators, the energies, and possibly a Boss's Hoarders to chase down a 2-price Pokemon.
Electric Generator grabs 1 energy, so not the full power, but with 2 on the bottom, you have to kind of expect that. Attaches it to that Miraidon EX to try to get that powered up for the following turns. Still has access to Fleet-Footed.
Yep, Fleet-Footed gonna be pretty nice, especially if you want to establish the Flaffy this turn, already holding the Boss's Order, so
such an awkward hand here, though. Ultra Ball is going to have to discard Professor's Research and a Judge just to get that Flaffy out so you can Dynamo her, but you kind of have to, or else you're not really going to be able to attack next turn.
Yeah.
With a Boss's Orders, you'd be forced to use one of those draw supporters instead.
Yeah, but I mean, after you take this knockout, you're down to 2 prizes, right? Dynamo her onto the Miraidon, Boss KO that Luminion, and that's it. So yes, it sucks to discard draw supporters sometimes, but when you have the game-winning card in your hand, you're pretty happy about it.
Whoa, that's the wrong Mareep. That Mareep came into play this turn.
Technically.
There we go. There we go. Got to keep things clean.
Yeah, we did have a debacle over this, right, in Sacramento with Henry Brand evolving the wrong Kirlia. So it's important to play as cleanly, as neatly as possible. And then with that Force Seal Stone, JW has the game-winning combo in hand. It's up to Christian to respond with an Iono and a Stonejourner to try and protect from this.
Does look like there's a few resources in hand to be available. I think Ultra Ball, Mezagoza, so definitely a guaranteed way to get a Pokemon out. Maybe not the Ultra Ball.
I think the only path to victory here is, there's the Ultra Ball, needs to be Stonejourner, and Stonejourner needs to deal with that Raikou, and then it's going to come down to the Boss's Orders. Now, one important thing to note is there an Iono or not? There is not, I don't think. So it's just a matter of time.
No Iono means that it is most likely going to be a Professor's Research, but we know that Boss's Orders is in hand for JW along with that Forest Seal Stone. So a pretty quick one here for our game 1, but that is usually what happens between Miraidon and Lugia. As soon as you throw in weakness, it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that turn 1 KO, right? It was costly. It costed JW 3 energies. His start was awkward, but starting Lugia actually really sucks in this matchup in particular, as we're going to see this Stonejourner take down Raikou. We're going to see the Flying Pikachu come up, Dynamotor onto the Miraidon, and then Miraidon Boss KO the Luminion next turn.
Second Primal Turbo here, getting that 3rd energy on the Stonejourner for the Giga Hammer.
Now, if you're a Christian, you definitely, you cannot know what your opponent's hand is, right? You know they did discard Research and Judge, which is sometimes indicative that they have another Research, right, in their hand, or it could be the boss. But he's definitely doing all the correct moves and choices in order to make sure that he's ready to go and he has maximum chances of return KOing and winning the game next turn. Now, unfortunately for him, he had to place down both Luminion down. If there was only one Luminion, he was able to get rid of it with that Collapse Stadium. We'd be talking about a completely different game here, maybe.
Game 2, maybe.
Yep. There's the Flying Pikachu here. Pretty simple steps here for JW to follow to be up 1-0 in this top 4 match.
No missequencing this turn. Dynamotor attaches that energy, Boss's Orders, and there is the concession. JW Kriwall up 1-0. He's on a mission, trying to make to that finals.
one up here in this series. Of course, Lugia has the weakness advantage with the fighting type Pokemon, but those are not going to be useful enough until you have everything ready to go. Whereas Miraidon, we just saw how incredibly aggressive and fast it can be. And even though JW had essentially an attach power-up past turn, right? Nothing too big, no turn one Miraidon, no deck thinning, no nothing. That was good enough.
So here's that turn 2 after the fast charge, taking the big KO on that Lugia V with the V-Guard energy, putting him far ahead here, and then just leaving Christian with that lone Lugia V, but still able to get that summoning star, get everything out. But JW setting up a checkmate scenario with his hand. As long as there was no disruption, Dynamotor, Boss's Orders taking the KO, and that replay was basically as fast as that game 1.
Indeed. A lot of time left to go in this round, and I wonder who...
oh no, I've seen this before.
Oh no, double Marie. Double turbo is also less than ideal, because if you start Lugia, you want to retreat that immediately into a single prizer. The ideal scenario for Christian is starting with a single prize Pokemon, but as we see, he let JW go first this time around, and hoping to have a more stable setup. But if you lose those 2 prizes immediately, that's where the problem lies for Lugia.
I have also seen this before too. Such an awkward squawk and seize here for JW, discarding the 2 Judge in the deck along with an Escape Rope and that Professor's Research. Couple Lightning Energy, double Electric Generator, Path to the Peak found here, but no way to get Miraidon out until the next turn with that Arven.
That's a lot of supporters gone for JW, meaning a late game Iono could be very problematic as long as the Force Seal Stone is not in play. So definitely troublesome. That Path to a Peak, potentially very useful here if he wanted to delay Christian. However, his setup is just not good enough at this point to even consider doing that. The Zapdos can take care of the Lugia next turn if he needs to. He might want to be a little bit more conservative, wait, hold on with the Arven and see what happens. I generally would have preferred to see the attachment on the Squawk, because that gives you all the flexibility in the world next turn. If you're not gonna commit fully to the Zapdos, attach to the active, and then you have easy retreat into whatever it is you need next turn.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Here is Capturing Aroma, gets the tails. This will be able to find another Lugia V if Christian needs to. Other than that, Lumineon V could be the option, but there you go. 2 Lugia Vs down. That means you're going to try to guarantee that Summoning Star for the next turn. I know there's Professor Burnett in hand for Christian, so you can go ahead and play that, get those Archeops discarded right away.
Yeah, raw Professor Burnett in your hand is always a fantastic draw. No need to expose that Lumineon, which, as we saw, ended up being Christian's demise. If he had not needed to bench both of those to get into the game, as we were seeing just now, maybe we could have seen a whole different game.
Now there is only 3 outs to the Path to the Peak in Christian's deck. 2 Collapse Stadium, 1 Mezagoza. Does not have either of those in hand just yet, so plays that V-Guard energy. We're going to see her read the Wind most likely, benching that Yveltal first. There's that Read the Wind, discarding the 3rd Archeops, draw 3 cards, hoping to find a Stadium for the next turn. Already has Ultra Ball in hand. Speaking of Ultra Ball, JW finds one off the top. Can't really discard those cards though.
Yeah, all those cards are pretty good at this point in time, and now it seems that that Force Seal Stone is actually playing against JW, as Christian did not counter it, and JW can get a Miraidon, but it cannot tandem unit because of the Path to a Peak. Could fetch a Nest Ball for a Raikou instead, try to attack that way. Can just directly power up the Zapdos by getting the switch card, as we are seeing. However, very, very underwhelming start, whiffing that Miraidon, and now that Path, I feel like it's a good play, right? It can delay Lugia, but it's more important on the second turn, and you have to weigh the cost that comes with using it yourself and how much you need to tandem unit to have full board. If you play the Path this turn, it's still almost as good, right? Because you still get to delay potentially the Lugia V-Star ability. However, you don't delay yourself.
1 energy off this Electric Generator. That's going to allow JW to attack with an energy attachment for turn and that switch card. And it will be enough to take the knockout on Lugia V. It's not a Pokemon V, so that V-Guard energy does not reduce any damage. But again, there's just cards in your hand that you do not want to discard. And I think the reason for the path is usually for Lumineon V on that first turn.
Of course.
Over something like trying to prevent a Summoning Star. But I do agree with you. With the way JW's hand was shaping up, you really need to tandem unit here, especially with the double generator. But there is that third lightning energy on Zapdos. Switch cart. It took a while, but we're finally seeing Zapdos attack.
Finally, I finally get to see JW utilize Zapdos to attack. Now, Christian has not found a stadium yet, however, and I believe his only draw supporter might be Iono, which is definitely not the card you want to play when you're seeing how slow of a turn JW is having. Now, important to note, Christian does not have Pumpkaboo, right? And only has 3 stadiums, so that path to peak might actually put in a lot of work. There's no a lot of respect to Path to Peak in Christian's list, cutting a few corners to be able to fit that single strike Urshifu VMAX line into the deck, but that could prove to be a little bit costly at this point in time.
All right, Ultra Ball fetches that Lugia V-Star. We know there's an Iono in hand, most likely going to be played.
Are you good? You good here? Yeah.
All right, so players interacting a little bit, making sure decks are shuffled well. And I think we're having a small pause for some reason. We'll have to see and check what is happening. The Yveltal, if a stadium is found, will be able to deal with this Zapdos. I don't believe there's any single strike energies in the prizes, so we'll be able to single strike Wings to take this return KO if a stadium is found. I cannot emphasize enough how much a stadium needs to be found in order for Christian to do anything at all.
Yeah, it's about, what, 40, 45 cards in the deck, 3 outs. Don't believe any of them are prized, just those double turbo energies.
We do have a little bit of a pause. I'm not sure what is going on. We're gonna get some information to you all as soon as we can. We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, it's all gonna come down to this Iono, right? No stadium prize, so maximum chances to find it, but with only 3 outs, I don't fancy that. I don't fancy the chances of finding 1 stadium off of 6 cards. Haven't thinned the deck too much either.
Listen, you gotta believe. All right, Pablo.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta believe.
Here we're seeing a shuffle of the deck from JW here, and I think that was it, just no shuffle off of the electric generator maybe.
All right.
There we go, Iono.
Iono, last card, no. No stadium, and now Yveltal is weak to lightning, so that means JW will be up 3 prizes before Christian even gets to do anything at all. Now, that Iono didn't do a lot of help for JW. Those early on supporters that were discarded ended up being, or we see now the lack of supporters, so not a fantastic turn. The path to peak still getting a little bit in the way, but JW did find a bunch of basic Pokemon here.
It does look like they get a 3-minute extension for figuring out the shuffle after the electric generator, so a little bit more time added off the clock, but with how fast Game 1 finished, I'm sure it's not going to matter here. Miraidon EX and Raikou V on the bench now for JW. Attach an energy to that Raikou V, get it powered up for next turn, hopefully. And like you were saying, that hand, not very good right now. Ultra Ball, Raikou, taking the knockout with Electro Ball. Is going to find the Flaffy most likely.
Yeah, JW had not realized that the Yveltal was weak. You see how very, this interaction doesn't come up very often. And we're going to see the Urshifu getting promoted. Urshifu VMAX can evolve and start doing damage, but because Zapdos has, oh, it does not have resistance actually. Thought for a second it had fighting resistance.
You would think with it being a bird and all.
Yeah, you would think.
but the balloons for Flying Pikachu help it with its resistance instead. Ultra Ball does find that Single Strike Urshifu VMAX, and it's going to be able to beat down for not the KO, right? Minus 20 from the double turbo, plus 20 from the Single Strike Energy. It's 10 short. Really going to need to find the stadium yet again here.
Research does not immediately play down the stadium, so it looks like beatdown for 100. It's not a KO, I don't believe.
Oh, no, I think it's weak to fighting.
Oh, it's weak to fighting?
Yeah, it's weak to fighting.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I could have sworn it was weak to lightning.
Yes, weak to fighting. All right, we're okay here.
My bad. Definitely a KO. Very clean KO. Very good KO.
JW brings up that Squawkabilly EX. With an energy, it's a way to power up some Pokemon here, but no energy in sight for JW. Just has Ultra Ball, discards 2 Pokemon, a Raikou V and Miraidon EX. It's going to eye down that Mareep, maybe that Flying Pikachu V, maybe that Mew. But again, all these don't really do too much here. Mareep with the Flaffy in hand will be good for next turn, but you still need a pivot to use that Dynamotor effectively.
Yeah, and JW's hand right now is really not good at all. And this turn 1 path that he played ended up almost working against him, right? Christian has now stabilized. He is able to attach another energy. Will be able to do a little bit of damage to Squawkabilly. What are we watching, Jeremy?
80 damage. I don't know how it went from 90 to there, but... Oh, no, the resistance.
7.
Right. Yeah.
30
damage. It's crazy.
Yep.
Wow, drew the Flying Pikachu for the turn, so has a pivot for the following turn, but is really just going to have to Dynamotor and pass here. Oh, I love this play. I'm a fan of this play.
We're about to see some 0 damage Thunder Shocks because of the V-Guard energy. This is crazy to see. JW with a 0 card hand. Christian in a very interesting position will now be taking 2 prizes. If he had a boss's orders and he could take down that Flaffy, that would be fantastic. Even preemptively KOing the Flying Pikachu could also be good. We'll have to see.
They're trying to get the math right. They already had it right. Here is the 3rd Professor's Research in a row. Can we find a stadium for this Summoning Star?
I mean, at this point, you don't even want to give JW the extra card with Fleet-Footed, I feel. So even if you get a path, I don't think you need to.
And with that Single Strike energy, does get to the appropriate 90 damage to take the knockout on the Squawkabilly. So down to 3 prizes for Christian, tied up the game here.
And we're about to see a Thunder Shock in top 4. What is happening?
I mean, it's a lot better than my Thunder Shock in round 9, I'll tell you that much. But JW is going to have to do it for the stream.
I mean,
hit this heads.
At this point in time, yeah, you need to paralyze. You need to buy yourself a turn. This flip is huge.
Just has been drawing Pokemon nonstop. Thundershock heads? No.
Fail. 0 damage because of the V-Guard energy. Christian in a commanding position here. Boss's orders onto the scoop. What?
Wow.
The turn 1 path working against JW. What if you hold it on turn 1? Yeah, I know you want to stop Luminion, but are you trying to beat your opponent by making them dead draw? Or you encourage the Luminion, right? Go ahead and bench that. That's an easy 2-prize target. Later down the line, with the Arven in your hand, you get a guaranteed full setup. We'll have to see what happens in Game 3, but I can't believe that we just saw Lugia win without Summoning Star.
Yeah, that was more of a Single Strike Urshifu VMAX deck, manually attaching energies for 4 turns. And here you see just not really much going on for JW. Has drawn a ton of Pokemon throughout that game too. Even has a Raichu V to go along with it. And then, of course, the big hope, the big Thunder Shock from Flying Pikachu V. But unfortunately hits that Tails, and a boss's orders off the top of the deck for Christian will prompt that quick concession from JW after going to be taking out that Raikou V, and Christian showing he had the Clap Stadium.
Yeah, no need to counter the stadium, no need for Summoning Star when you have the behemoth that is Single Strike Urshifu VMAX. And that's exactly what Christian would love to do. Yeah, I mean, if you could choose to power that up instead of playing down the 2-prize liabilities that are the Lightning Weak Lugias, you would choose to do that. But so far so good, interesting couple of games. And we're about to see who moves on to the finals here at Toronto.
Zapdos and Napat to the peak in the prizes yet again. Meanwhile, nothing too bad for Christian there. JW is going to start things off. Going first, having that Flying Pikachu V in the active spot, along with that Miraidon EX. You can tandem unit for these two Pokemon.
All right, now this is a dream start for Christian. He started a single prize Pokemon, right? Weak to lightning, doesn't matter, it's not Stonejourner, right? You can definitely afford to lose this Yveltal. So JW setting up here finally finds a Miraidon in turn 1 that he wasn't able to find that in game 1 or 2. Now he does, but now Christian with a much, much better start here.
Looking at all the Pokemon in the deck right now. Is this a point where you feel it's good to grab a second Miraidon EX and then tandem unit again, kind of fill your bench up?
Absolutely. I was very surprised that didn't happen in game 1. I definitely want to see that happen here in game 2. You want to thin your deck. It's not about the liabilities that you have in play. You're always going to have 2 prize liabilities, especially with that 190 HP Flying Pikachu V. What you need to do is thin your deck, maximize those electric generators, and be able to hit those boss's orders at the right time.
Now here's always the option I hate. You have a Path to the Peak in hand and an Ultra Ball to go find that Squawkabilly EX. Is it worth it to Squawk and Seize, get rid of that Path to the Peak, or forego that, have a weaker hand, but get that path into play maybe this turn or the next turn?
I definitely think it completely depends on what the rest of your hand looks like. If you have a Research follow-up, an Iono follow-up, or a Judge, I feel like you can probably let go of that. However, if your hand is dead, it's what you have to do, right? Path is fantastic, but you want to have this initiative. Now, I am definitely surprised that we're not seeing that Miraidon into Miraidon. I really wish if JW ends up winning, I hope Juancho asks him about that, because I am not understanding the reasoning to that, especially when your hand is not so great.
Yeah, having that Ultra Ball as the only accessibility to find something to kind of draw out of this hand, but does have the Path to the Peak there, hoping that Christian's just going to bump it anyway. And now it's up to Christian to find a Lugia V, maybe a second one, and get things rolling here, starting off with the Capturing Aroma.
Big flip here, needs a Tails to establish a Lugia.
Looks like a 3.
Yep, we get that Tails pretty good. Yeah, starting off with a Lugia does need to be extra safe, does not know what sort of hand JW has, so definitely important to establish that second Lugia in case there is an attach plus boss KO. You still have the other one to summoning V-Star with. Now, I couldn't tell what else was in the hand. It's always important to go with the uncertain cards, such as Capturing Aroma, and then once you figure out what you can or cannot grab, then you continue to make the rest of your plan.
We call that sequencing, folks. And Lugia is one of the best decks to try to figure out the perfect sequencing for your games, especially up against a tough matchup in this Miraidon EX and that lightning weakness.
Now, Radiance Arena as a way to protect from an escape rope play. We also see Collapse Stadium and Iono.
This is actually just going to help JW out so much. Get those cards on the bottom of the deck. You don't need them, really. I guess the Flaffy was the only good card here. Bumping that path is going to help, at least with fleet-footed, maybe another tandem unit.
Does find the second Lugia V, though, which is pretty great. However, there are 0 Archeops in the discard pile, which could be huge. Christian was holding the Professor Burnett in their hand, but chose to play it extra safe right there. And we'll have to see what ends up happening here. But getting to Archeops in the discard pile plus Lugia V-Star off of what Christian drew might not exactly be easy or straightforward. Now, JW with not a great hand, though.
Yeah, still not looking that great. Bravery Charm on the Raikou V does help it against a Lugia V-Star, potentially attacking with Tempest Dive.
Oh, never mind. I see a Boss's Orders, actually. Pretty decent hand. No draw supporter, can fleet-footed, can establish a Flaffy as well, can tandem unit if necessary to further thin the deck. Yeah. to make sure that you get maximum value out of that fleet-footed.
Well, here's that Ultra Ball finding the Flaffy that was put to the bottom with the Iono. This will allow you to Dynamotor, although I don't believe there's any Lightning in the discard just yet.
No Lightning in the discard. That Bravery Charm is going to be Christian's biggest hurdle at this point in time, especially if he's able to pull off everything, right? The Summoning Star, establish the Stonejourner, or rather only with the Stonejourner he'd be able to respond. But even getting the Stonejourner out seems a little problematic because his hand is not too great.
Now deciding what to bring up. That Yveltal does have a hefty 2 retreat cost. And if you bring up that Lugia V, you're putting it in danger for sure against that Raikou V with that Bravery Charm. Draw for the turn. Seems like an Ultra Ball for Christian.
Yeah, and I do believe there's a Professor's Research, so at least one Arceus getting discarded, but the Urshifu VMAX hitting the discard pile as well, which obviously we saw take down JW in this previous match. And there we see the straight up Research, not even bothering with an attachment. This Research has to be really big here.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts that you need to find Ultra Ball and Archeops, and then being able to grab that Lugia V-Star. But even from there, the bench space is going to be a liability. Collapse Stadium now limiting Christian, where if he does get 2 Archeops, won't be able to play anything else down like that Stonejourner.
There is an Arceus and there is a Capturing Aroma, but no way to discard that Arceus. And now it's tails when you actually probably wanted heads. I mean, you can establish another Lugia V this time around. Not exactly sure. I think you have to, right, in case there's another Boss's Orders in play. You do know JW's hand is actually pretty small. And if JW takes down this Yveltal, the prize map is there, right? Christian could use Stonejourner to take 2 prizes, but off of 2 attacks, if JW is able to muster 2 attacks, Christian will not have another single prize Pokemon to take down a 2 prize Pokemon of JW's.
Debating about the basic Pokemon to find here off of Capturing Aroma. Does go ahead and decide that second Lugia V. The biggest thing now is to fade something like that Boss's Orders from JW's side of things. He's already played 1. Does have a total of 3 in the list.
Now another issue for Christian will be a Path of Peak, and grabbing the Lugia but not benching it. I feel like if already gone for it, not committing to it is interesting.
Iono off the top for JW does open up the hand a little bit. Starts with the fleet-footed. Oh, wow. Okay. Forest Sealstone off the top. You can attach that to the Flying Pikachu V and Star Alchemy. 4 Boss's Orders take a knockout on the Lugia V on the bench.
That is incredible. What a fleet-footed we just saw. Yeah, almost a top deck basically, right? Incredible.
Oh yeah, you saw it on the screen, top deck.
And he also has the path in case that was necessary, but Christian not benching that second Lugia. I mean, his chances were already very, very slim, I want to say, after whiffing this turn. But now, if that Lugia V goes down, you have no follow-up. Yeah, your Urshifu VMAX is even priced, so you can't even do 200 damage to the Raikou at this point.
No, it's not even priced. He discarded it.
I meant this
a turn ago, yeah.
Discarded.
And with that, there's no threat of that single strike Urshifu V to be able to take a big knockout. I feel like this is just an automatic play to do here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we're going to see. There's not a lot of value in taking down this Yveltal. JW must be just trying to make sure that he's not missing out on anything. Christian even searched for the second Lugia, but then chose not to bench it. I feel like maybe there was some possibility if he sets up the Lugia and then attacks with Tyranitar once and that somehow survives a hit. If there's no Zapdos in play, which we do see that is priced. So, I don't know. Yeah, not benching that Lugia. I think Christian's going to immediately regret it once he sees this Boss's Orders. Yep, there we go.
There is the concession. JW Krewall moving on to the finals to meet either Demetrius or Azul and trying to avenge that loss in Peoria.
Yep. Making it one step further. Now he's in the finals. I'm waiting to see who he gets to play. Either Gardevoir, potentially a decent matchup, or Charizard, an arguably horrible matchup. We'll have to see who his opponent is in the finals.
Yeah, we'll also have to see what that chopping motion means. If it's chopping up the chops or... well, I guess we'll find out soon enough, but congratulations to Christian on making it to top 4. One great run throughout this entire weekend, going through a ton of people in this competition. But when you're a Lugia up against a Miraidon, I feel like it's only a matter of time.
Definitely had all the right tools in his deck, but this KO off the Raichu, JW almost playing a non-Miraidon Lightning deck, it felt, on games 1 and games 2. Miraidon just did not show up in the beginning, did not do much. However, taking 2 prizes, yeah, you take 2 prizes on your second turn, you get ahead. That's usually a big deal because the single strike Lugia deck doesn't play enough single prize Pokemon to deal with everything.
And here is that end of the game 1. Boss's orders up the Lumineon, taking the knockout, chopping up those chops. And then game 2, starting off a little awkward here, but still able to get the KO on the Lugia V on JW's second turn with that Zapdos and Electro Ball.
Yeah, I finally saw Zapdos take not only a Lugia, but also an Yveltal. However, that was not enough, as JW's own path to a peak prevented him from establishing a full board, and thus allowed Christian to win without using Summoning Star. Not something that you're gonna commonly see when you're playing against Lugia.
Squawkabilly putting in a little bit of work with that resistance, trying to buy JW as much time as possible. But like you were saying, that path to the peak really stymied JW's setup, and with just 4 manual attachments, this single strike Urshifu VMAX was clearing up the board for Christian here, trying to hit that Thundershock heads, but JW not able to accomplish that. And with the boss's orders, it sends it to a game 3.
And then game 3, everything was working out well for both players. Both players set up decently, but then Christian was not able to get the full setup of the Iono. And see the first boss's orders taking down the first Lugia, following up not much.
And taking the knockout there, and then drawing that Forest Seal Stone off the Lightning, or off the Fleet-Footed, able to take that boss's orders for the KO. No longer having Lugia VM play, and JW sitting in the finals, waiting to face either Gardevoir or Charizard EX.
Now, to be fair, benching that second Lugia V was no guarantee of anything, right? It was still a huge mountain to climb for Christian, just because there were so many prizes taken at that point. But if you wanted to give yourself a small chance, I think benching a Lugia V would have been ideal. Yeah, but off the Fleet-Footed, right? Off the Fleet-Footed, you can see how 1 card, right? 1 card, proper thinning, proper playing out your cards to make sure that they're not in the deck anymore. Making noise, essentially. You Fleet-Footed for 1, can be the game-winning card.
Most of the time it seems like it is. It's really exciting, that 1 extra card. After playing through everything, you thin out your deck to get the best possible odds. And JW able to find that Forest Seal Stone to seal things up there. Hey, I gotta mention Pablo. When we're talking about our casters' predictions, I have 2 cards in the finals right now.
That is true. Now, you did see the Judge Pass player lose to his own path to peak. So
it doesn't matter. It's even the same Heart Gold Soul Silver judge, so it's good.
All right,
good.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, definitely. We were looking for archetypes, but sure. Yeah, that combination clearly made it all the way to the finals and could prove to be the game-winning combination if, regardless of what matchup JW faces, Judge Path is very strong against Gardevoir and very, very strong against Charizard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Judge Path is an archetype in itself, Pablo. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself.
You might trick the viewers, Jeremy, but you're not going to trick me.
It's Halloween. Of course I'm going to trick or treat.
And then, yeah, I mean, Kyle definitely very off the mark, I want to point out.
He deserves that after his cutie.
Boo, unfortunately, just saw her. Oh no, actually there was no colorless Lugia either. And then Juancho, we give him a good participation award. I guess Gudra, actually. Gudra did make top 8.
Yeah, I feel like it's just us surviving. If Gardevoir is able to take down Azul, I believe they are in game 3 as well. Demetrius taking a quick game 1, but Azul tying things up in that game 2. So pretty interesting to see how that game will shape up and who will join JW Creewall in the finals of Toronto Regional Championships here this weekend.
Yeah, Charizard against Gardevoir, a very dynamic matchup. Charizard's usually the one to start with the aggression. The big Charizard threatens the dark type weak Gardevoir EX. However, there comes a point where if Gardevoir stabilizes and establishes a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir with that reversal energy and is able to take down a Charizard, then Charizard has a difficult choice to make. Do you go boss KO the Gardevoir EX but leave the Gardevoir, or do you KO the Gardevoir but you're only getting 1 prize in exchange for the 2 they took? So that early aggression from Charizard is super important, but despite what we've seen on stream, sometimes being aggressive with your stage 2 deck is not necessarily easy.
Well, it is my displeasure to throw it down to the lounge for the winner of our pumpkin carving contest as we're waiting for that game to finish. So let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge, figure out who's winning.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and I am so sad to have to do this. I'm Wancho Saldana. Joining me in the lounge is Shelby Boo and Kyle Sablehouse. We're about to present the winner of the pumpkin contest. Not quite the regional just yet. That should be coming up shortly. But again, the winner of the pumpkin vote contest. You guys got to vote. This is your voice. Congratulations to Kyle Sablehouse.
Hey! All right!
Yes, with his Pokeball pumpkin, quote, quote. And because he did win, there it is. Look at it. Look at the beauty. Look, how long did it take you to work on this beautiful pumpkin, Kyle?
Many minutes.
Perfect.
Wow.
That makes me sad. All right, but for winning this competition, you do win a nice little award. Boo, can you help me out with this?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm disappointed in you, chat, and I'm upset right now.
Yes, here we go. Drama. Ooh, wait. You know what? I'm gonna appeal this. This is it's not a pumpkin.
You can't do that.
I'm gonna call a head judge. I'm gonna go judge. I'm gonna appeal. Head judge. That was not a pumpkin. That's not a pumpkin, right? It can't possibly win this competition. No!
Hey!
Oh, is there a head judge?
No appeals.
All right. Congratulations, Kyle Sablehouse. Give us a speech.
Oh, who to thank? First, I want to thank Twitch chat, all you gamers out there supporting me through all these tough times back here with these guys working hard. It's hard to be the one who doesn't put in a lot of effort, but sometimes it pays off. I want to thank my mom and dad for giving me no artistic abilities. It really it led me to this moment, and I love you.
Wow.
I hate you so much.
I spent like an hour carving my pumpkin, just so you guys know.
All right.
Kyle's fired after this, bro.
All right, with that, I think that's going to be it for the pumpkin contest. Again, congratulations to Kyle. This is the closest you're going to be at winning at a regional for sure.
Oh, whoa, the diss.
No, but we're going to go ahead and go on a quick break before the finals of the Toronto Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships. Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mezagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeops Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre. But to get to that point, you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. You can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be.
Welcome back in, trainers, to our Toronto Regional Championship here for the trading card game. Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse, although I'm personally disowning him as my co-caster. Jeremy, you can have him back. Welcome in, everyone. We are about to get into our finals here in Toronto. It has been 2 fierce days of competition, but everything is leading up to this. Who is going to take down this championship? Kyle, you ready?
Absolutely. We have 2 great competitors lined up to close out the tournament. Of course, we saw on one side, we have JW, who was able to close out.
Yep.
It took a minute to find out who's going to win over in that top 4 side. And we have our answer.
Wow, here we go. It's going to be JW Kriwal with his Miraidon deck versus Demetrius Eaton with that Gardevoir. We got to see Demetrius earlier on the stream in our top 8 match against Jake Riggs, and that Chien-Pao was able to take that down, advanced into our semifinals, took down Azul Garcia-Griego, and is now headed into the finals to face off against JW's Miraidon.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting battle that we'll see with the paths on one side, judging maybe locking out some potential plays. Meanwhile, on the other side, Demetrius has those workers can work through the paths and continue to draw with refinements and maybe find all the resources to take what are some simple 2-prize knockouts on the other side sometimes.
Yeah, it is going to be an intense match here. And again, so much on the line for both of these players. This is our finals. Our first and second place here is about to be decided. And it's the difference between $7,000 for our second place and $10,000 for our first place winner, as well as an invite to the World Championships. Wipes away all those points you need because, hey, you have a guaranteed invite.
I mean, JW's not happy to hear that. He's been performing so well, but of course, you get to add all of those points to the stipend race and potentially earn even more travel awards, continuing to move even further. Demetrius would love to have that, bring that back to Europe as well, as they do have a little less of a cap on those championship points. You only need so many to move on. Second place would be great. First place would be the best.
Yep, Demetrius representing the UK here in Toronto. Here's a look at our top 8 decks that went in to this top 8, but of course, only 2 left standing. Are you surprised at the way this played out, Kyle?
I mean, I think Azul was very fortunate to avoid the Chien-Paos, but just ran into the wrong deck in top 4. Demetrius had some opportunities there with the Gardevoir, played a very great game 1 that we saw, and it led all the way down to the end where Demetrius was able to draw into the final resources of Boss's orders. That was off screen, of course, but I was having a good time watching that game. Meanwhile, I didn't think that JW was going to survive Herman. I thought Herman was on an absolute tear with the Hisuian Gudra, and JW once again showing off the power of that Miraidon deck, not only working through that, but also the Lugia.
The sheer power indeed. That means our Chien-Pao eliminated from the top 8. Our Hisuian Gudra V-Star, a deck that nobody really expected to be in the top 8, but once again, making it to a top 8. Eliminated now Azul Garcia-Griego out of the competition, along with that Charizard EX, and our Lost Zone box player and Lugia V-Star also eliminated. It's just Gardevoir EX versus Miraidon EX. Gardevoir being a very technical deck, a lot that goes into it. Intricacy is all the correct name for a Gardevoir EX deck. Versus Miraidon, of course, a fast-paced, heavy-hitting deck that is very streamlined, pretty linear. But who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, it's a great back and forth that we'll see as Demetrius loves drawing all the cards, having all the answers, and JW is looking to be a little oppressive, lock out some of those abilities with the Path to the Peak, shut down the Gardevoir EX, but also be very aggressive in that opening stage, maybe taking some early knockouts and putting the pressure on those Curlias.
What is it going to be? How is this going to turn out for either of our players? I'm sure there'll be some surprises there, but hopefully we see some incredible gameplay. Both these players extremely skilled, well known in our game here as well, and looking for a championship title on the other side of this match. It is just one single match left for them to get through. And here you go, Kyle. If you had to hedge your bets, where are you going with this?
Oh, I don't know. This is, I feel like watching Demetrius, everything is just lining up. The matchup seems a little more favored towards the Gardevoir player. And you're able to draw out of all these situations. You have the workers, you've got your counter stadiums. But where there's a judge path, there's a way.
That's true. There's a judge path. Jeremy's picks for the weekend have prevailed here. We'll have to see if JW is able to go further with this Miraidon EX, a deck that some people still don't really give the credit to, even after its multiple successful performances. But now it's once again in our finals at a regional championship. This time, it's not Jesse Parker, it's going to be JW. Teammates who work together. This list has been ironed out over time here versus Demetrius, who is coming here from the UK and taking over the Toronto Regional Championship with Gardevoir. I'm super excited for this, Kyle.
Yeah, I think we're ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table and introduce our players.
All right, let's get into this. They're prepped, they're ready. I mean, you gotta think this has been a long 2 days of competition. I'm sure they're exhausted, but fully focused. Adrenaline is going. Over here on our left side, Demetrius Eaton, you can see all of these accomplishments here. We saw him earlier in top 8, but I mean, you see top 16, top 4 in the London Open, regional top 8, and then a UK national championships in the seniors division. Demetrius, not a player to be taken lightly here.
Yep, of course, playing that Gardevoir EX deck that we've talked so much about over the course of, ever since it was created as a card. We see the consistency of this deck, and of course, just combining it with the refinement of the Kirlia. You draw so many cards each and every turn. It seems to withstand every time that we introduce a new Dark Tech Pokemon into the mix, and we'll see if it can withstand some pathing.
Yeah, withstand some pathing, withstand some electricity, some cooking here over by JW Krewall. We see a top 4 here in Peoria, world's top 64 regional champion in Richmond in 2019 and a 2014 regional champion as well. So this could be a 3rd time for JW to go for that regional champion title. Let's see if he can get there with Miraidon EX. That is the question. A deck that they have been formulating for a long time. JW and his team, they played it to much success, and here we are again in a finals. Let's see if JW is able to generate his way to a win here.
Yeah, it looks like he likes to take about 4 to 5 years off before every regional win. 2019, it's almost 2024.
He's due.
It might be time.
Well, let's take a look at these prize cards for both of our players. What the
Whoa,
heck?
that is a lot of Pokemon.
That is a lot of important Pokemon as well, Kyle. A lot of Pokemon in the prize cards here. That's 2 Ralts, a Kirlia, and a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, as well as 2 Energy for Demetrius. Wow. Over here for JW, a Mareep, a Judge, 1 of those electric generators, Switch Cart, and 2 Energy.
Mirage Step still available to search out some of these Kirlias. You don't always need the Ralts, but finding the initial 2 Ralts setup might be more difficult than we've led on to with all these prizes.
Yeah, it could get pretty tricky here for Demetrius and those prize cards. We'll have to see if he can pull it out. I mean, Demetrius, as we saw in our top 8, made it through even to game 3, was able to take things down, even through a double prize card penalty. So I believe in Demetrius. We have the handshake. We're ready to go in our Masters finals here in Toronto. Let's get things started. JW on this right side. Kicking things off, Mew EX is the active Pokemon here, and we're jumping into the deck straight away with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 of those Lightning Energy.
Yeah, this is the dream right here. Looks like there's an electric generator along with the Squawk ability if you want to get very aggressive and start to move through the deck. The Ultra Ball to find the Miraidon to tandem unit to a bunch of lightning Pokemon. This could be a full setup with a fresh hand.
Well, that's what you want to see for sure. You want to get into this game and get moving. Be as aggressive as you can here. First to the prize cards. And JW just taking a minute to sort through what's in the deck here. This is the first look at the deck, so making sure he's aware of all the resources here. Make sure there's nothing too wild in the prize cards there for JW.
It's not like Demetrius's prize cards where we're likely going to see an eyebrow raised.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. We'll have to take a look at the expressions for our cams, but here we go for JW off this Ultra Ball. Of course, this Miraidon EX is able to go right back into the deck, which is why you see the rotation there, and get these other Lightning Pokemon out. 2 basic Lightning Pokemon joining us in that Mareep and that Raikou V on the bench now.
Yeah, Raikou clearly one of the best opening attackers in this matchup. Just put on the pressure. You can consistently attack for knockouts against these lower hit point Pokemon in the beginning, and you only need 2 energies. We'll see if those are found here with the Electric Generator.
Yep, we will see Electric Generator, the first one of this match.
Ooh.
Wow, that is a complete whiff. Just a double check there.
Are you sure? Not even one?
Yellow. Nothing yellow in that draw there for JW. Electric Generator is going to miss there.
Thankfully, there's still some resources and energy in hand that you can bench the Squawkabilly, draw with the Mew to restart if you want, or you can just fill the hand up, avoid potentially running into some issues where you draw some resources you don't want to discard.
Yep, here we go. Squawk and Seize. We're squawking, we're seizing. Boss's Order is going to hit the discard pile and into a fresh 6 cards here for JW. What are we working with, Kyle?
Well, found the path to the peak.
True.
Sometimes you like to throw that down early, but it's worrisome. Playing it in combination with a Judge is a little better. And I don't know if there's any real pressure right now on this Pokemon. I honestly kind of like the retreat and drawing an additional card with the Raikou.
Ooh, with the fleet-footed, true. It's just going to be a pass, though, from JW. Over to the left side of the field now for Demetrius, starting off with a Battle VIP pass. This is where you look at the player cam, because Demetrius is going to see how many Pokemon are actually in the prize cards here. Of course, eyeing up that Radiant Greninja. We've seen so much utility from that card in our Gardevoir decks, and for Demetrius especially throughout the last match we saw him in. So that's being eyed up. Ralt's coming out, so nothing suspicious. Battle VIP pass, of course, gets 2 Pokemon out, so nothing too revealing yet, though.
JW. He was chopping in top 4. He's slamming in the finals.
I'm sick of that fly, Kyle. I'm sick of it. Oh my god.
Maybe you can throw your opponent off there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the reaction that we were looking for from Demetrius from the prize cards, because he top decked the Battle VIP passes.
Wow, that's pretty nice.
One of the best cards to find there, and sure, you can draw some additional cards, but you've done what you needed to do. Double Ralts, you're holding the Ultra Ball that will lead to the Curlia, but you drew the Refinement Curlia. You only have one left in the deck.
Yeah, that is tough here for Demetrius. Drew into it off of that concealed cards on the Radiant Greninja. It's just going to be a pass over to JW. Wow. And we have quite the hand here from JW as well.
Yeah, a great mix of cards. There's an additional card there as well from the Raikou eventually. Is there any real pressure to play out more supporters and start digging? I think you're pretty comfortable at this spot.
Yeah, look, where do you go from here? JW's going to have to decide which route to take from here on out in this matchup. Going into the deck with that tandem unit. Line up some Pokemon here to take out of the deck.
Yeah, one of the most pivotal cards is going to be that Raichu, eventually working that into the mix, trying to knock out a Pokemon like that Gardevoir EX that we'd see on the other side. In combination with a Zapdos, maybe you can do a little less discarding to take that big knockout.
Yeah.
But you want to save that for the right time. And instead, if you're able to get all the energies on the board, space them out, and then eventually work in the Raichu in one big swing turn, you can really surprise your opponent.
Yep, that would be awesome to see here, Kyle, in our finals. We love exciting moments like that from our players, so hopefully we get to see some exciting things here. But for now, JW just still taking a look through the deck here. Is there anything you want to point out for this specific turn, Kyle, that we could see?
Well, I'm worried that we see the Raichu being presented early, but this, yeah, I feel like this is the better line. You go for the Zapdos. It's pretty nonchalant, just chilling on the bench. You can play an energy on it, and there's no way Demetrius ever goes after their Pokemon like that. It's not going to help out the prize exchange at all.
Yeah.
And eventually, you'll have a few energies on board. All you need is the Raichu, 5 energies. Boss's orders, big KO.
Well, we have that Raikou V joining us in the active position here. Going to utilize that fleet-footed ability to draw an additional card. Saw the manual attachment of that lightning energy as well onto that Raikou to get ready for some lightning rondo here.
Oh, there's a Forest Seal Stone, but there's only one Pokemon that you can play that on, and it's your active, which is potentially at risk. I'd say that, but not really. You're looking at 2 Ralts. You're going to knock one out, and if Demetrius ever goes Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX, he still doesn't knock you out, and he doesn't have any setup. So I feel like you're pretty comfortable attaching that Forest Seal Stone and preparing for a card like Iono on the other side.
Yep, well, we do see that Dynamotor Flaffy set up as well on the field, sought out from the Ultra Ball for JW. And then we're going to see that path to the peak come down here as well.
Yeah, I still would like to see the Forest Seal Stone play. There is no Lost Vacuum in the list on Demetrius' side. And unfortunately, you can't incorporate the Mew EX drawing an additional card with Restart. So just take your knockout. Obviously, you're doing great work KOing a Ralts, but Demetrius is prepared for this.
Prepared indeed. We got that knockout there for JW, taking a prize card, and now we're over to Demetrius, starting off with an Ultra Ball, discarding a Rare Candy and a Psychic Energy to get that Kirlia that we've talked about plenty of times here, Kyle, that Mirage Step.
Yeah, this is brutal. The path to the peak is shutting off the Radiant Greninja right now, which could potentially draw into a card like Iono, but there it is, thankfully in the hands. So you can shuffle and place that Kirlia Refinement onto the bottom of the deck. You just want to avoid drawing the other one in this top 6 here.
Oh, let's see.
It's looking good so far.
Yeah, one more.
One more to dodge. And it looks like you got out unscathed.
Yup, that last card being the collapsed stadium that was drawn there. Fog Crystal going to go back into the deck for Demetrius here. And then straight into this Mirage Step, this move on this active Kirlia that's going to bring out these other 2 Kirlia here onto the field. That means it's over to JW now. On this right side of our field here, Path to the Peak, of course, still in play on JW's side.
Yeah, and from this point forward, JW probably has his most important knockouts lined up already. No boss's orders required. We want to hold on to that resource until you see the Gardevoir EX. But we need to see some energies to line up for this Raichu eventually, and there's no more on this electric generator. That's 2 big whiffs.
Yeah, 2 big whiffs there. There's also an electric generator in the prize cards as well, in the middle of the prize cards, so that's not in deck for JW. But yeah, whiffing 2 electric generators, not what you want to be seeing for a Miraidon player. Going to take a quick look through Demetrius' discard pile and then see what else we're going to do with this turn here for JW.
Yeah, at this point, protect the energies. Zapdos is a great place to place those. Discarded 2 Lightnings to start the game and is rewarded for that now with Flaffy's Dynamotor.
Yeah, that is very true. You're not too scared about your lightning energy going to the discard pile as long as you have that Flaffy.
All right.
Save the
do you ever sneak in the Zapdos knockout here? I feel like losing all those energies would be pretty lame, but JW is going to take the risk here. I do not like this if we see a reversal energy on the other side. Could you imagine?
Yeah, that would actually be detrimental. We're going to see the electric ball here from Zapdos. 110 damage. Taking a knockout, JW going down to 4 prize cards left to take over to Demetrius. Now let's see what we get here, starting off with this Mysterious Tail Mew.
I was wishing that was a Shining Arcana. Double Psychic Energy. Refinement's going to continue to draw.
Yep. Ultra
Still
Ball,
no path.
Super Rod.
The path counter is available with the Collapse Stadium.
In hand.
But you're staring at a Pokemon like Squawkabilly on the other side that you're just removing for free for your opponent. Of course, there's still plenty of other Pokemon to target with the boss's orders later on. But you need to continue drawing. Radiant Greninja is going to try to do its job.
Yeah, let's see. 2 cards here. Level ball.
Wow.
Is that the Cresselia?
I mean,
Oh, what was that?
there's a Cresselia, but I think it's just one Ultra Ball from here. You have to pick and choose. You can go for the Gardevoir EX, start to load up some energies. Early Zacian does not feel great. You can use Cresselia and maybe try to knock out Flaffy if you have 2 more Psychic Pokemon to play.
True.
But what Psychic Pokemon are left at this point? We've seen all the Ralts. You have to bench the Zacian, and
Collapse Stadium's in play,
I guess there's
too.
Mew as well, but we're not going to find much help here.
Yeah, we're just going to see this level ball to search out the Manaphy from the deck. Clean that out of the deck. Just taking a look at what is left as well. Right, for Demetrius, we've used our Mysterious Tail. We've used our 2 Refinement. We've used our Concealed cards as well. What else do we have left in this hand, Kyle?
Yeah, there's a risk you could take with the Ultra Ball.
Oh, I thought,
it
was already used because it was rotated, but I guess not. We're still going in with this Mysterious Tail. Fog Crystal going to be drawn as the item card off of those top 6. Just going to use it straight away to get a Psychic Energy to the hand.
All right, maybe that Psychic Energy was all we needed to see the Cresselia try to incorporate a knockout on a Pokemon like the Flaffy here. Gardevoir EX opens that up. Psychic Embrace can continue to rain some energies, as we've seen so often in this tournament.
That is true. Psychic Embrace, of course, being unlocked here. Path to the Peak is out of play, having been bumped to that collapsed stadium for Demetrius. All right,
Just
so we're going
to slow start. There's not much happening at this point. Demetrius at a pretty risky spot as far as boss's orders or other combinations of cards that continue to just put pressure on the main attackers here. We've seen plenty of Ralts already knocked out.
Yeah, I think you can see that for sure. There's a lot of debates there, but Zacian V is going to be brought onto the field here and put into the active position after manually retreating this Mew. Here are the energy coming down as well from this Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX. Of course, have to place 2 damage counters per energy there.
Yep, you know you're already knocked out from a Pokemon like that Raikou, so play all of the energies on this Pokemon. If there ever was a world where JW was able to take a knockout on the Gardevoir, remove that from play. Boss's orders played on the Raikou, and although you're not removing all of the energies, you took out one of the largest threats.
Yeah, I mean, that Raikou had 2 energy on it. It was 2 prize cards as well. Demetrius is going to take after that knockout. So going down to 4 prize cards left, tying things up in the prize race here between our players. JW over here on the right side, starting off this next turn with a tandem unit. Raikou coming back.
Yeah, it's Zapdos just a little bit short, cannot help itself with its own ability.
Yeah,
if it
that's
were,
true.
that would be quite the exchange to see. Instead, Raikou with the energy along with the Flaffy Dynamotor should be able to get the job done pretty handedly. And let's throw in a path for good measure.
Yep, and a judge. It's the combo here. Path to the Peak, shutting down those abilities of Rulebox Pokemon, as well as a judge. Both of our players shuffling up here, going to draw into 4 cards each. And I mean, you saw the hands before for Demetrius. That was a lot of cards there, but it's just going to be 4 now, drawn off this judge.
None of them named Shining Arcana Gardevoir, and it's still going to be the trend here.
Yep. Yeah, and it's just a level ball and a fog crystal as well, which can't search that out either, unfortunately. JW with the Wombo combo, and don't think there's anything else left to play from the hand here. Just 2 Miraidon and energy and a research. It's just going to be this Raikou V, of course, going to take the knockout on that Zacian V with Lightning Rondo, that heavily damaged Sword Doggo. And now JW down to only 2 prize cards left to take. Kyle, it's flying by here, this match.
Yeah, it's really moving. We see Demetrius was probably going to find an answer to this Raikou as soon as we see a counter stadium.
True.
The issue is we've seen 1 collapse stadium. The list only plays 2, and you're probably using Iono to dig for it.
Yeah.
If not, it's just the one refinement to try to find Worker that could also open up some avenues.
Yeah, these draws are going to be huge for Demetrius. We're starting off, of course, with a level ball and a fog crystal. Let's see if Demetrius is able to get into the cards needed after that judge. Okay, taking a look here. Selecting the targets for both that level ball and the fog crystal. It's going to be, of course, that psychic energy and that Ralts to drawn off the level ball.
Yeah, Ralts is sneaky good in this situation. Potentially could be another final attacker in a matchup like this where we've already lost Zacian, potentially losing a Shining Arcana Gardevoir if we ever find it. And you'll need one more. Refinement time.
Refinement here. It's a level ball and the Cresselia.
That's not it. It's
Yep.
down to thinning out with the level ball, using Iono, trying to find the one of Collapse Stadium.
Yeah. The one of Collapse Stadium. So, yeah, we are seeing that thinning. The Ralts is going to come down onto the field as well for Demetrius, and we're seeing the shuffle up here. Super important.
Yeah. Talk about a double-edged sword as well. If you remove this this Path to the Peak with the Collapse Stadium, you're removing the Mew from play. And that's the only Pokemon that Gardevoir EX would be able to knock out for 2 prize cards. And it looks like that's probably going to be a relevant attacker. Oh, there's the Worker, 2 Workers. That's not how this works.
That is not how this is working, Kyle. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's so brutal.
That is brutal. The Iono played, of course, between these players. JW just 2 cards to the hand. After that, Iono, Demetrius 4 cards, but none of them able to work for this turn. It was just a scoop up. And that is JW taking the game here between these players. Look at that expression there.
Wow.
0-1, JW's favor now with Miraidon. That was intense, Kyle.
That's right. He's playing it like he's been here. He's been here twice. He knows how to win on the big stage. And JW's trying to lock in a third. Demetrius, cool, calm, collected, trying to just play the game.
Yeah.
Double Ralts prize, Refinement Curlia prize. Did everything they could to try to line up some knockouts. Shining Arcana Gardevoir nowhere to be found, and then you find the other 2 ways to remove Stadium other than your Stadium at the very end.
Exactly. It was just a really awkward turn of events and how those cards were drawn, the cards that were prized. It was a perfect storm to really not go anywhere, and JW was able to capitalize on that slow start from Demetrius and get everything established on his board state. That Raikou V here being attached to from JW. As we saw this turn, that Zacian V heavily damaged, about to be taken down here by this Raikou, bringing JW down to just the last 2 prize cards to take.
Yeah, it was getting to a scary situation where if Demetrius found the right cards off of the Iono there, maybe we're talking about a different winner in game 1 instead.
Yeah, that's true.
We're moving to game 2 where you're prizing Mirage Step and double Iono. It's not the best, not the worst, but you need a lot of Ralts on the opening turn. You're going first, so this is a very important Mysterious Tail. Just level ball. Well, what does the rest of the hand have?
Yeah, what does the rest of the hand have? That's what I'm wondering as well, Kyle. We're not going to see it just yet. We're getting into this game 2 between these players, JW and Demetrius. Level ball getting out that Ralts here. That was the Mysterious Tail finding the level ball. Let's see what else Demetrius is working with for this very first turn.
This is
game 2.
Definitely my favorite way to see the game played out. Gardevoir going first. This means JW has an opportunity to not only play down the path if he wants to, but strike first, get an early knockout. Demetrius wisely playing the Cresselia to avoid Escape Rope knocking out the Ralts.
Yep.
But at this point, any prize card's a good prize card.
Well, JW is going to kick things off, try to get all the pieces together here for this turn 1 going second. You have a supporter available to you. You have an attack you can do at the end of this turn, but can we get there? Let's see,
Oh,
JW.
the Escape Rope was in hand as well.
Let's look at the prize cards here. Of course, we're going through the deck now with our tandem unit. getting out some basic lightning Pokemon for JW. I think he's just eyeing up. Okay, what do I have in the hand? How do I make this happen?
Yeah, we see switch card, escape rope, all the options to move around the Miraidon, find the correct attacker in a situation like this. Usually it's going to be Pokemon like that Raikou, just continue to put on pressure and try to take knockouts. And maybe this is a double tandem unit start.
True. I think that's what's kind of being debated here for JW.
Well, Pablo asked for it. He shall receive. Just maybe a round early, round late.
Yes, that's true.
Nope, it's not happening.
No, that is not happening. It's just going to be that Mareep, that super cute little fluffy Mareep joining the field with that Raikou V. The huge, I suppose you could say, Kyle.
I will say. The huge.
The huge.
Well,
Forest Sealstone also going to come down for JW.
Yeah, what do you grab here? I suppose Forest Sealstone into the electric generator. You need to hit at least one, and from there you can use switch cart, attach energy, play judge, knock out the Mew, and leave your opponent with 5 cards and this board state. Sounds good to me.
That
you
sounds
just
great.
need 1 card off the electric generator.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kyle, JW has whiffed 2 generators so far. It's going to come down to this one.
You're telling me he's due?
Can he get it? Yes, he's due. Can he get an electric
1
generator?
is all we need, and we get 2.
2, even better, Kyle. We see 2 lightning energy coming onto the field here for JW. We're generating. I guess that's 2 for the 2 generators whiffed before, right?
All right. Oh, we're cooking.
We're cooking.
Hold up, let him cook. Switch cart still there. There's no boss's orders, however, so removing the Ralts is not going to be a play. But playing this hand down with the judge seems pretty solid.
Absolutely. Here we go, JW. Rocking it out here with this turn. We're going to see this judge hit the field here. This is our supportive return, and that's going to limit Demetrius to just 4 cards.
And Demetrius would have been in an odd spot. He had Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX, but no board state.
True.
He hasn't identified yet that Mirage Step is gone unless he looked for that immediately off the level ball. This is not the setup you're looking for.
Yeah, and I feel like it's been super unfortunate as far as setups go for Demetrius in both of these games. So we'll see if he can hold through.
That really is the story of the game. Just surrendering some prize cards in the early game.
Yep.
Holding on.
Recovering.
Is this a full Mew restart? Is that Ultra Ball double energy?
What?
That is. Wow. If you're going to get judged, you might as well grab that.
Wow. That you are 100% correct here. Ultra Ball is going to discard those 2 energy.
He's even considering Squawkabilly for a second.
No.
So we're not done.
I don't want 3 cards. I want 6 cards.
I want all the cards. We're trying to collect them all.
Yes, collects them all indeed. I mean, yeah, this is JW's first turn still. I mean, there's so much that's happened so far. But
I mean, there's no punish. You play this down, you fill your bench. The second your opponent plays down a counter stadium to the path, it's Collapse Stadium, and you remove the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not
That's
bad.
the counter. Yeah, it really isn't. Look at JW. I think he's debating that too. Sitting there like, oh, what is the downside?
Am I being dumb? I'm already going to get 3 cards. I'm being greedy. We'll see. It really is a tough call.
That's true, but it is going to be the second Mareep here coming down to the field for JW. But you saw the Mew.
We'll see a sigh of relief after these 3 cards. I think we still have fleet-footed, too. It is a judge.
Yeah,
it
you're
is
so
an
right.
Arvin.
Sheesh.
Throw in an additional card. It's not Path to the Peak, but this is quite an opening turn in Game 2.
Yeah, that is huge. JW taking a prize card at the end of that turn. And everything being fully established here on JW's side as well. Demetrius starting off this turn 2 here with an Ultra Ball, discarding a Battle VIP Pass and a Psychic Energy. That Celebrations Mew gone off the field now. Ralts in the active position here.
Yep, look for JW's nod of approval when he does not see the Mirage Step Curlia here. Already sees an energy being discarded.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, okay, now we're talking. Only one Kirlia to work with. You have to continue to search and try to find Ralts. In the hand, there's not much. Fog Crystal, Zacian V.
Yeah, that's where you see such value in that Mirage step, but only when you have access to it. It's just not there for Demetrius, unfortunately. Fog Crystal gonna get this Mew EX out.
Yeah, he's hoping he could restart the series, but he's just gonna restart his hand for a few additional cards here.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Kyle.
This is bad news. You can play the hand down. There is
look,
really considering it.
Yeah.
I feel like you should go for a Ralt in a situation like that, play it down, but you also wanted to hold on to that so that you could maybe draw into the Ralts off of the refinement. But honestly, at this point, you need a supporter as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Holding out, maybe you just play down, who knows? Just wants to protect the Ralts, and I get it. This needs to be a great refinement.
Gosh, please.
Energy worker.
I mean, that's just a supporter, I guess. Yeah, just drawing 3 and it's 2 Iona. Oh, it's a Ralts. That's something.
That's
something,
protection
Kyle.
from escape rope. There is Arvin in hand. This could get messy.
I feel like it's already messy. I mean, sheesh.
Yeah.
JW starting off here with a fleet-footed, drawing an additional card, that Super Rod, into the hand here. Turn 2 for JW. Where are we going to be going from here? Starting off with that Arvin.
Yeah, having the free motion there with the Mew to swap in and out of the active spot makes this a great play. You can use the escape rope, hold on to a boss's orders for later on, take an easy knockout on either one of these Pokemon. You'll be very satisfied with the result. You just take a prize card and you only see one potential Gardevoir next turn and a 3-card hand.
Sheesh, yeah, definitely feeling good, I'm sure, for JW in this position. Arvin gonna grab that Bravery Charm and an escape rope for the tool card and the item card. Still just taking a look here.
Yeah, this could be the tandem unit. You can
I was thinking that.
Search out. Yeah, the Zapdos seems like a great card. You could even include the Bravery Charm in either one of these Pokemon if you want to protect and
slap down all the tools, you know?
Why not? Let's play the hand down pretty low. Maybe we can restart again.
Yeah, true. We have the escape rope here.
Although the prize cards are flowing, the energies are what I'm looking at the most. Just having potential attackers down the line is going to be very important to close the rest of this game out. Another Ralts found. Demetrius is holding on.
Yeah, holding on for dear life here. The Ralts found and placed on the field into an Iono right away.
Needs some help. No double battle VIP.
Wow. What is this? Level ball? Was that a boss?
It's not good.
2 battle VIP. Nothing? Usable? A Super Rod? A Fog Crystal? Oh.
Super Rod could search back some of the Ralts pieces.
Yeah.
Level Ball, Fog Crystal to thin down even more, and then maybe Refinement can draw into some additional help. There's probably Radiant Greninja as well as an option, but no way to search that out just yet either.
It's tough here for Demetrius. I mean, I feel like you're just... Hey.
Did he do it?
Get it? Oh! We got the fly.
All right, now take it off the table.
Yes, please. Please take it off the table.
Can someone play a stadium?
Can we get some hand sanitizer in there as well? Oh my gosh, almost put it on top of the fly.
The disrespect to cut the deck onto the fly would be shmoney.
Oh my gosh. Well, now that we've dealt with that, what is...
Oh, there's another fly!
Kyle.
This is unreal.
This is unreal.
There's a game going on for $10,000.
And we're talking about flies here. Did you see that, Kyle? We're on JW's turn now.
Yes, and we're receiving 1 energy from Electric Generator.
Okay.
Looking good.
Yeah, that is looking good. We do not want to be whipping that generator.
This is a boss turn, if I've ever seen one.
I would agree with you there, Kyle.
It is
and
the front card of the hand as well.
I was about to say, JW's got it. That boss's order's already in the hand here for JW, debating attaching that energy and is going to go for it.
That's
here
right.
we go. Boss's orders taking away that refinement Kirlia that is on the field here. Of course, going to play out some more cards from the hands with that Bravery Charm coming down onto the Mew EX.
We are so close to a concession.
Yes.
This hand is going nowhere. Iono top deck, though.
We have something.
Super Rod, shuffle back some more of those Pokemon we've lost early on.
Yep. Gonna choose here, of course, any combination, Pokemon and energy. It's gonna be all Pokemon here from Demetrius. 2 Ralts and that Kirlia. Going back into the deck.
I mean, there is still life.
There
Iono,
is.
Iono can lock out JW of a good hand.
True.
If there is a Miracle Candy Gardevoir, you can see a knockout on this active Pokemon. Then you just have to target down the Miraidon EX. You can outpace JW, who only needs 3 prize cards remaining, but JW only needs to set up 1 more attacker to likely close this thing out.
This is huge right here, Kyle. That's what we're gearing up for.
Yep, Reversal Energy already prepped on the Ralts.
Siono
Rare
is everything.
candies, please. There's one.
There's one.
Looks like Kirlia's. Oh, we found the Arcana. That could help.
Ooh.
Has to be exactly Rare Candy Gardevoir EX off of the 2 cards. And now it's not an option.
It is not an option, indeed. Let's see this refinement here from Demetrius. Level Ball and Mew EX.
I mean, you cannot move this Cresselia and also find a knockout in the same turn, even if you find double energy off of the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yep.
You need something to retreat, and you'd want to play those energies onto that Pokemon to deal 210 damage. This is slow. Do you have time?
Yeah, I know. JW just down to 3 prize cards left to take to be the winner of Toronto Regional Championship. So close. I know he can smell it over there. We're going to see another Kirlia.
Yeah, this is how you have to play it out from this point. You've already made a concession of this prize card. Cresselia will fall. The hand is not great from JW until he finds the top deck Ultra Ball.
My gosh.
There was nothing there, but now can thin down, find the Flaffy, get additional energies in play, attach energy for the turn, and draw with the restart.
Sheesh.
Still has the fleet-footed.
I was about to say, he still has fleet-footed as well. That Iono that limited JW to just 3 cards now being fully recovered from here for this Miraidon deck.
Can we untilt that? Raiko?
Yes, yeah.
We still got life.
It has not been used yet, that is for sure. We just saw that Ultra Ball. We're going to see the restart here for 3 cards.
Wow.
Is that a research?
That's a research and a path to the peak.
Are you serious? Sheesh.
Looks a lot better than Squawkabilly 2 energies a minute ago.
Yeah, that is very true.
I attached that.
Energy attachment was from the hands.
The hands. Path to the peak coming down onto the field now. Well, now we don't have the fleet-footed.
Yeah,
but you don't need it. Yeah, the professor's research.
Plenty of cards to be found. The
7
issue
cards.
here is you don't have an additional Pokemon to charge up that can take a simple knockout. I feel like the energy placement, even on the Zapdos, would make sense in a situation like this.
True.
Just to line up for a Boss's Orders knockout on a Ralts or a Kirlia at some point. But we're protecting the energies. And maybe
Spreading
this
them
is for a
out.
Raichu closeout if a Gardevoir comes up at some point.
Yeah, that definitely could be it. Those energy being placed down there, of course, being able to be discarded from anywhere with that Raichu in the future.
I mean, you think about the scenarios where Demetrius is able to come back. It involves using a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, attaching multiple energies to this Pokemon, and taking a big knockout. Maybe Flappy's honestly able to take that knockout. There's a lot of damage you have to deal to yourself in order to take the big KOs, especially through a Bravery Charm on a card like that Miraidon.
What is it, the Electro Ball? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, for like 50. Yeah.
It's 50, yeah. I mean, you're right, though. Yeah, it's Electro Ball
Sometimes
for
that's
50.
enough. Charmander gets in the action in that matchup. Why not Flappy?
Yeah, Flappy MVP. We could see anything happen here, but JW going down. Another prize card, just 2 left to take to be the winner here. Demetrius promoting that Ralts.
I see. It's JW's protecting right now against the collapsed stadium. probably would remove the Zapdos from play, wants to hold on to the free retreater of the Mew and keep both Flappies for energy acceleration onto any Pokemon that he could find with the tandem unit for an easy knockout. Really well played there.
We're going to see that refinement into this Shining Arcana Gardevoir. So we've used both abilities here now.
That's double Psychic Energy.
Oh, is it really?
You might want to take those.
Yeah. Of course, able to attach those or put them into hand, but attaching, of course, to the field.
Electric Generator, that's cute.
Yeah, it's true. Shining Generator here. We're going to see our second refinement here for the turn. Reversal Energy and a Manaphy.
I mean, this is a Shining Arcana knockout. There's Rare Candy Gardevoir in hands. There's a Reversal Energy, and you dealt no damage to your Pokemon. I think that worked out pretty well. You don't have to play a Pokemon EX in play, so JW does not have a Boss's Orders immediate answer to win the game. You did this through Path to the Peak, which is unheard of.
Yeah, honestly, this whole turn has been shaping up pretty nice for Demetrius under the current circumstances for sure. Ultra Ball going to discard Manaphy and Radiant Greninja as well to grab this Kirlia.
Not sure if he's interested in it. Doesn't look to be the case.
Wow, Rare Candy going down here to draw 2 additional cards.
That's a pass?
That was that was just a pass. Pass to JW here. That was it, Kyle.
That's not good.
Yeah, that is not good. We're gonna see
Is there?
JW.
Yeah, there's 2 energies. You just promote Zapdos and let this take the knockout. You protect all of your big attackers.
Yes.
Why not? Whatever. Just throw energies around. You're having fun at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this board state here from JW with Miraidon. I mean, how many energy is that even? That's,
right, he's just trying to find fun ways to win.
Yeah.
Mew could
so
figure it
many
out.
options. Oh my goodness, for JW. The Dynamotor popping off here. Tons of cards in the hand as well. It's just going to be a knockout with that Raikou V. JW 1 prize card away from winning this game. Demetrius, just a Fog Crystal.
Yeah, resources dwindling here. Really have not seen a setup. Not a single Gardevoir EX played down. And even if there were, there's still a path in play. Going to the closing turns here as JW is just 1 prize card remaining. Shining Arcana to try to find some help.
Yep, Shining Arcana, just this boss's orders.
Are you out of all energies and switching effects? Please be, and that is not the case. We see lightning energy, and that is going to close things out. JW Craywall taking his 3rd regional, chopping his way to victory here in Toronto.
JW, the winner of our Toronto regional here with Miraidon EX. I'm sure so happy after taking things down and going against Gardevoir as well, proving everybody wrong who doubted Miraidon and celebrating that right here on our stage.
It's cool when the 9-year-old's gritty. I don't know about that. You can do whatever you want, my friend. $10,000 richer. A world championship locked up. The invite is all yours. You're going to Honolulu. And what a great way to close out here in Toronto.
Yeah, that was amazing. Miraidon EX taking down everything out in our field, making it into our finals. Final match against Gardevoir, taking things down. Miraidon EX is the winner of our Toronto Regional Championship. Not a Canadian player, though.
Yeah.
This is a United States player this time. So we're coming to Canada, and we're taking down one of theirs.
Yeah, I mean, the invasion was real. We had UK and US represented here in the finals. Great showing from both players. And I mean, what a wild ride. There's not much that Demetrius could do with the hands he was dealt, but continued to fight through Iono after Iono. Man, this opening turn here in game number 1.
Yep.
Pretty solid, locking in that path to the peak.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just looking at this, like looking at how these games played out here, you can kind of see it demonstrated right now in our replay. It just looked effortless for JW. And we were talking with JW too even before, and he even said, oh, Gardevoir, that's easy. That's fine. I'll be good.
I'll figure that out. No problem. And
Yeah.
sure enough, it worked out just that way. Just continued to present threat after threat. Can you answer these? And it did not line up easy enough on Demetrius' side.
Yep.
Trying everything he could. Zacian V incorporated early, and you never really see that anymore. It's a old school strategy, but it's all that Demetrius had when the prize cards were double Ralts and a Curlia.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Demetrius in both of these games here, just trying to hang on, do everything he possibly could. It didn't even come down to misplays or missequencing or anything like that. It was just awkward cards, slow setups, clunky things happening. It was just an unfortunate turn of events. And you see JW just continue to take these consistent knockouts here in our game one. Another 2 prize cards there off that Zacian V, and shortly after that, we have the scoop there from Demetrius, giving JW the first game here between our players. Up 1, trying to make it happen again, and things started out pretty darn well here for JW as well in our game 2.
Yeah, he was cooking, and indeed did just so. Early knockout there on the Mew, lined up all those energies, and from there it was really difficult to watch Demetrius try to find answers. Curlia after Curlia, Ralts after Ralts, everything removed from the board, and with each passing turn, an additional prize card was added into JW's hand.
Yeah, it was just kind of a ticking timer there. That's this entire game. I mean, the momentum was just there. It kept up. JW just keeping up this pace. Energy was flying out. We had multiple Flappy down on the fields, and Demetrius just had nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Unfortunately, these refinements not even really helping with the draws here. Just barely able to hang on. We just see the Battle VIP pass the Fog Crystal, the pass back to JW here.
Yeah, if there was another Shining Arcana Gardevoir in the deck, then maybe that turn previously was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's
Go
true.
aggressive with the reversal energy, but even then, it looked like the writing was on the wall. Take him to the chop house.
JW taking down Toronto with Miraidon EX. Look, it's super happy there. This was an incredible 2 days of gameplay from all of our players there. But as you can see, coming out on top, JW Creewall. Demetrius Eaton taking a second place, going home with $7,000 as well. And congratulations to all of our players who made it into our top 8 as well. Azul Garcia Griego, Christian Moreno, Hermani, Haitalati, Jake Riggs, Grant Shen, and Dylan Gunn.
Yeah, I mean, what a great performance from all of our players that we had here on the stage. It was really fun to watch all the different matchups commence. A lot of back and forth there, and oddly enough, Miraidon of all decks slipped its way back in, found a win-in opportunity, makes it into the top 8, and says, if you give me a chair, I've got a chance.
Yep, absolutely. Here we have our champion, and Demetrius, our finalist, taking home the second place with Gardevoir EX. A very intricate, awesome deck. Great pick for this event as well, but couldn't withstand the finals against that Miraidon EX. It's funny, Kyle, because so many people are talking about how popular Miraidon is in Canada. At the locals here, it's like a very popular deck that's always played. And now we're seeing it actually win here in Toronto.
It did not look like it was going to be one of the more popular decks in day 2. There was a lot of Charizard still remaining. It just seemed like some matchups weren't lining up. JW doesn't care. just play your style of Pokemon. He got the job done. And it's not like luck was really on his side either. He's not finding a lot of help, but it was just enough to continue to put on pressure on Demetrius and find a win.
Yeah, JW able to take down the tons of Lugia that were out in our field too. I believe saying he faced off against like 5 Lugia with Miraidon EX, and that's kind of a matchup you want to be in there, but still having to take down a variety of decks, especially in our top 8, top 4, and then Gardevoir EX standing in the way at the end there. But Miraidon EX coming out on top. I guess Jeremy wins our caster bets, right?
Boo. He can have that. I'll keep the pumpkin carving contest.
True. That is true. Well, huge congratulations to both our champion and our finalists there. Huge congrats to everyone who came out to Toronto to play through all of our games here at this regional championship. I mean, it takes a lot to come out here, enjoy Pokemon, and you did it. You came out here. We saw an awesome conclusion there in our finals, and it's a great time for Pokemon TCG, Kyle.
Oh yeah, and we got some great action still lined up throughout the rest of the calendar year. LAIC is going to have a lot of fantastic action. Our first international that we'll be featuring this calendar year, and then we'll be taking it down to San Antonio, and I expect the numbers there to be ridiculous. They opened the cap up even more, somewhere near 2,100 players potentially in San Antonio.
My goodness.
Try to be one of those players. Guarantee you'll have a fun time there.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Of course, we're going to be in a totally different format. We'll have to see how that shapes up. So we're closing out the 151 format here with Miraidon EX on top. Now, as you can see it, Electric generating its way here through our finals. Already up a game from JW and running away in this Gardevoir matchup here.
Yeah, just go over some of these plays once more. It was pretty simple for JW. Play card, do thing, knockout, knockout, knockout.
Kill fly.
Yeah, maybe that was the MVP play there.
Yes. But yeah, JW taking things down here. I mean, look at that board state, Kyle. And Demetrius trying to hold on here. We finally got some evolutions out. Did we even like see a Gardevoir there? I mean, yeah, I guess at the end we saw Gardevoir.
We saw Gardevoir EX in the hand a few times.
Yeah, true, but that was about it.
There was no relevant attack in game 2.
Demetrius,
We've all been there. Maybe not on this stage, but it's certainly an unfortunate place to find yourself, and all it takes is an energy to close things out.
Yeah, you never want to see it end like that if you're Demetrius, but you know, still great sport about it, and still taking home $7,000 as well for the second place. JW taking home $10,000 and of course that regional champion title, as well as an invite to the World Championships. And that's a 3-time regional winner in JW. I'm sure he's ecstatic right now.
Yeah, I've made the joke before, but we can't call him J-Dubs anymore. Now he's J-Trips if he ever won. You have won, sir. Congratulations, J-Trips.
That is epic. Yeah, walking away with a champion title there. And for everyone who was out there doubting Miraidon, you saw it here, taking down an entire regional championship and capping things off here in our 151 format.
That's right. Well, without further ado, we're going to throw it down and introduce our champion in our award ceremony.
Thank you, Kyle and Boo. I am here to announce our 2 finalists and our finalists and our champion. And what a weekend it has been. So first, I want to give a big round of applause for everyone. Demetrius Eaton, our finalist for Toronto Regionals. Congratulations. So coming all the way from the UK, this is the last regional of this format before Paradox Rift. Is this what you were kind of expecting going into it?
I wasn't expecting to get second. I mean, I'm very happy I did. I've been playing Gardevoir for like the last 6 months, and I've never really had a big result with it yet. And this is like maybe the last time it will be good. So I'm very glad to get a big finish with the deck, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good send-off for Gardevoir EX. Hasn't really been doing too well in the format so far, but able to come out with the second place, $7,000 later. Is there any other shout-outs or anything you'd like to thank people at home, any of your friends?
Yeah, there's way too many people to shout out, so I just want to shout out Shea Burton.
That's a great shout-out. Shay, if you're watching, almost brought it home, but still, one great finish here in Toronto, Canada. Congratulations again. All right, now it is my pleasure to introduce J-Trips, JW Creewall, our champion for Toronto Regional Championships.
Miraidon gamers. So first of all, hitting those electric generators must be nice, right?
Yeah, I mean, but you don't need them to win the game is the thing, and that's what people don't understand about Miraidon. They think, oh, I missed my electric generator, it's a bad deck. Well, you can still function pretty well. You got Flappy, you got manual attachments. I mean, there's plenty of ways to get around that. So
you're coming off a top 4 in Peoria just a few weeks ago, and then now the championship here in Toronto. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. Yeah, I just would really love to say thank you to my beautiful wife for letting me come to these events. And my baby Harper, I love you so much. And Baba's so proud of you for the little girl you're becoming. I have a 1.5-year-old and another baby on the way. So yeah, this is really exciting for me. Exciting time right now.
Well, that $10,000 is going to help buy a lot of diapers.
So true, Jeremy, so true.
Now, winning this regional, you have your invite to Honolulu for Worlds already. Does this mean you're going to kind of take a break, step back, spend some time with the kids a little bit, or are we still going ham?
Yeah, I'm going to reevaluate where we stand championship point-wise, if it puts me in any race for a stipend or anything. But, you know, probably just invite and chill. To be completely honest with you, maybe I'll hit a regional that I can drive to. But the plan this season wasn't to go crazy. And I managed to get the invite, and that feels amazing. I can't wait to go play in Hawaii.
Locking it up before the new year even begins must be an insane feeling. Any shout outs you'd like to give to the people at home?
Yeah, absolutely. My family, I love you guys. Thank you so much to Will Creewall for sticking by my side. My brother, this is his 3rd tournament, and he stayed to the end. So thank you so much, Will, for all the support and all the mixed nuts that you gave to me. I'd like to thank all the guys at Full Grip, particularly my main testing partner, Jesse Parker, who has been on a tear with Miraidon, and Andrew and Riley Hulbert, Andrew Mahone and Riley Hulbert, who I host a podcast with, the Tag Team Podcast, and we do that every single week. So, you know, if you want to hear more about my run, you know, head on over there.
All right, and I think it's only fair. We got to give one last chop to the people at home.
Absolutely. Keep chopping, baby.
That does it for us here. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And again, huge congratulations to JW Creewall. I'm Juancho Saldana, and I'm here in the lounge with Pablo Meza and Kyle Sablehouse. What a championship series. How are you guys feeling?
I was out there watching the stream. Pretty incredible finals. A little underwhelming performance of Gardevoir EX. Unfortunately, I think that's been the recurring theme for the deck. It's just not quite getting to that final spot, right? Sometimes it eventually falters, and that's what we saw in the final match.
Yeah, just clean, consistent gameplay from Miraidon, finding the right tools to just put pressure on each turn, take a prize card and do your job, and from there you make Gardevoir find answers, and it just wasn't able to find them this time.
That is true. Again, Miraidon definitely put on the pressure fast too. Again, from turn 2, hitting those electric generators, or even in turn 1, just combining it with like Judge and Path, and just attacking it normally, using your Flaffies, using the resources you have to take the game. And JW did it absolutely perfectly. It was amazing to watch. With that though, how about let's go ahead and check out the day 2 usage. Let's check out what decks we saw here at the regional championships. Again, no surprise with the Lost Zone box. Lugia V-Star with a higher percentage rate, a conversion rate, and that could possibly show why Miraidon had some success.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Lugia, definitely. I know JW always hypes up before events, like people who let Lugia do well, right? He was saying that for Sacramento, where we saw Lugia dominate, and then here he is backing up his words with the Miraidon win.
That's true. I remember one of his tweets, I think, is because they didn't show up,
yeah,
they made Lugia win, and now they showed up, so Lugia doesn't win.
I take one weekend off to be a father, and here we are. And it's like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to Toronto and show you how it's done.
Very cool. The Charizard EX at 12%. I'm actually, it made top 8. I was fully expecting Charizard to win this entire event based on our top 8. Well, besides Gudra, of course. But again, all these amazing decks, I'm sure, is going to shape the future meta. But I mean, this might have been the last big regional in this meta, to be honest. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2024 roadmap. Oh wait, no, we're gonna do our caster predictions first. I want to talk about that.
No, we don't have to. It's
yes,
fine.
we have to. We absolutely have to.
All right, all right. So, well, I can't believe Jeremy won this out of everyone.
Honestly.
But hey, good job, Pablo.
Thank you, thank you. I feel like Jeremy's win is a little illegitimate. I want to call a head judge on that because, yeah, like I can choose Battle VIP Pass for the next one, and then surely I'll be able to win. So
Ultra Ball is gonna be mine.
Exactly,
good luck.
right? Nest Ball. I feel like that's a little unfair, but if you had chosen Raiden, sure, right? It's up there, yeah. But I mean, Gardevoir, it's there.
That's true.
I was going to take credit for Hisui and Goodra because it played both Spiritomb and Sableye.
You were about to do that.
And I had 2 more cards than you did.
I feel like we need clearer rules for these caster predictions so that we're all on the same playing field. Yeah,
that's true. We'll establish that for the future events for sure. But for now, technically, congratulations to Jeremy Jalen for Judge Path Combo. We did see it in play in that finals. It did work out. So huge congratulations there. With that, let's go ahead and check out the 2024 regional schedule, of course. Again, we were just at Toronto, and a lot more in store.
Indeed, we have Sao Paulo, LAIC coming up with Paradox Rift legal, and then we have quite a few to go, right? We're only a third of the way in. San Antonio, Portland, Charlotte, Knoxville, and Vancouver, all leading up to London.
This is going to be great, and from the rest there, you see Orlando, Indianapolis, 2 places where we see a ton of players showing up and representing for the game. I expect San Antonio to have huge numbers as well. We'd love to see everyone come out, support the game, obviously show us what you got as well, as we've seen some younger talent rising up, doing well here.
That is true, and of course, I'm the most hyped for Honolulu, the World Championships. It seems so far away, but you never know. It could be just, it'll go quick. It's just around the corner, for sure. But of course, the next biggest event is gonna be 2024's LAIC. Again, don't forget to tune into that. It's gonna be held November 17th to 19th. The, again, 2024 Latin America International Championship. That's going to be a big one. But you know what? That's not the only event. We also have an event in Europe happening, the Gdansk Regional events happening November 25 to November 26, 2023. And of course, don't forget, even though it's over in the EU, it is streamed now on this channel. Love seeing our friends over at the EU, all the EU casters for sure. And of course, we still have all the North American hype with our next event, the 2024 San Antonio Regional Championships from December 15 to 17. That's going to be a big one. And that's literally, I think, going to be one of the biggest regionals today, just judging from the numbers alone.
It's going to be as big as those cowboy boots.
Indeed. And Texas is known for big things, right?
That's right.
I would not be surprised if Texas puts up a new biggest regional, which I think is going to be a trend. All this season, we're going to see new record numbers with this new amazing pricing, the quality of the events. Looking forward to it for sure.
I cannot wait to see all the records we're about to break in. Honestly, the most American regional probably, just because how big it's gonna be. But of course, the thing I love the most is I love hearing from the folks at home. Don't forget to follow us on all our socials on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. It's gonna be at @PlayPokemon or /Pokemon. And of course, don't forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, because I love seeing all those tweets. I love pulling them up on the feed and seeing them on the stream for sure. And of course, don't forget to follow us on YouTube and Twitch, the big ones there. Again, give us a follow there. I love the new integration again on Twitch, where you can just vote on what you want to see. You have the power here. But yeah, again, that was a big. This was the Toronto Regional Championships. This was so much fun. And on behalf of all of us today, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all next time.